I have no further questions for Senator Day.
All right, Mr. Nelson, are you going to do cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Can we approach? I just have a question about how I want to deal with the evidence. I want to run it by Your Honor before I do so.
All right. Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, just note that the court is going to or has received Exhibit 203 in evidence, a property inventory sheet. And just note that for the record. Okay, Mr. Nelson, you ready?
Thank you. Mr. Day, I want to ask you some questions about the evidence that you just went through and have you pull out some items. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So first I want to start with the T-shirt, which I believe is Exhibit 224. And you're going to have Mr. Moen here help you with that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So the plan is for you and Mr. Moen to pull those out of evidence, and then I'm going to ask you to point out what, if any, defects you see on the items of evidence, okay? Yes, sir. Judge, while I'm doing this, I want to display the corresponding photograph that's already been marked into evidence for each one of these pieces of clothing. Can I do that?
That's fine. Go ahead.
So I'm putting on the Elmo Exhibit 639, which is well, it speaks for itself, I guess. Okay. Mr. Day, you can see on the screen the photo, Exhibit 639, you see that?
Yes.
And that appears to be a photo of the item of evidence that you have there in front of you, Exhibit 224, is that correct?
Correct.
Could you have perhaps Mr. Moen pick it up and you and I go to the other side? Is there, on the screen there, you're able to see a red circle that points out a defect, is that right?
That's correct.
Is there such a defect on that shirt?
There is.
Can you point that out in a way that all the jurors could see? I know there's one juror here. All right. Can you perhaps put your hand underneath to just show the...
There's a small tear, approximately 3/4 of an inch.
Okay. And there on my red dot is approximately where it's at?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to eventually ask you some questions about where that defect is in relation to some of the other pieces of clothing, so to just keep that in mind. Okay. We might need to open it back up, but I wanted to just remind you that now. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I wanted to ask you then about Exhibit 222, the blue button-up shirt. Judge, while I do that, I'm putting Exhibit 640 on the Elmo. Mr. Day, on the screen behind you or the screen in front of you, you see Exhibit 640 that appears to be a picture of the blue button-up?
Yes.
And that's the same button-up that you previously opened up, that's Exhibit 222, is that right?
Yes.
That you're opening up right now. You could have Mr. Moen pick that up so that the front is visible to the juror. Mr. Moen, is there any chance you could, I know you're, there you go. Could you just show the right side to begin with? I know you have the whole, so I just want to see this, if there's a way that you could hold it so we can see the right side completely. There we go. So there's obviously some defects on this shirt, is that right, Mr. Day?
Yes.
Is there, and obviously there's the one big visible defect, is that right?
Yes.
I'm gonna leave that for last. I wanna talk about some of the smaller defects. I know we see one on the photo in that area. Is that on the shirt as well?
Yes.
Can you show that to the jury? Okay. That's in this area here, where the red dot is. There's a defect on the bottom of the shirt.
Yes.
And then just to your right, to the center of the shirt, there's a second defect. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then up here on the top, is this an additional defect in this area?
Yes.
And then we have a fourth defect, this large hole in the shirt, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that the t-shirt, you saw there was a defect in the t-shirt as well, correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be in about the same place if somebody was wearing it as the defect in the middle of the shirt that my red dot's on right now, just below and to the outside of the large hole in the shirt?
Can you flip back to that last photo?
Sure. Now, exhibit 639 is on the screen.
Same area. The defect here appears to be horizontal, where that one appears to be vertical.
Okay, so obviously it would depend on the manner in which the person was wearing it.
True.
And whether there's any dynamic movement by that person at the time that the defect is done, correct? So it's consistent with being probably any of these four holes. Would that be fair to say?
It's in that area.
Okay. Now on the large hole in there, there appears to be some reddish brown stains in the area around the hole. Is that correct?
Yes.
This here where I'm showing on the dot, does that appear to be a reddish brown stain?
Yes.
And does there appear to be any on the button side of it at all?
There's a small amount down here by my
Okay.
phone.
And I'm going to put the picture back up so we can, I'm not sure if everybody can see because you're multitasking in a fantastic way, but I just want to make sure you were pointing out down in this area. Okay. Which on the screen here corresponds to this area generally. You can want the pointer. You're welcome to have the pointer, sir. Right there? Okay. Can you pull the flap out from under that and pull that or turn that around so that it's, so to speak, right side out? Now first, can you just turn to the side and find some way, on the outside of that flap, if it was back and attached, are there some red and brown stains on that, outside of that?
Yes.
And is that in this area right here?
Right here, yes.
Which if I'm on the screen is this area right here?
Correct.
Okay, and that's on the inner right side near the, as we're looking at it, orientated to us on the right side of that cut as you're looking at it, towards the top near the middle of the shirt. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that's a red and brown stain, correct?
It is.
And does that extend around to the back side of that? If you flip that over, can you see that same red and brown stain on the inside of that shirt?
Yes.
And so it's both on the outside and the inside of that shirt, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you're not able to determine whether that red and brown stain soaked through or whether it came around on the outside. You're not able to determine that. Agreed?
I am not.
You just know that there's a red and brown stain on both sides of that. I don't know what do we want to call this piece that's hanging there, this hanging cut? What's a better term for it? You probably have a technical term for that?
I don't.
Okay,
That
so
sounds
that hanging piece of cloth, there's a red and brown stain on both the inside and the outside of that, is that correct?
Yes.
And then I want to ask you some more questions about this red and brown, that stain in particular. And thank you, Mr. Moen, appreciate your involvement in this. On the out, I want to get to this right here. Is there a red and brown stain in this area here?
Yes.
And that's, again, on the inside of that piece of cloth. As it flopped over, there's a red and brown stain there, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you pull that up, the piece of cloth up, is there a corresponding red and brown stain on the outside of that piece of cloth?
No.
There is not. Okay.
Faintly visible.
Faintly visible, as if it's coming through the shirt from the inside to the out.
Possibility.
Okay. And if you can drop that down again then. Then if you can just open the shirt so it in this manner. Is there any red and brown stains on the inside of this shirt?
Yes.
Right here where I'm pointing?
Correct.
And does that have a corresponding red and brown stain on the outside of the shirt in the same area?
Yes.
Okay. And again, whether that seeped through or whether that just came, there's two different stains, you don't know. Agreed? All right. Thank you. You doing all right? If I want to see the other side of the shirt here. Now I'm going to be looking at these red and brown stains here on the left side of the shirt as the person is wearing it along the middle place where you put the buttons in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Are those same red and brown stains visible on the shirt that you look at here?
Yes.
Exhibit 222, correct? Can you point those
Ladies
out?
and gentlemen, are you all able to see?
Now she moves.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and a large one up on top,
Okay.
corresponding to the large one on top there. And the smaller one, a little more towards the outside, on the bottom.
And that corresponds to the one we see in this photo here,
Correct.
on about the third button down that we can see. Is that about right?
Yes.
Directly across from the hole in the shirt, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then I want to ask you just a little bit about the left sleeve, okay? There is a there's a defect in the left sleeve. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you just point that out to the jury and show them so they can see the size of that? Again, I'm going to ask you some questions about that in comparison to some of the other items. I understand you don't have a ruler with you, and this is a guesstimate, but what would be your approximate? Again, I think there's more specific measurements later, but right there, how big does that defect appear to be?
Approximately 1.5 inches.
Okay. Thank you. Those are the only questions I have about Exhibit 222. Next, I want to ask you about Exhibit 226, which is the gold sweater. While they're doing that, I'm going to display Exhibit 619, which was previously admitted the photo of the gold sweater. Hold that up and display the front of it for the jurors, please. Mr. Day, on the front of that, along the area where it's cut, you see on the screen here the photo of the same sweater?
Yes.
Along the outside of that defect as well as along the inside of that defect, when you look at the shirt itself, fair to say not the picture, but once you look at the shirt, there are no red or brown stains visible along those lines. Agreed?
Agreed.
And same with the other side of it, that there are no red and brown stains that are visible along those lines. Agreed?
Agreed.
And you're familiar with the investigation in this case?
Yes.
You aware whether this sweater was at any time tested from a DNA standpoint?
I would have to look at the evidence transmittal forms to see if this was an item that went to the crime lab.
Okay. And some items go to the crime lab and don't get tested, right? So just because it went there doesn't mean it was tested. Agreed? All right. And then I want to ask you about, so it might seem obvious, but I need to ask, the large defect that splits this sweater in half, is that in the same area? If somebody were wearing that over the top of the blue button-up Exhibit 222, which is now displayed on the screen, is that in the same area that would expose those defects that we pointed out on the blue button-up?
It would be consistent with the right hemisphere of the body, right side of the button line. So
Okay, all right. And then I want to ask about the left arm there. There's a defect in the left arm, is that right?
yes.
If you could put your hand in there to show the size of that defect. First off, you would agree that this defect appears to be larger than the defect in the left arm on the blue button. Agreed?
Yes.
Again, I understand it's a guesstimate and you don't have a ruler with you. What would you estimate the size of that defect to be?
4.5 to 5 inches, depending on how the sweater is stretched.
Okay. All right. Those are the only questions I have about that. I am going to ask you questions next about the blue flannel, and I'm going to maybe ask you about the size of the sweater in comparison to the blue flannel. So if you want to hold that up to get a picture, I understand that there's a size tag on there, but
Size of the shirt itself?
know the size as your eye perceives it. The size on the shirt itself says XS, is that correct?
Correct.
Which, based upon your training and experience, would lead you to believe it's extra small.
Correct.
Next, I want to ask you about Exhibit 223, the blue and white flannel shirt. While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display Exhibit 632, which is the previously admitted photo of the same piece of evidence. Exhibit 223, is that right?
Yes.
And that's labeled the plaid shirt that's also displayed up on the screen, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if you could hold that up and display the front of that. Fair to say, based upon your investigation and your observation of this shirt before as well as now, there are not defects to the front of the shirt in any manner. Agreed?
Small cut down here.
Okay. And you said you used the word cut.
Small fold.
There's a defect, agreed?
Defect.
How that was caused, may have been a cut, may have been something else, you're not sure. Okay. Okay. And now on the shirt itself, on the picture, there's what appears to be a red and brown stain that I'm pointing at. Do you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Is there a corresponding mark on the front of the flannel shirt?
There it is.
And then there appears to be, yes, you're pointing to that out right now. Along the bottom hem of the shirt, there also appears to be mud, perhaps, or dirt of some sort, or it's at least dirty and brown and caked.
Correct.
And there may or may not be red and brown stains along the hem of that. Can you tell?
No.
Okay.
Can't tell.
How about on the other side? Anything obvious? And I think the crime lab people are going to come here later, but just to-
Okay. It's possible that this could be a reddish-brown stain. Hard to tell between that and dirt.
And so, as I'm looking up at the shirt on the screen, the shirt is not open on the screen, but if it'd be on the inside of approximately where my button is that fair to say? Where the red button is?
Pretty close, yes.
And if you could just turn and maybe display that in the general vicinity there.
Yep. Yes.
All right. And then up above that is the inside of the previous red and brown stain, as you pointed out, is visible from the front of the shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And then if we can go to the left side of the shirt, again, I know we're going to get to the arm. I know there's defects to the arm, but on the left side of the front of the shirt, are there any visible defects?
No.
And there appears to be left side, similar to the right, that there's some brown dirt caked on there. So we don't know the substance, but it appears, at least right now, as dried mud or dirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any, other than the mud and the dirt, do you see any red or brown stains that might be something else?
Some red and brown stains right in this area here.
And that's on the bottom portion of that left side of the front of the shirt. Is that right?
Correct.
About 3 to 4 inches from the top, from the bottom of the shirt. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that, again, if you open it up and you see any corresponding marks on the inside of that that are of note?
More dirt in that same area as the front. Doesn't appear any reddish brown stains.
Okay. So now I want to ask you questions about the left arm. There's a defect to the left arm, is that right?
Yes.
Can you display that to the jury, perhaps with your, come on over. Can I stand on this side, Judge?
Yes.
There appear to be one large hole, oops, where your hand is sticking out, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's larger than the hole, would you agree, on the gold sweater?
Yes, it appears to be.
How big would you estimate that hole to be?
Around 6 inches.
Okay. And then there's a second defect further up the sleeve, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would appear to be how large?
Approximately 2 inches.
Okay, and if you recall from the gold sweater I'm going to display on the screen, there was a second defect on the gold sweater in approximately the same place on the gold sweater as the second defect is on the flannel shirt. Is that right?
Yes.
And the defect on the gold sweater was smaller than the second defect on the flannel shirt. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have about that shirt. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't. Would you agree that this shirt, this blue shirt, exhibit 223, appears to be larger in size than the gold sweater? Agreed?
Yes, it appears to be.
It appears to be the largest of all of the items of clothing that we've discussed so far. The t-shirt, the blue button-up, the sweater, and then the blue flannel. Agreed?
Yes.
The blue flannel appears to be the biggest of all of those.
Yes.
All right. Those are the only questions I have about those four items. And then if we could move on to the bottom half, the leggings and the jeans.
Discussing that with
While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display Exhibit 569, which is a photo of the leggings that I'm going to ask them to now pull out. I believe the leggings are Exhibit 221, is that right? Mr. Mullen, if you could hold those up and display the front of those to the jury, please. On the screen behind you, Mr. Day, is a photo of those same leggings. Do you agree?
Yes.
On the photo, there appears to be 4, perhaps 5 visible defects to the leggings. Is that right?
Yes.
So I just want to go through each one of those. So let's start at the top, perhaps. There's the corresponding one that is, if someone were wearing it, orientated to that, it would be on the right side of what I believe is called the pubis mound.
Yes.
And then there is a larger defect just barely to the right and extends down the lower right-hand leg in that same area. Is that right?
Yes.
Are there reddish-brown stains on either of those, along the edges of those?
Yes.
And can you point them out to the jury?
They're visible right here.
And that's you're pointing to the area the closest to the center line on the leggings. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And there was on the screen you can see just a tiny, another defect below those two. Is that correspond on the actual item?
Yes.
Okay. So then if we go down the left leg, as you see on the screen, there's a defect on what we would, if someone were wearing it, would be on the inner left thigh. Do you agree?
Yes.
And is that visible on the actual item?
It is.
And you're showing that right now to the jurors?
Yes.
All right. And then lastly, on the screen, there's a defect on if the person was wearing it, would be the outer right thigh. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you show that to the jurors? Fair to say that that has a red and brown stain all around it. Is that correct?
Nearly all around. There's a small spot here that
May or may not. Okay. Fair to say that that looks, I don't know, what would be redder, browner, more distinct than the previous stains that we observed?
appears to be more of that substance, whatever it
Okay.
is.
All right, and then eventually I'm going to ask you how these defects correspond with the genes, which I'm going to ask you about next. So if you can just hold that in your mind when we get to the next piece. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, I want to, if you could please, pull out exhibit 225, which is the genes. While they're doing that, Judge, I'm going to display for the jury exhibit 570, which is a previously admitted photo of those same genes. Mr. Moen, if you'd be so kind as to hold those up again in front of it to the jurors. Behind you, Mr. Day, you see the photo of the genes displayed?
Yes.
I want to talk about this defect here on the left leg and then just move across the genes first. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is there a defect in the left leg there?
There is.
Does that correspond with the defect that we previously observed on the leggings?
Yes.
Same general area, correct?
Correct.
And depending upon, again, how the clothing fit or the movement of the person, that would be consistent with, those two holes are consistent with each other.
Similar area, yes.
All right. Do you observe any red or brown stains around that area? Nothing at least visible to your naked eye today?
Correct.
Okay. And then as we move across, there is a large hole in the jeans, is that right?
Yes.
And that goes from up near the bottom of the zipper, about an inch from the bottom of the zipper, is that fair?
Yes.
About 12 inches down the inner portion of the right thigh as somebody would be wearing these, correct?
Yes.
Do you see any light or reddish brown stains along the defect area of that? I understand there might be some in the middle, but just right now along the defect area of that.
Just in this area.
Okay. And when this area, you're saying on the defect, as the person's wearing it, it's on the right side of that defect, closer to the outside of the right thigh than the inside, is that right? I'm just trying to make sure I describe it properly. Is that what you're pointing out?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Is it along the area that appears to be frayed? Or is it on the inside of that? I just want to make sure. I see a defect in this area. Do you see where I'm pointing? Are you referring to a different red and, I'm not a defect. I see a red and brown stain in this area where my pointer is, correct?
Just above where your pointer is, appears another stain in that area.
Okay. And then there's the second one that's about an inch or two off of the defect in the leg, in the pant. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Then lastly, we have the defect, on the outside of the right leg. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, that corresponds, well, let me back up, I apologize. This large hole here corresponds with the same area that we saw in the leggings where there was the 3 defects, is that right?
Yes, similar area.
And then on the right leg, there's a defect on the outside of the right leg, agreed?
Yes.
And again, approximate size today, 5, 6 inches, bigger than that, smaller than that?
6 to 7 inches.
6 to 7 inches. And that again corresponds to the defect that we saw in the leggings previously. Agreed?
Same area, yes.
And on here, there's more reddish brown stains along the frayed area where the defect is. on the outside right, is that agreed?
Yes.
Okay, and then other than that, the pants are covered in mud. Would you agree?
I agree.
And even as you just picked it up now, there's all kinds of mud in the white paper there that keeps falling off every time you pull these out, correct? This isn't the first time you've pulled these jeans out of a bag, right?
No.
And every time you do it, more mud keeps coming off. Agreed? All right. Those are the only questions I have about those jeans. Thank you. And then I just want to ask you about a few other items that haven't been pulled out of evidence yet, but I'm done with the close. Thank you, Mr. Mullin.
Leave that one out of the bag, too.
You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. Want to ask you some questions about Exhibit 203, the property inventory record, okay?
Yes.
You have listed here in Exhibit 203 items of evidence that have been inventoried by the Dunn County Sheriff's Department, is that right?
Yes.
If you go to item 113 on DOJ page 5663, you see that item?
I do.
That is labeled discs of 229 squad cam video, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know, is Deputy Matthew Feeney ID'd as Officer 229?
Yes.
So that item 113, you have in evidence a squad cam video recording of Mr. Feeney's interaction on March 22nd, 2018, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we turn the page to item 131, that's 4 discs of Eau Claire Police Department Officer Reeves squad cam camera. Is that right?
Yes.
So again, you have video and audio recordings of Eau Claire Police Department Officer Reeves' interactions regarding this case on March 22nd, 2018. Is that right?
I guess I don't know the date on that one.
Okay. And then if we turn 2 more pages to item 145, that is Squad 217 Deputy Shields' initial contact with Ezra McCandless. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is again a squad cam video and audio recording of that interaction, correct?
Yes.
And Dunn County Sheriff's Department has that evidence in their possession, agreed?
Yes.
And then if you turn 2 more pages to item 168, that is a DVD recording of Wisconsin State Patrol Trooper Timothy Knutson's squad camera from that same day, March 22nd, 2018 as well, agreed?
Yes.
And again, that recording, both audio and video, is in the possession of the Dunn County Sheriff's Department, agreed?
Agreed.
Lastly, I want to talk to you about items 72 and 77, which are on page 5659 of Exhibit 203. Are you there?
Yes.
Item 72, is that here to the... Do you have item 72 there in front of you?
I do.
And what is item 72?
Hairs and/or fibers collected from the back of item number 71.
And that's at crime lab marker 4A?
Correct.
So have you ever opened that before?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that the hair that was collected at crime lab marker 4A is not in there?
No.
That's what's in there?
That's what I believe is in there, yes.
Move for the admission of item 72, which I'll have marked as exhibit number.
Is there any objection?
No.
I'm putting exhibit sticker 571 on the item we just talked about, which is item 72, is that right?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit 571, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 571 will be received.
And then I have item 77 from that same property list. What is item 77?
Described as a wad of dark brown hairs collected from the rear driver's side floor. Crime lab marker number 7.
And showing you what's now been marked as exhibit 572, does that appear to be the corresponding item?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that inside exhibit 572 is anything other than the wad of dark brown hair from the floor of the rear driver's side that's listed on there?
No.
Move for the admission of exhibit 572, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 572 will be received.
On those, do you want these out? On exhibit 203, you also have listed under item 104 on page 5662. What is item 104?
Item 104 is head hair samples taken from McCandless.
And is it your understanding that the two exhibits we just went through, 571 and 572, as well as item 104 from this list, were all sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I believe they were.
Those are the only questions I have.
Is item 104, you asking that be marked, or?
I don't have it. I don't know if they have it. I'm not.
Okay, very well. No further questions?
No further questions, Judge.
Right. Does the state have any redirect?
Sergeant Day, you were asked about, maybe if I go over it, this blue button-up shirt and a small defect that you observed.
Yes.
And if I recall correctly, I believe this is exhibit 640. You were asked whether there was a, I think I'm right here, is that one of the defects you were asked about? If it was, I think you said it was horizontal in nature? Does that sound right?
Yes.
And then you were asked with the corresponding shirt, exhibit 639, if it was consistent with the same defect in that shirt?
Correct.
And do you agree that they're in different directions? One's vertical and one's horizontal?
Yes.
And I apologize, I need you to glove up just one more time. Sure. Exhibit 222. It's the blue and white plaid button-up.
So I have exhibit 222 is the blue button-up and exhibit 223 is the blue and white flannel.
The blue button-up with white spots. It's exhibit 222. So exhibit 222 is the blue shirt with white spots, and I know you were asked a number of questions, but could you show for the jury if you observe any mud on this shirt, and if so, where? Do you need Greg to hold it up?
That might help. If you'd like me to point out. I do see what appears to be mud on the front of the shirt towards the center line, the buttoning area. Throughout most of the front of the shirt from top to bottom. At least on the right side, on the left side, majority appears to be in this center area.
Okay, thank you. And that's it for the physical evidence. And then, Sergeant, you were asked a number of questions regarding different defects in the clothing. Would you agree that the type of fabric has an impact on how a defect is present in the clothing?
Absolutely.
And the sizing, you know, something's bigger or smaller may have an impact on the type of defect?
Yes.
And you were also asked about this, I think you were specifically asked, was this sweater, if, you know, the cut across the sweater. Do you know if the sweater was actually cut or if it was torn?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know if that sweater was cut? Do you know if the sweater was torn?
I don't.
Do you know if the sweater was ripped?
I don't.
So do you have any idea how any of the defects in the clothes appeared? How they came, you know, to appear in the clothes?
No.
And you also were asked about some different items of evidence in Exhibit 203. Have you watched any of these squad cameras?
No.
So do you know if any of these discs have anything of evidentiary value?
I don't.
You just place them in evidence?
Yes.
And are you familiar with how the squad cameras work with the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Do you guys have body cameras?
No.
So a squad camera, does it only depict what's in front of the squad as it's positioned?
Yes.
So if you're parked outside the building, facing the building, it's only going to show you the building, is that right?
Correct.
I have nothing else.
Any recross?
Briefly, Judge, regarding the recordings, there's audio recordings on the Dunn County squad cams, correct?
There is.
And the device that records the audio is on the officer's person, agreed?
It should be, yes.
And so if a officer gets out of their squad and is out of view of the video recording, there still may be audio that's recorded, agreed?
There may be. It kind of depends on the distance. If you go out of range, then it would cut out audio. As long as you're in range, you would have audio.
And do you know what the range is?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, but there's often, you've looked at your own squad, recordings in other cases, right?
Yes.
It's not unusual, again, because you, in your experience, to get out of the car, to walk 20, 30 feet away and the audio to still pick up. Agreed?
Yes.
All right. Just briefly about, and we don't need to go to the evidence, I want to ask you about that shirt, okay? I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 640. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
And if I recall, you pointed out some mud on the shirt, and is it in this area here in the front left portion of the shirt is the person who's wearing it?
Yes.
Near the midline?
Yes.
And then there's some also on the front right as the person's wearing it near the large defect?
Yes.
That's the area where the mud is that right?
There is some further down as well. It's the red button.
The red button, yeah.
There is some down in this area as well. So
Okay.
Here, a little bit here. It's not as prominent as up here.
And as you pointed that out, just so we can all see with our eyes, but I want to make sure it's clear, you were taking the red pointer and going down the midline near the button-up portion of it, correct?
Yes.
And then you extended it over as we got farther down to about the second to the last button to the right side as the person wears it. There's some more what appears to be perhaps mud. Agreed?
Yes.
Now, if somebody were wearing that shirt underneath a sweater that had just been cut open, would you agree that the areas where the mud is visible on the shirt, if the sweater got cut open, would be exposed to the elements?
It's possible, just depends on the positioning of that sweater.
It depends on how tight the sweater may have been on the person, correct?
Yes.
Because if the sweater was really tight and then it got cut, it might open wide open, correct?
Possibly.
Because the tension would then pull it apart. Agreed?
It's possible.
All right. Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant Tay. I believe are you planning to recall Sergeant Tay, or is he released?
He's released.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant.
SSAWOBLER.
Where do you work?
I work at the State Crime Lab in Wausau,
How long have you worked there?
9.5 years.
What's your current role?
I'm a fingerprint and footwear examiner,
How long have you worked in that role?
9.5 years.
So the entire time you've been with the crime lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 335, sorry. Once you have a chance to identify what that is, please let me know.
This is my statement of qualifications.
And what's contained in your statement of qualifications, just generally?
My position, my duties, any education and training that I've attended.
And the document in front of you, 335, that's an accurate and reasonably up-to-date copy of that statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
I'd move Exhibit 335 into evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 335 will be received. Briefly, if you could just talk about the training, or let's start with education that you have that qualifies you for your position at the crime lab.
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and as well as a bachelor's degree in forensic science with a minor in chemistry, both obtained from the University of Findlay in Ohio.
So as it relates to the case that you're here for today, you did some fingerprint potential analysis, correct?
Yes.
So let's focus on that part of your employment and your training. What specific trainings do you have that qualify you for that type of work?
I have approximately 2 years of on-the-job training with the state of Wisconsin at the crime lab. And then also I attend I attend conferences and other trainings provided by other experts within the field.
Can you explain the process for processing an item for fingerprint analysis?
It depends on the item. There's various processes that can be used. If it's a paper item, there's certain processes that I'll follow. If it's a non-porous item such as a plastic bag or a cell phone, I will use different processes. There's different processes for like blood impressions. So it just depends on the item.
In this case, what was the item that you were processing for potential fingerprint analysis?
It was the exterior area of a vehicle.
And can you describe generally the process that you used in this case?
On this case, I did a visual exam of the vehicle, and then depending on some of the areas, I used one type of processing for a blood impression on a dark surface and used another blood process on the lighter surfaces.
Starting with the dark surface, could you explain what process you used?
It's called acid yellow 7. It's a dye stain that fluoresces under a certain wavelength, and it's good on dark surfaces.
And what are you looking for in that process?
Any impressions that may be in blood that will fluoresce.
Could you please describe the second process you used for the lighter surface?
The second process is amido black. It's also a dye stain used for blood impressions. It works better on lighter surfaces because the color is like a blue-black.
So in this case, you processed a car, and that was done at the Wausau Crime Lab, correct?
Yes.
Who asked, and that was at the request of Katie Hoffmeyer?
Yes.
Is that the supervisor at the lab?
She is currently.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? You may. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 655 as well as Exhibit 336. We'll start with Exhibit 655. Do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, it's the receipt of physical evidence from the crime lab that I completed.
And does that contain descriptions and locations of the different areas that you processed for potential fingerprint analysis?
No.
What does that contain?
This contains areas that I swabbed for DNA of possible blood.
And can you describe that process that you follow?
On the vehicle, I did the visual exam and then did what's called a phenolphthalein test. It's a presumptive test for the possible presence of blood. I do a positive control and a negative control to ensure that it is working. And then swabbed 6 areas that I tested. I tested 6 areas with the phenolphthalein. And they all were positive for the possible presence of blood. So then I did a wet swab of that blood area.
And what is the purpose of doing a wet swab of that area?
Just to be able to pick up any of the possible blood.
And so in this case, the vehicle was identified as item B, is that correct?
Yes.
And then there were corresponding numbers that are associated with each of those different areas that you collected a swab from, is that right?
Yes.
And is that what's contained on Exhibit 655?
Yes.
And that's B30 through 35, is that correct?
B30 through 35 are the laboratory item designations that the swabs were given.
And those correspond with different marker numbers, correct?
Yes.
Could you just give a description generally of item, starting with B30 going through B35, explaining where the swab was taken from and what the associated marker number is?
Judge, if it's helpful, we have no objection to Exhibit 655, nor its publication.
All right, state offering Exhibit 655?
Yes, I'll move that and ask to publish it by putting it on the Elmo.
All right, Exhibit 655 will be received and you may publish.
And that's the list from B30 to B35, correct?
Yes.
And is that an accurate list of the different areas that were swabbed,
Yes.
including their marker numbers and associated item number, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And then looking at Exhibit 336, what areas were processed and processed for potential friction ridge detail?
The area of the vehicle that was processed was the exterior rear driver's side door area and window.
And when you use the term friction ridge detail, I think I used it there, but what does that term mean?
Friction ridge detail is, typically it's considered a fingerprint, but it's the pattern that makes up the fingerprint, and it's actually found on the whole palm surface of the hand as well as the sole of your feet.
How many areas on the vehicle did you process for that analysis?
I believe there were 11 areas that I scaled.
What were you able to compare any of those different areas?
No.
And what was the reason for that?
The areas that I had photographed, I did analysis of the friction ridge detail, and it was determined not to be suitable for any comparisons.
And does that mean that there's just not enough quality or detail?
Correct.
And what would you, if there was enough, what would you be comparing them with potentially?
Any known standards.
And what do you mean by any known standard?
A known standard is a known record of an individual's fingerprints or palm prints. So depending on who was listed on the case, and what standards were available, I could compare those.
The fact that there isn't a standard or a sample suitable for comparison, does that mean that nobody's ever touched that area or that object?
No.
What are some different factors that affect the ability to gather a standard that's suitable for comparison?
There's different factors. Some can be environmental if an item has been left out in rain, snow, sun. Some individuals just don't leave good impressions, friction ridge detail, depending on what residues might be present either on the item or on the individual's hands, or how an item is handled. They could all affect whether or not prints are left or even suitable.
And Exhibit 336, that's the report you created for this case, correct?
Yes.
And that contains the information you've already testified to, that there wasn't any friction ridge detail suitable for comparison, correct?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 336 into evidence.
Any objection?
Oh, Your Honor.
Exhibit 336 will be received.
And that's all I have, thank you.
Cross-examination?
Yes, please. Is it Wobbler?
Wobbler.
Ms. Wobbler, I have some questions about the swabs that you took, okay? That was on Exhibit 655, which was previously displayed for the jury, right?
Yes,
And that's where you played a role other than the fingerprint analyst, is that right?
correct.
So sometimes your role is also to take swabs of a vehicle or other pieces of evidence, right?
Yes,
And you're looking to see if you're following direction generally from somebody else?
yes.
Do you have any discretion on your own to say, hey, I want to take a swab of this area because I think it would be valuable or relevant or anything along those lines? Or do you-
Yes, it's case dependent.
Okay.
Item dependent.
And it, imagine, depends upon what you know, if anything, about the case, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, you can't decide what's relevant or what's not relevant if you don't know some of the background about the case, agreed?
Possibly.
Can you imagine any way in which you'd be able to determine what's relevant, what's not relevant if you don't know anything about the case?
I mean, typically don't need to know about the case, but if there's a request for touch DNA or latent print processing, then I can just do that.
Okay, so, touch DNA, what's touch DNA?
It's just well, I'm not a DNA analyst, number one. So, basically.
Stop me for a second.
Okay.
You swab for touch DNA?
I do, yes.
Okay, so tell us about what you know about touch DNA.
Basically, if an item is handled, DNA can also be left as well as any fingerprints. And so if there's a request for DNA and latent prints, then I can swab the item prior to latent print processing.
Okay, so and again, this is broad strokes, but if you're trying to determine if somebody was in a particular spot, or at least their DNA was in a spot, one way you can do it is to swab a reddish-brown stain to see if that is, whose DNA that is in the blood, right?
Yes?
Another way is, as you've talked about, is to look for ridge detail, what is commonly called fingerprint evidence, right?
Yes.
And another way is to look for this touch DNA that just gets transferred from our skin cells, is that right?
Yes.
So sometimes there doesn't need to be an actual red or brown stain or a fluid. You could just take a swab to see if somebody's skin cells got transferred onto that piece of evidence, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, you didn't do any touch DNA swabs, did you?
No.
So the front part of the inside of the vehicle, you didn't swab anything on the driver's side window to see if there was touch DNA there, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the driver's side inside door to see if there's any touch DNA there, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the steering wheel of the vehicle where somebody would put their hands if they were operating the motor vehicle for touch DNA, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the keys. This was an old car that had actual keys that you stick in the ignition and turn, do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. You didn't swab any keys?
No.
You didn't swab a key fob?
No.
You didn't swab on seats when you're sitting in a car and you want to move the seat forward or back, there's that seat leveler, are you familiar with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you didn't swab that area on this driver's side seat to see who, if anybody, may have put touch DNA onto that seat position, did you?
No.
You didn't swab the dash of the vehicle for
No.
touch DNA? You didn't swab the radio?
Judge, I'm going to object. He asked if she swabbed anything, and she said no.
Okay, I'm going to sustain, it's cumulative.
So you didn't swab anything at all in the car for touch DNA? That's my last question on touch.
No.
Okay. And that was because you got no directions about it, correct?
I'm sorry?
Nobody gave you directions to do that, agreed?
Correct. I was just processing a certain area for latent prints.
And you were processing a certain area for latent prints because that's what somebody told you to do, right?
They requested, yes.
There's often in your line of work communication between your lab and the prosecution team, is there not?
Yes, sometimes.
Yeah. It can sometimes come directly from the district attorney or the attorney general's office to say, go and look for this item. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And sometimes it comes from an investigator who's working on the case as part of the prosecution team, right?
Correct.
And that investigator or attorney will give you direction to say, here's an issue in the case, go look to see if you can find touch DNA or fingerprint analysis or some other DNA. Agreed?
Yes.
You've had, item B was the Ezra McCandless's car, is that right?
It was a vehicle. I don't know whose it was.
Okay, and that was in the custody there at your crime lab for days, if not weeks?
I don't know how long it was there.
Okay. Was there, you'd said you'd scaled 11 areas for friction ridge detail, is that right?
There were 11 areas that I scaled, yes. I don't know that all had friction ridge detail. I believe a couple of them were swipes that looked like there might be a potential.
Okay. And so your scaling of these 11 areas, is that a day's worth of work?
Just scaling those, it depends. I mean, because some scales were added after some processing. So,
How long did that take you?
I would have to refer to my notes. I would say at least 2 days.
Okay. And then the 6 swabs that you did do that are marked on Exhibit 655, how long does that take you to process those 6 swabs?
I don't know that I could put a time on it, but it would not take more than a day.
Okay. Was there any limit that was put on you as to how many areas you could scale or swab?
Not a limit, I was just requested for that certain area of the vehicle.
Okay. And what you're here to tell the jury is the work that you did, you were not able to find any suitable area for friction ridge detail, is that right?
Correct.
That's all, thanks.
Any redirect?
Very brief, Judge. The swabs that you did take, B30 through 35, what is that packaged in once you pull them off the item?
They are packaged in a breathable cardboard swab box and then packaged in a sealed envelope
And then where are they stored?
in the main evidence room.
And then eventually, depending on different requests, could they be sent somewhere for analysis?
Yes.
Who has access to the main evidence room?
Any laboratory employee with a key.
But is it a secured area within the lab?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Any requests?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Kevin Scott. My last name is spelled S-C-O-T-T.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long have you been employed as a DNA analyst for the State Crime Lab?
I have been there for about 6.5 years.
And were you working at the crime lab in the spring, summer, and into the fall and winter of 2018?
Yes, I was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Scott, I've handed you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 337. Could you tell us what that is?
Yes, Exhibit 337 is a copy of my statement of qualifications, which is a document that the crime lab puts out that's similar to a resume or a CV.
All right. And that lists what your duties are at the crime lab?
Yes, it does.
All right. It also lists some of your educational background, some of the training that you've undergone as it relates to your specific area of responsibility at the crime lab.
Yes, it does.
All right. Move at Exhibit 337, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, 337.
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 337 will be received.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Scott, I've now handed you Exhibit 338. Can you tell us what Exhibit 338 is?
So Exhibit 338 is a copy of my CV that I prepared.
And your CV or your curriculum vitae is a listing of, again, your specific educational background, your qualifications to perform work as it relates to DNA. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Let's talk about that a little bit. What is your educational background?
So I received a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry from UW-Madison.
And when was that?
I graduated in spring of 2011.
Right. And can you describe a little bit of your training and your background as it relates to DNA analysis?
Yes, so when I was hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training at the lab that covers every aspect of DNA analysis that the lab uses. In addition, I receive a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year.
And is some of that training and experience listed in the pages 1 through 3 of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 338 at this point.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 338 will be received.
All right, so DNA, can you give us an idea what DNA is?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our body, and we inherit DNA from our parents. Half of our DNA comes from our mother, and half comes from our father.
And is my DNA different from your DNA?
Yes, it is, with the exception of identical twins or identical siblings who will share the same DNA. Any two people's DNA will be different.
All right, even my brother and me would be different?
Yes, that would. Related individuals do have a higher likelihood of sharing more DNA, but there should be differences between siblings.
All right. And is the DNA the same in my body no matter where it comes from? For example, if you take a sample of my, head or my feet, is it going to be the same?
Yes, it is. So your DNA will be the same regardless of the source of where that DNA comes from. So the DNA in your blood will be the same as the DNA in your skin and the DNA in your mouth. So this allows us to make comparisons between different sources of DNA regardless of which bodily fluid it may come from.
All right. If you're trying to find DNA on a sample, does the method of trying to find the DNA from vary depending on the type of material that sample might be on?
Yes, it is. Two common methods that DNA is collected are by swabs or by cuttings. So a swabbing is essentially taking an oversized Q-tip and rubbing it against an item of evidence, attempting to transfer any DNA that might be on the item onto that swab. And then we use that swab for further analysis. In addition, we can, if it's like a fabric type material, we can just take a cutting out of that item and then process that cutting for DNA.
All right. And are you familiar with what are known as buccal swabs or buccal samples?
Yes, a buccal swab is a swab of the inside of somebody's cheek, and we use that as a DNA standard. So we would process this buccal swab in the same way that we would process any other item of evidence and obtain a DNA profile from that. We then use that DNA profile as that individual's DNA profile, and we will use that to make comparisons to profiles that we obtain from items of evidence.
So if you have a live individual who you want to obtain a sample of their DNA, is that the most typical method of obtaining a sample is by using a buccal swab?
Yes, it is.
Right. If you have a deceased individual, like we did in this case with Mr. Woodworth, what is the typical method of trying to find a known standard from someone who is deceased?
We often use dried blood standards, so somebody's blood is taken and placed on a card and allowed to dry, and then we use that blood as a standard from that individual.
All right, and we heard a little bit with the last witness about touch DNA. Can you explain a little bit about what touch DNA is?
Yeah, so touch DNA refers to any DNA that might be left behind on an object after that object is handled by an individual. It's thought to be from skin cells that are rubbed off and left behind on that object.
So if someone handles something, are you always going to be able to recover a sample of their DNA from their touching an item?
No, not always. There are a number of factors that can influence how much DNA is transferred, if any at all. Some of these factors might be the length of contact. So I would expect an object that is regularly handled by an individual to have more of that individual's DNA on it than an object that is just briefly touched once. In addition, environmental factors can affect how much DNA is present on an object when we examine it. For example, if an object is left outside in the elements, it's possible that some DNA may degrade or be washed off if it's a rainy environment. And then finally, there is different individuals do tend to leave different amounts of DNA on objects.
All right. Now, in this case, did you have, actually, let's go, just a couple more quick questions about policies and procedures. What, as of the time that was involved in this case, what was the procedures used for testing for DNA in the state crime lab? I mean, what test did you use?
So the type of DNA analysis that we perform in our lab is called STR DNA analysis. So what we do is if we receive an item of evidence, we would first examine that item of evidence to see if there are any biologic materials on that item, such as blood, semen, or saliva. These biological materials tend to contain a large amount of DNA, or they are good sources of DNA. And then we would attempt to extract DNA from those biological materials or from any other source of DNA, such as skin cells from touched items. Extracting DNA essentially just means attempting to release any DNA that is present in cells that are on that item. At that point, we can quantify how much DNA is present. When we do this, we can quantify how much total human DNA is present in addition to how much male DNA is present, which can help us decide further testing. At this point, we perform a process called PCR, which stands for polymerase chain reaction. And this is a process in which we make many copies of any DNA that might be present. This is because the amount of DNA that's present on an item when we first receive it is relatively low, so our instruments would not be able to detect it. So we use this PCR process to make many, many, many copies for our instruments to be able to detect. And when we make these copies, we actually don't make copies of the entire strand of DNA. We target specific locations that we use for our testing. And these locations are the STRs, which STR stands for short tandem repeat and is essentially just short repeating chunks of DNA at these locations that we test for. So different people can have a different number of repeats. So for example, at one location, I might have 14 repeats, or somebody else might have 18 repeats. And these number of repeats is what we use to determine somebody's DNA profile. So when I refer to a DNA profile, that's essentially a list of numbers that correspond to the number of repeats at each location within your DNA that we test for.
And when you're comparing then your known sample, which may be a buccal swab, it may be the dried blood standard, do you then compare the number of repeats at each one of the sites that you look for with the number of repeats on your unknown sample that you're testing against?
Yes, we do.
All right. And if they are all the same, then that tells you that it's that same individual.
Yep, so when we make a comparison, what we do is we develop a DNA profile from an item of evidence, and we compare that profile to the profile that we develop from somebody's buccal swab standard or from the dried blood standard. If those two profiles match, we can say that this profile is consistent with this particular evidentiary profile. So at that point, that can mean one of two things. It can either mean that it matches because it's that person's DNA, or it could possibly match because it's somebody else's DNA, but they just so happen to share the exact DNA profile of the person that we are comparing against. So in order to help us determine how likely it is that somebody else might have the same DNA profile, we perform a statistical analysis on that evidentiary DNA profile in order to estimate roughly how rare or how common that profile might be in the general population. So when we perform the statistical analysis, if we find that that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, with 7 trillion being approximately 1,000 times the world's population, if it's more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, we will simply state that this person is the source of that DNA profile.
If it's less than 1 in 7 trillion, what are you able to tell us then?
We will then report out that that profile is consistent, and then we will state what the actual statistic would be.
All right. And those processes that you've discussed, are those generally accepted by people in the scientific community as a means of assessing whether or not a profile is consistent with the individual and if they're the source of that profile?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, in this case, did you receive a number of separate submissions or items to test for DNA?
Yes, I did.
And how many did you receive?
How many submissions?
Yes.
How
many sets of submissions?
Yep, so I prepared 3 reports in this case.
And so there were 3 sets of items that you received, differing numbers of items that to be tested with each submission?
Yes, that's correct.
Back to Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Scott, I've handed you 3 documents, those being exhibits number 339, 554, and 555. Can you tell me what those 3 documents are?
Yes, these 3 documents, exhibits 339, 554, and 555, are copies of the 3 DNA reports that I authored in this case.
And do those reports contain a summary of all of your findings relating to each of these sets of submissions that you received?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm going to move the admissions of exhibits 339, 554, and 555. As it relates to 554, that's subject to the discussions that we've had as it relates to that item.
All right, any objection, again, subject to those discussions? Mr. Nelson?
Yes, but there's similar discussions, and we can do that at a later time. So it's more about publication and or redaction than the actual reports.
All right, well, the court will receive exhibits 339, 554, and 555, subject to previous rulings by the court with respect to those reports.
All right, let's start with exhibit 339. Is that your report dated June 15th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
All right. You tested a number of items as part of that submission. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. I want to start with, first off, how does the crime lab designate items when they're received in to the crime lab?
Yes, so when the crime lab first receives a case, we assign that case a crime lab case number. This crime lab case number is W18-603. And then each item of evidence that is submitted under this case will receive an item letter designation. So the first item would be item A, the second item would be item B, and so on.
Okay. And so let's start with this one then. First item that we're going to talk about, and the first item that you have, DNA results that you talk about, that I want to talk about is item B1. Do you see that item on there?
Yes.
And item B1 related to if I understand it, a swab that was from a marker number 1 on a car, correct?
Yes, item B1 was described as a swab of reddish-brown stain from the exterior rear driver's side door at marker 1.
All right. If we can turn on the screen with my computer, please. Just so that everybody is looking at the same thing. So marker 1 is displayed on there. This is the area where that swabbing took place from. Is that correct?
I was not present for the swabbings. I only examined the swab when I received it.
But it was marker 1 on the exterior of the vehicle, correct?
That's what the item was described as,
Right.
yes.
And
I apologize, can we just, is that an exhibit? Can we just?
yes, this is Exhibit 94.
Thank you.
Thank you. And by the way, did you have a number of known standards that you tested as well as part of this?
I had received 4 standards from 4 different individuals in this case.
All right, and those 4 individuals were who?
That was Ezra McCandless, Alexander Woodworth, Joshane Carlin, and Jason Mengel.
And Joshane Carlin, the defendant Ezra McCandless, and Jason Mengel were buccal swabs,
Yes, that's correct.
and Alexander Woodworth was a dried blood standard.
That's correct.
Were you able to extract a DNA profile from the swabbing from evidence marker 1, which you labeled as B, which was labeled by the crime lab as B1?
Yes, I was.
And did you do any other testing besides just testing for DNA as it relates to that swabbing?
Yes, I did. I also performed a presumptive test for the possible presence of blood on this item.
And what did the presumptive test tell you about that item?
So I performed what we refer to as a presumptive test that would indicate the possible presence of blood. We refer to this as a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could induce a positive result even if blood is not present. But if I obtain a positive result, I would state that a presumptive test indicated the possible presence of blood on that item. If I got a negative result, I would conclude that blood is not present or it was not detected.
And what were the results of the presumptive test for blood on that item?
So I had a positive result on item B1.
And were you able to extract DNA from item B1?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to perform a statistical analysis on that DNA sample?
Yes, so I did obtain human DNA from item B1. I proceeded to develop a DNA profile in the manner that I had described previously. I obtained a female DNA profile, and when I compared that profile to the standards that I received in this case, I found that it was consistent with the profile from Ezra McCandless, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
And again, that means that it is more rare than what?
Yes, so the statistical analysis showed that that evidentiary profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals.
Let's move on to item B4. We can turn off the screen for the moment, which was a coat. Were you able to obtain any, can you tell us what you did with that coat first off?
Yep, so this was a coat that was reportedly recovered from the rear driver's side at marker 4. This was a dark colored wool type coat, I believe, and when I examined it, there was a large amount of reddish brown staining consistent in appearance with blood. I attempted to test 3 different areas of the staining. One was in the front around the armpit area, I believe. One was in the interior rear collar area, and one was a small faint stain on one of the sleeves. In addition to those stains, I also took a swabbing of the interior cuff area of the coat, attempting to obtain DNA from anybody who may have been wearing the coat.
All right. And what can you tell us about, first off, the 3 swabbings of the stains that you observed on the coat?
Yep, so I attempted to obtain a DNA, or I attempted to extract DNA from all 3 of those swabbings. One of the swabbings, the swab from the sleeve of the coat, I did not detect enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did not attempt to obtain a DNA profile from that swabbing.
All right. How about the swabbing of the stain by the left armpit? What can you tell us about that stain?
So that swabbing, I obtained a male DNA profile. That profile is consistent with the profile that I developed from Alexander Woodworth, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Were you also able to determine, and did you do that presumptive test for blood on that swabbing?
Yes, I did, and that test was positive.
All right. How about the swabbing from the interior collar of the coat, that stain?
Yep, so that swabbing, I also obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And were you also able to do that presumptive test for blood on that swabbing as well?
Yes, and that test was positive.
And you said you also swabbed the interior sleeve cuff of that coat?
Yes, I did, and in that, for that swabbing, I was attempting to obtain any DNA from any individuals who may have been wearing the coat. I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 3 individuals. So in this particular profile, there was DNA present from at least 3 different individuals, and that included at least 1 male contributor. One of these individuals contributed more DNA to the mixture than anybody else, and I was able to determine a major male contributor profile. So when I say a major contributor, simply the profile from that one individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. I was able to make comparisons between the standards that I received in this case to that major male contributor profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributors to that DNA profile?
No, I did not. The minor component is too low level for an accurate or reliable comparison, so I was unable to make any comparisons to that minor component of the mixture, which is the contribution of DNA from the lesser individuals, or the individuals who contributed a lesser amount of DNA to the mixture.
Next item I want to talk about, or the next swabbing I want to talk about, is the one that is designated as B11. Where did that purportedly come from, according to your reports?
Item B11 was a swab of reddish-brown stain from the interior rear driver's side door at marker 8.
All right, if we can switch the computer, I would like to show Exhibit 107 here. So we're seeing marker 8 here. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So item B11, I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from that item, and I did obtain a mixture of DNA from 2 individuals from this swab. In this particular mixture, I did not call a major contributor, so one individual did not contribute a significantly more amount of DNA than anybody else. So I was able to make a comparison to the entire mixture.
And what can you tell us about that entire mixture as far as the DNA?
So I concluded that Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture profile. And then similarly to single source profiles with mixture profiles, we also perform a statistical analysis. And my analysis concluded that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual that can be included as one of the possible contributors to that mixture is approximately 1 in 198 trillion.
Let's move on to B22. You can actually leave it up. I'm going to be going through pictures for a number of these now. What was item B22?
Item B22 was a swab of reddish-brown stain from the interior rear passenger side door at marker 22.
All right. And I'm going to be displaying here now exhibit number 120, which shows us marker 22. What can you tell us about the swabbing from that particular marker number?
So the swab, I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I attempted to obtain a DNA profile from this item B22, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move on to item B25. What was item B25 related to?
Item B25 was reportedly a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the center of the steering wheel at marker 31.
All right. And I'm going to display exhibit 131 now, council. Let's see marker 31. What can you tell us about that particular DNA profile, or that particular swab?
So item B25, I also performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And let's move on to B28. What was B28?
So B28 was a folding knife that stated Wisconsin National Guard, and that was reportedly recovered from the trunk at marker 36.
All right, I'm going to display exhibit 135 here, council. All right, so we see marker 36 and a folding knife. What can you tell us about, what did you do with that item? This wasn't a swab, you actually received the item itself?
That's correct.
What did you do with that?
So I took a swabbing of the blade of this knife in addition to a swabbing of the handle of the knife.
Right.
I then tested those swabs for blood, and both of those tests were negative.
So there was no blood on that item?
I reported that blood was not detected on this item.
All right. And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from, let's start with the blade?
Yes, I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals from the swabbing of the blade of the Wisconsin National Guard folding knife. That included at least 1 low-level male contributor. In this mixture, I was able to determine a major female contributor profile, which is again the DNA profile from that 1 female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. I then concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
Were you able to find out anything about the minor contributor to that knife?
No, I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor component of this knife.
Why not?
The minor component is too low level for us to make an accurate or reliable comparison.
All right, and you said you also swabbed the handle of that knife, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what can you tell us about the swab of the handle of that knife?
So I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 3 individuals from the swabbing of the handle of the knife. That included at least 1 male contributor. However, I was unable to make any comparisons to this mixture profile.
And why is that?
there's a limited amount of genetic information available, which is just saying that there wasn't enough information there, or the data was too low for me to make any reliable comparisons.
All right. Let's move on to item B29. What was B29 purportedly?
B29 was another knife. I described it as a serrated steak knife, and it was reportedly recovered from the trunk at marker 37.
All right. So we're showing the item with marker 37. Is that the knife that you obtained and had to work with?
It does appear to be so, yes.
All right.
What's that exhibit number?
That, I'm sorry, is Exhibit 134. Thank you, Counsel. What can you tell us about what you did with that knife?
So I, again, took a swabbing of the blade and the handle of this knife, two separate swabbings of the blade and the handle. I performed a test for blood, and both of those tests were negative, so I reported that blood was not detected on this item, or on this knife.
And were you able to obtain any usable DNA profiles from either of those swabbings?
No, I was not. There was, due to the lack of DNA detected, so I did not detect enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did not attempt to obtain DNA profiles from these swabbings.
All right. Let's move on to what is designated as item D, as in dog. What can you tell us about that item?
Item D was a left boot. It was like a leather type boot that was covered in mud.
And did it have a particular marker number that was associated with it?
It probably did. I don't have that information in front of me, though.
All right. Let me show you an image here. Does this appear to be the boot that you were talking about?
It does appear so, yes.
All right. And that is Exhibit 73, Counsel. What can you tell us about that boot and what you did with that boot?
So I examined this boot, looking for any areas of reddish-brown staining that might be consistent in appearance with blood. I did observe one area of staining on the side of the boot, and I performed, I took a swabbing of that area of blood, or of possible blood, and I performed a test for blood. Now, this particular test is not our presumptive test that we were talking about. This is what we refer to as a confirmatory test, which does identify blood, and this test was positive. So I reported that blood was identified on this boot.
All right. And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that swabbing, or from that boot?
Yes, I was. So the swabbing of the reddish-brown staining on the side of the boot, I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And did you do that from a swab, or did you have to actually take a cutting from that boot?
So the reddish-brown staining was a swab of the boot.
Okay.
In addition, I did take a swabbing and a cutting of the interior of the boot, attempting to obtain DNA from somebody who may have been wearing it.
I'm sorry?
I took a swabbing and a cutting of the interior of this boot, attempting to obtain DNA from anybody who may have been wearing the boot.
And were you able to make any determinations from the interior of the boot?
Yep, so the the swabbing of the interior of the boot, I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 4 individuals, and I was unable to make any comparisons to that mixture. I then took a cutting of the interior of the boot and obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 3 individuals, and in this cutting I was able to determine a major female contributor profile, which is, again, that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
All right, so to summarize, the area where you confirmed blood was Alexander Woodworth and the interior was the defendant?
The interior major contributor, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you for that correction. Let's go on to item E. What was item E?
Item E was a right boot that appeared similar in appearance to the left boot.
And we're going to move to Exhibit 74 now. Does this appear to be the boot that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Right, it does appear to be, so.
And what did you do when you received that boot that is shown on Exhibit 74?
So I again examined this boot looking for the presence of any reddish-brown staining. I did observe an area of reddish-brown staining that you can see in the photo there on the heel. That reddish-brown staining appeared to be mostly caked into the vegetation and mud that's on the boot. But I did take a swabbing of that reddish-brown staining. I again performed that confirmatory test for blood, and that test was positive, so I reported that blood was identified on this boot. I then obtained a male DNA profile from that swabbing of the reddish-brown staining, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. And did you also do anything to try and determine anything from the interior of that boot?
Yes, I did. I took a swabbing and a cutting of the interior of this boot as well. However, both the swabbing and the cutting, I obtained mixtures of DNA from at least 4 individuals, but I was unable to make any comparisons to these mixtures.
Was that true for both the swabbing and the cutting?
Yes, it is.
All right. Item F. What was item F?
Item F was some vegetation with a reddish-brown stain. It was like little leaves and bits of twigs, whatever you would find on the ground in like a wooded area.
All right. And was that from what appears to be evidence marker 9?
I believe it was, yes.
All right. And let's go to, this will be Exhibit 77, Council. So we have evidence marker 9 here that we are observing. What can you tell us about that situation? What did you actually receive?
So I just received an envelope with some of the vegetation in it that had reddish-brown staining on it. I tested a little piece of the reddish-brown staining with our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then took a small sample of that reddish-brown staining for DNA analysis, and I developed a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Right. And next item is item G, which is labeled as a cigarette butt. What can you tell us about that one?
Yep. So this was a cigarette butt. I took a cutting from.
And if we just take a second, was that designated as evidence marker 10?
I believe so, yes.
All right. So we have, this is exhibit number 78, Council. Does that look like the cigarette butt that you received? I imagine cigarette butts look pretty much the same.
Exactly, it looks like a cigarette butt.
All right. So what can you tell us about that? What were you able to do with that cigarette butt?
So I took a cutting of the filter paper around the end of the cigarette butt that might be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a male DNA profile from this cigarette butt, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. And what about item H? What was item H?
Item H was another cigarette butt. I believe it was marker 11.
All right. And we'll move to exhibit 79 here, Council. All right. What can you tell us about that cigarette butt that was found at marker 11?
So I, again, took a cutting of the end of the cigarette butt that may be in somebody's mouth. I obtained a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. I was able to determine a major male contributor and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major male contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributor to that particular sample?
No, I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor contributor.
And was that because of the lack of, there was insufficient DNA to do the testing again?
Yes, there's a limited amount of genetic information available, yes.
All right. What is item I?
Item I was some more vegetation with a reddish-brown stain.
And is that found at evidence marker 12?
I believe so.
Okay. This will be exhibit 80, council. So here we have a photo of that, evidence marker 12. What did you actually receive there?
So I received an envelope full of, again, like leaves and twigs that had a reddish-brown stain on it, or reddish-brown staining. I took a small sample of that reddish-brown staining and performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then obtained a male DNA profile from that reddish-brown staining, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And what is item J?
Item J was a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the side of a trailer.
And that would have been at marker 13?
I believe so.
All right. This will be exhibit 82, council. All right. So we have marker 13 up there now. What were you able to tell us about the swabbing that you received from marker 13?
So I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood on this swab, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of this DNA.
I want to move on to an item of evidence that we have here. So this is exhibit 223, which should correspond to your evidence item L. What was evidence item L?
Item L was a shirt that was reportedly recovered from Ezra McCandless. It was a blue and white plaid type button-down shirt.
Scott, does this appear to be the shirt that was item L?
It does appear to be so, yes. Could I see the tag?
Yes.
Yes, that does look like a tag that I placed on the item.
Right. And it says L on it?
Yes, it does, with my initials and date.
All right. So, with that shirt, what did you do with this shirt to test it?
So I examined that shirt looking for the presence of any reddish-brown staining that may be consistent in appearance with blood. There were numerous areas of reddish-brown staining on this shirt. I chose 4 of these areas to perform DNA analysis on.
Where was the first of those that you swabbed?
So the first was a relatively larger area of reddish-brown staining on the lower front of the shirt.
So that be this area here?
I believe the one that's just above it, actually.
So, right here?
I believe so.
Okay.
I apologize, I can't see
Sure.
that.
That's all right.
Is it marked, or are you just indicating with your hands?
With where my hand is, right there.
Thank you.
All right, so with that area, what did you do?
So I took a swabbing of that area, attempting to transfer any DNA that is present on the shirt material onto my swab. I performed the presumptive test for blood, and that was positive. I then obtained a DNA profile from that swabbing, and I obtained a female DNA profile and concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
All All right. Where was the next swabbing that you took?
So the next swabbing was a reddish-brown stain on the inside portion, just along the, yep, right there.
Right here?
Just
So
along the
if
button
I'm
down here.
looking at it, it looks like the top, just below the top buttonhole on that side?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that swabbing from the interior of the shirt just above, or just below that top, actually vertical buttonhole? Looks like there's a top one that's horizontal, so just below the last vertical buttonhole.
So with this swabbing, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I obtained a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
All right. And what's the next swabbing that you took, or area that you tested on this shirt?
So the next swab was a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the right sleeve of the shirt, the right side being as you wear it.
So where was that swabbing?
I think it was about midway down the sleeve. That looks like it, yeah.
Okay. The council right here where my finger is. If you want to come up and take a look, it's not that huge. Right there. Okay. What's that? The crime lab information. Okay, what can you tell us about the swabbing from that area on the right sleeve? It looks like maybe about a third of the way up towards the back of that sleeve.
So I performed the test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. And I also obtained a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
And for the record, it's right, it looks like it's right next to the seam on that shirt.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so.
And about a third of the way up. Would you say, is that fair?
Yeah, I thought it was more about midpoint, but a third of the way sounds fair.
All right. And was there a fourth swabbing you took from that shirt?
Yes, on the left sleeve cuff, right around the tears.
So, in this area, is this it?
Yep,
here?
right there.
All right. Council, right there.
Thank you.
And for the record, it looks like it's right about at the seam of the cuff, and to the, as you hold it out here, would be to the left of where the cut is?
I believe so.
Okay. What can you tell us about that swabbing on that shirt?
So I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I also obtained a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
Was that all of the swabbings you took from that shirt?
Yes, it is.
The next item that I want to talk about would be item M. What was item M?
Item M was a pair of blue jeans that was reportedly recovered from Ezra McCandless.
Item M, and we'll make sure in just a moment, should correspond to our evidence number 225. So I will unwrap that in a moment. So I see a tag here that says W-603 with an M and then a KAS and 512 of 18. Would that be your tag?
It'd be KRS, which are
KRS,
my
I'm
initials,
sorry,
yes.
can't
But
read.
yes, that is a tag I placed on the item.
And so that's the item that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
All right. What did you do with this item when you received it?
So I again examined this item for the presence of any reddish-brown staining that is consistent with the appearance of blood. There was a large amount of staining on this item, and I chose 3 areas to test for DNA.
Where was the first area?
So the first area was a small reddish-brown stain just below the pocket of the jeans, kind of on the side of the jeans.
Which side? Left or right?
I think it was left.
So just below the pocket.
Maybe not. It'd be near the seam, I think.
What's that?
Near the seam.
See if they hold it up, maybe you can,
Can you rotate it a little more? Back up to you.
You may.
Would I be able to refer to my notes to refresh my
is
memory?
that okay if he refers to his notes to refresh his memory on this?
Sure. Can you just let us know what you're referring to?
Sure. So these are case notes that I prepared when I was examining the item. That these case notes are how we record the results of our testing and like different locations that we test for.
There's, can you designate the page number? I think they're labeled like crime lab with page numbers, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you just designate the page number once you do that, please? Thank you.
So I am looking at page 18 of 312, which are the handwritten page numbers that I put on there. And looks like the stain that I tested for was quite a bit lower than I had remembered. It's about midway or a third of the way down on the left side of the jeans near the seam.
All right, is this the spot we're talking about?
Yes, that does appear to be so.
Council, if you want to... And so my finger, it's about, looks like around a third of the way down and right, just to the right of the seam on the left leg.
It appears to be so, yes.
All right. And what were you able to tell us, what can you tell us about the swab that you took from that location?
So I performed our presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from this swabbing. I obtained a mixture of at least 2 individuals from this swabbing, and that mixture included at least 1 low-level male contributor. I was able to determine a major female contributor profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
Were you able to determine anything about the minor contributor to that?
No, I was not.
All right. What's the next area then that you tested on item M?
So the next area was a large area of dark reddish-brown staining on the right thigh, I believe.
Alright, so that would be, is that this area here?
I believe so.
Right in this area?
I believe so, yes. It was the darkest, or the area of darkest staining in that general area.
Right, looks like just to the right of a large cut on the pants or defect on the pants.
That's correct.
Okay.
Did you point to an area? Can you just point to
Right,
an area again?
this
Yeah.
area here,
Thank you.
That's correct.
where my finger is. Okay, what can you tell us about that area of reddish-brown staining?
So I performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood on the swabbing I took of that reddish-brown staining, and that test was positive. I then obtained a DNA profile from that swab. I detected a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
So the area just to the right of the cut was Alexander Woodworth's DNA.
That's correct.
All right. What's the next area then that you tested for or swabbed on there?
It was another area of staining on the right thigh. It was higher up than that first area of staining,
So is that this area here?
somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay.
So this area appears to be 2-3 inches higher and to the right of the previous stain.
Somewhere around there, yeah. It was a large area of reddish-brown smearing.
Okay. What can you tell us about that?
So I, again, obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood from my swabbing. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals. And that mixture included at least 1 male contributor. And then I was able to make a comparison to the entire mixture, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture profile, with the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual that can be included as a possible contributor to that profile. It would be 1 in 63 trillion.
Okay. Was that all of the swabbings you did on the jeans?
Yes, it is.
Did that cover, and I didn't ask this for the shirt, but I will in a moment, but did that cover all of the areas that you observed first on the jeans that appeared to have reddish-brown stainings?
No, there were multiple areas of reddish-brown staining on both of those clothing items, and I simply chose a representative sampling of areas to test.
And that was true of both of them?
That's correct.
Next item I want to talk about is item O. What was item O?
Item O was a folding knife with EMT on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 233. What can you tell us about that item?
Yep, so this is the EMT folding knife that I examined. It has a tag on there with W18603O, which I placed after my examination.
All right. And is that the EMT folding knife that we were just talking about?
I mean, yeah, it's item O, that's correct.
All right,
Yep.
thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish this on the Elmo, and then I'll ask him some questions relating to it.
All right, go ahead.
All right, and I've got a laser pointer here for you. It's that button right there. So when you received item O, what did you do first?
Yep, so when I received item O, I examined the item for the presence of any reddish-brown staining that may be consistent in appearance with blood. There was nothing obvious on this knife when I received it. There was a large amount of like dried mud or dirt on it. And between that and the color of the knife itself, as you can see, it's a black colored knife. Any reddish-brown staining that was on it did not stand out. There were two areas of darker colored staining that I thought may have been reddish-brown staining. One would have been up in this area of the knife, and another one was on the other side. So imagine the knife flipped around right near that little, I don't know what you call it, the knob. So what I did when I examined this knife is I took 4 different swabbings. The first one was along the edge of the blade of the knife, so the sharp edge of the blade. The second swabbing was a swabbing of the handle area of the knife. The third swabbing was that area of staining that I observed up along here. And the fourth swabbing was that area of staining right in the joint, but on the blade of the knife.
And let's start with, what was the first, I think the first of that swabbing was the edge of the blade?
That's
that you
correct.
talked about. What can you tell us about the swabbing that you took from the edge of that blade?
So I took a swabbing of the edge of the blade, trying to obtain any DNA that might be present on the edge of the blade. I took a small portion of that swab and performed a test for blood. This is our confirmatory test for blood, and that test was positive. So I concluded that blood was identified on the EMT folding knife. I then took the remainder of that swab on for DNA analysis, and I obtained a male DNA profile from the swabbing of the edge of the blade. I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And did you also do you said you did a swab of that area on the side of the blade that we can see that you believed was a reddish-brown stain. What can you tell us about that?
Yep, so that stain, or that swabbing, I also performed our confirmatory test for blood.
I'm sorry, what, is this swab 1, 2,
Sorry,
3, or 4?
Sorry, so to clarify, anytime we take a swabbing, we give a separate item designation, just to keep track of all the swabbings in our reports and notes. The first swabbing was item 01, which was the swabbing of the edge of the blade. The second swabbing that we are referring to now the third swabbing actually is the swabbing of the staining on the blade, which I designated 03, which is that area of darker colored staining that I observed along the edge, or the side of the blade closer to the blunt edge. So that 03 swab, I again performed the confirmatory test for blood, and that test was positive. So I concluded that blood was identified on that swab. I then performed our DNA analysis, and I developed a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that male DNA.
All right, then let's go to swabbing 04. Which swabbing was 04?
Swabbing 04 was that area of staining closer to the joint of the knife, near the knob. That swabbing, I also had a positive result on our confirmatory blood test, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And finally, swabbing 02, which is that the handle swabbing?
Yes, so swabbing 02 is the swabbing of the handle of the knife. I also performed the confirmatory test for blood on that swab, and that test was positive. So I identified blood from that 02 swabbing. I then performed our DNA analysis on the 02 swabbing, and I obtained a mixture of DNA from 2 individuals, which includes at least 1 male contributor. I was able to determine a major male contributor, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that major male contributor DNA. In addition, I was also able to determine a partial minor contributor from this profile, which is the profile from the lesser of the 2 contributors. And I found that that minor contributor profile is consistent with the profile from Ezra McCandless, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that minor contributor DNA.
And are you able to tell from your testing, or is it even possible to determine if both of those contributions came from blood or just one of them came from blood, and if so, which one?
No, I am unable to make that determination. When we perform our DNA testing, we would test all DNA that's present on that item, whether it be from blood or skin cells or any other source of DNA. So I can say that blood was present on that swab. I did identify blood. However, I can't make a determination as to which portion of that mixture the blood played a role in.
All right, and blood could play a role in both.
It could.
To be fair, it could play a role in just one,
That's true, yes.
and we don't know which one.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I don't know if the court wants to take a break now. I'm about to move on to his next report, November 14th. It may be an appropriate time to take a break since it's 10 after 12 now.
All right, we're waiting on lunch. Ready? Okay, lunch has arrived, so this is a good time to break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will reconvene at 1:15 p.m. We'll be in recess. All rise.
Mr. Scott, I want to move on then to what should be Exhibit 554. Is that your report of November 14th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's talk about a number of those. The first item I want to discuss then would be item that you the crime lab designation of B2. What was B2?
Item B2 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the exterior rear driver's side door frame at marker 2.
All right. If we can switch the computer, this will be Exhibit 96, Counsel. All right, so we see marker 2 there. What can you tell us about that swab and what you were able to determine from it?
So the swab, I also performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive, and then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. Crime lab designation B3. What can you tell us about B3?
B3 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the trunk at marker 3.
All right, and this will be Exhibit 97, Counsel. All right, so there we have marker 3 up on the screen. What can you tell us about the swab that came from the area of marker 3?
So item B3, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a female DNA profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that DNA.
All right. And then let's talk about item B10. What can you tell us about item B10?
Item B10 was described as a wad of apparent hairs from the rear driver's side floor at marker 7.
All right, and this is going to be exhibit number 104, Counsel. All right, so we have marker 7 up there. Appears to be a wad of hair there. What can you tell us about that?
So I received this wad of hair. Most of the hairs appeared similar in appearance. They're all like a brown color and a few inches long. I chose 6 of them, basically just plucked 6 of them out to observe them under a stereoscope, which is similar to a microscope. And what I was doing was I was looking for the presence of any root material that might be there.
Why are you looking for root material?
So the type of DNA that we test for is present only in the root material of hairs. It's not present in the shaft of hairs. So when we analyze hairs, what we want to do is observe root material. If root material is present, then we can attempt to obtain a DNA profile. If there is no root material present, then attempting a DNA profile would not work. So we would not choose those hairs for further analysis.
All right. And what were you able to tell us about that hair?
So I looked at 6 of those hairs. 4 of them appeared to have root material, 2 did not. So I took those 4 with root material on for DNA analysis. 2 of them did not obtain, I did not detect enough DNA to warrant further testing on 2 of them. 2 of them did have enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did attempt to obtain a DNA profile from those 2. I obtained a DNA profile from the same female individual from both of those hairs, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of the DNA obtained from the cutting of the root material on those 2 hairs.
And from those, are you able to tell us how long those hairs had been in that location?
No, I'm not.
All right, let's move on to item B12. What can you tell us about item B12?
Item B12 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the interior rear driver's side door at marker 9.
All right, and this will be exhibit 107, counsel. All right, so we see marker 9 there. What can you tell us about the swab from marker 9?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood from this swab, the B12 swab. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I developed a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, and then what can, the next one we can talk about would be item B13. What can you tell us about B13?
So item B13 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the interior rear driver's side door frame at marker 10.
All right, and so we will move to exhibit 109. We see marker 10 there. What can you tell us about B13?
So B13, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, and what about the next one would be B16?
So B16 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the back of the driver's seat at marker 13.
All right, so we have exhibit 112 here. What can you tell us about the stain at marker 13?
So B16, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I then obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And what about then B17?
B17 is a swab of reddish-brown stain on the edge of the seat bottom on the rear driver's side at marker 15.
All right, this will be exhibit 113, counsel. What can you tell us about the swabbing from the stain there at marker 15?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And the next one will be B18. Where was B18 reportedly from?
B18 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the upper interior rear driver's side door frame at marker 16.
All right, so we'll go to exhibit 114, counsel. We see marker 16. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So in item B18, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I developed a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And let's go to B24.
Yep, so B24 was a canvas painting that was reportedly recovered from the front passenger seat at marker 25.
All right. It will be Exhibit 126, Council, showing you, we're now looking at Exhibit 126. Did you actually have the canvas, or did you have just a swab?
I had the actual canvas painting
All
itself.
right. And does this appear to be what we see up on the screen, similar to what you saw on the back of that canvas?
It appears to be so.
All right. What did you do with that?
I took a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the edge of the painting. I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I performed the DNA analysis on that swab, developing a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move to B27. Where was B27 reportedly from?
B27 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain, reportedly from the upper portion of the driver's seat at marker 33.
All right. Exhibit 132 here, Council. So we're seeing marker 33 here. What can you tell us about the analysis of that swab?
So B27, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, let's move to B30. Take a drink, that's fine, I know. A lot of talking. So
All right, so-
B30, where was that purportedly from?
So B30 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B1 on the trim between the front and rear driver's side windows.
We'll move to Exhibit 136 here. We see that area. What can you tell us about that swab?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right. Let's move to B33.
So B33 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B7 below the back window on the driver's side.
All right, this will be Exhibit 142, Council. So we're seeing that area. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So B33, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move to B34.
B34 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B8 on the top above the rear driver's side window.
And here will be Exhibit 140, Council. All right, what can you tell us about that swab?
So B34, I did not obtain enough DNA to warrant further testing, so I did not attempt to obtain a DNA profile.
All right, let's move to B35.
That was B35 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B9 near the rear driver's side tire.
And this will be Exhibit 143, Council. We can see the scale there. What can you tell us about that particular swabbing?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I attempted to obtain a DNA profile. I did obtain a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
That moves us to item U.
What was it?
U.
Item U was a swab of a reddish-brown stain on the side of a trailer.
And that would be at marker 14.
I believe so.
All right. This will be Exhibit 83, Council. All right, so we've got, see, marker 14. What can you tell us about that swabbing?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I did obtain a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals and at least 1 male. I was able to determine a major female contributor, which is that DNA profile from that 1 female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
What about the minor contributor?
And I was unable to make any comparisons to the minor component of that mixture.
Okay. And then let's talk about item V.
Item V was a piece of vegetation with a reddish-brown stain. I think this one was like a leaf that had a reddish-brown stain on it.
And that would have been from marker 15?
I believe so.
All right. Exhibit 88, council. All right, so we see marker 15 here. What can you tell us about that?
So I sampled a portion of that reddish-brown stain for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a positive result. Then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from that reddish-brown staining on the leaf, and I developed a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, we can turn the screen off for a little while. Got a couple other items from that report of November 14th that we're going to talk about. Did you also have what were reported to be on left-hand fingernail clippings and swabbings from the defendant, Ezra McCandless?
Yes, I had a number of items that were reportedly recovered from Ezra McCandless. And to clarify, the fingernail evidence from Ezra McCandless was a couple of small swabs that are used to swab around the fingernails.
And did you test any of those items?
Yes, I did.
What did you test?
You mean all of the items from...
Did you test all of the items from the left hand?
Yes, so we received a number of items that were reportedly recovered from Ezra McCandless. One of those items was reportedly left-hand fingernail evidence, which is a couple of swabs reportedly from the left hand. Another item is the right-hand fingernail evidence.
And did you do anything to test the items that, we'll start with the left-hand fingernail evidence from the defendant?
Yes, I did. I performed the presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then attempted to obtain a DNA profile from that left-hand fingernail evidence, and I obtained a mixture of DNA from 2 individuals. One of those individuals contributed the most DNA, and I was able to determine a major female contributor, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, similar to, I think it was item 8, where you had that mixture that was presumptive for blood, are you able to determine whose DNA contributed to the blood versus whose contributed otherwise, or even if they were both blood?
Correct, that's not something that I can determine.
All right, so you don't know if they were both blood or just one was blood and the other was some other form of DNA, and you can't tell if that's the case, which is which?
Correct.
All right. What about the right-hand fingernail evidence from the defendant?
So the right-hand fingernail evidence, I also obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I attempted to obtain a DNA profile. I did obtain a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals, and I was able to determine a major female contributor. I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that major female contributor DNA. And then similarly, I was also able to determine a minor male contributor profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that minor contributor DNA.
And finally, as it relates to that report, the last thing I want to talk about is some fingernail washings that were purportedly from Alexander Woodworth. Did you receive those as well?
So I received fingernail clippings, reportedly from Alexander Woodworth, one set from the left hand and one set from the right hand. I then took those clippings and I performed a washing of those clippings. So when I say a washing, I essentially added these small fingernail fragments to water, attempting to wash any DNA that might be present on the fingernails off, and then I used that washing for our further DNA analysis.
And did you do one for the right and one for the right hand, or one for the left hand? Or did you just do one washing with all of the fingernail clippings?
Yes, I did separate washings, one for the left-hand fingernail clippings and one for the right-hand fingernail clippings.
And were those designated, as I understand it, AE1 and AE2?
That's correct.
All right. And let's talk about AE1. Which hand was that, and what were you able to obtain as far as any results?
So AE1 was the left-hand fingernail clippings. I tested a small portion from that for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a positive result. I then performed the washing of the clippings, and I attempted to obtain a DNA profile. I did obtain a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And then how about the clippings from AE2?
And AE2 was the right-hand fingernail clippings, reportedly from Alexander Woodworth. I also performed a presumptive test for the possible presence of blood, and that test was positive. I then also attempted to obtain a DNA profile, and I developed a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that male DNA.
All right. That will conclude the questions relating to your report from November 14th of 2018.
Yes, it is.
All right. Let's start with, excuse me, item B14. What did B14 purport to be?
Item B14 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the interior rear driver's side door frame at marker 11.
All right. Okay, so we're seeing, if we can switch back, thank you. Marker 11 we see now. What can you tell us about that swabbing from marker 11?
What's the photo again?
I'm sorry, 111, I think I forgot to say. I apologize.
All right, so item B14, which was from marker 11, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I then also obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
Let's move to item B15.
Item B15 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the back of the driver's seat at marker 12.
All right, we'll move to exhibit 112, counsel. What can you tell us about the swabbing from marker 12?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And let's move to item B19.
So B19 was a swab of a reddish-brown stain reportedly from the upper interior rear driver's side door frame at marker 17.
All right, we'll move to exhibit 114. What can you tell us about that swab?
Marker 17.
114 and marker 17.
All right, so crime lab item B19, which is from marker 17, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, let's move to item B20.
Item B20 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the back of the driver's seat at marker 18.
We'll move to exhibit 117, counsel. All right, so we see marker 18 there. What can you tell us about that swab?
So item B20, which is from marker 18, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
All right, how about B21?
Item B21 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the passenger side rear seat bottom at marker 21.
All right, and I'm going to show actually two exhibits. Let's start with Exhibit 118. I'm showing this one because it shows context. Marker 21 is located on the seat, and then we'll move closer. This is Exhibit 119 then. What can you tell us about marker 21 and item B21?
So item B21, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood, and I also obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
What about item B23?
Item B23 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain from the interior taped opening of the rear driver's side window at marker 24.
All right, we're going to move to Exhibit 123, Council. All right, so we're seeing marker 24 here. What can you tell us about the swab found at marker 24, item B23?
So item B23, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also obtained a male DNA profile and concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA.
And let's talk about item B31.
B31 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B5 above the rear driver's side window.
All right. And this will be Exhibit 138, Council. What can you tell us about that swab from B31?
So B31, I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I then also obtained a partial male profile, and that profile is consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. This is one of those profiles that does not meet that 1 in 7 trillion statistic that we were talking about earlier. So I found that the probability of randomly selecting the observed profile from a population of unrelated individuals is approximately 1 in 9.7 million.
And what's the difference between this and some of the other ones that we've talked about where you're able to say that it's the source?
Yeah, so for this particular male profile, it was a partial male profile, meaning that I did not, or I was unable to obtain a full, complete profile. So some of those locations within our DNA that we test for, some of them I was unable to get any results from, so I obviously can't make any comparisons to those locations. So using the locations that we did get results from, those are consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth.
All right. And what could cause you from this particular swab to not get a full profile? What can cause you to not, for it not to all be there?
I mean, there are a couple of different things that could happen. One is that there could just be so little DNA present that there simply isn't enough DNA to obtain a complete profile. Another reason is that the DNA can be degraded. This can happen if DNA is out in the elements or out in the sun. The UV radiation can degrade DNA.
And then let's move on to item B32. What can you tell us about that one?
Item B32 is a swab of a reddish-brown stain at scale B6 above the rear driver's side window.
And we're going to move to Exhibit 139 here, Council. What can you tell us about the swabbing from B6, item B32?
So I obtained a positive result for the possible presence of blood. I also developed a partial male profile, and I found that that profile is consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. Then the statistic associated with that is 1 in 195 billion.
And again, this was not a full profile, but just a partial profile.
Correct.
And that's the reason why you can't determine it's the source versus just being consistent with.
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Scott, are all your conclusions, your testing, and your opinions based upon all of your training, your education, your experience, as well as all the facts and information you had as a result of the testing that you did in this case?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Scott. Thank you.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, before we do cross-examination, or not we, before we have cross-examination, and I'm just going to back up a little bit. We've told you from the beginning that you can only decide this case based upon the evidence, but I don't think we've actually told you, or that I haven't told you, what evidence is. So first of all, evidence is the sworn testimony of witnesses received at trial. It's also exhibits received by the court at trial. But it also can include stipulations between the parties, and it can include judicially noticed facts. So at this point in time, I'm going to tell you about 2 stipulations and a judicially noticed fact that will be part of the evidentiary record in this case. So I'll read the stipulation reached between the parties, that the parties being the state of Wisconsin and the defendant, Ezra McCandless. It is hereby stipulated by the parties that items W3A, W9A, and W10A, which consist of cervical swabs, external genital swabs, it is being the state of Wisconsin and the defendant, Ezra McCandless. It is hereby stipulated by the parties that items W3A, W9A, and W10A, which consist of cervical swabs, external genital swabs, and mons pubis swabs collected from Ms. McCandless, were tested by the state crime lab and did not produce scientifically usable evidence in this matter. Okay? So that stipulation you can consider to be evidence. Now, the second stipulation is that Alexander Woodworth was right-handed. Okay? That's number 2. Number 3, the judicially noticed fact the court has taken judicial notice of, and that is that the formula for converting kilograms to pounds is to multiply the kilograms by 2.2. And those are, again, will be evidence in the record. Now, at this point, Mr. Nelson, would you like to go ahead with cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Scott, I want to ask you some questions that the state didn't ask you about. To begin with, in report number 13, that's your report dated November 14, 2008, which is exhibit 554, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. On that report, you tested an item documented as W12, is that right?
That's correct.
And W12 was a swab that had been given to you, or that had been included in a forensic kit that was provided to your lab, correct?
That's correct.
And the swab, according to the forensic kit, was a swab of Ms. McCandless's right upper thigh. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you were then able to take that swab and do DNA testing for that, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were able to determine this, again, the presumptive positive for blood on that swab. Agreed?
That's correct.
And that there were, well, let me get to your report to make sure. It's on page 6, I believe. It's on both page 6 and on page 8. And on page 6, you say there is a single source female profile that is Ezra McCandless. Is that right?
Yes, so from the right upper thigh swabs, I developed a female profile, and I concluded that Ezra McCandless is the source of that female profile.
So you agree with my question that I asked?
Yes.
And then on page 8, you did additional testing of that swab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you did that under what's called a YSTR profile. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you found that that was consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. Is that right?
Yes, so to explain this a little bit more, when we talk about DNA analysis, we actually have two different forms of DNA analysis that we can perform. The kind of DNA analysis that we have talked about throughout the entirety of my testimony up till now has been referred to as autosomal STR analysis, which is DNA from anybody, from males and females. In addition, we have a form of DNA analysis that we refer to as YSTR analysis, which only looks at DNA located on the Y chromosome. Females will have two X chromosomes, males will have an X and a Y chromosome. So by using this YSTR analysis, we can hopefully produce a YSTR profile, which is a profile developed from only DNA located on the Y chromosome. So this YSTR analysis essentially ignores any female DNA in a sample and will only test any male DNA that might be present. So in samples that have a large amount of female DNA and a relatively small amount of female DNA, if we attempt to obtain an autosomal profile, we might only obtain the DNA profile from that female individual, which was the case in this sample. However, part of our analysis is to test how much male DNA is also in a sample. Since I did detect male DNA in the sample, in addition to that female DNA, I also performed this YSTR testing. Now, YSTRs are a little different than autosomal analysis in the sense that YSTR profiles are not unique. Different males can share the same YSTR profile, and I would expect any paternally related male relatives, so any male relatives that share a father-son relationship, should also share the same Y profile. Now, for these right upper thigh swabs, I did attempt this YSTR analysis, and I did obtain a YSTR profile, and I found that that YSTR profile is consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodworth. And then similar to any other evidentiary profile that I develop, I perform a statistical analysis on that YSTR profile, and essentially, we would not expect to observe this YSTR profile more frequently than approximately 1 in every 1,773 individuals in the U.S. population.
So you agree with my initial question, it's consistent with Alexander Woodworth, correct?
The male DNA is, yes.
And just like similar to some of the other results that you've indicated, when there's a positive, possible, presumptive blood, and you have two DNA sources, you can't say whether one contributed DNA and another contributed blood DNA and the other one contributed touch DNA. Agreed?
Correct. I don't know what the source of the DNA would be from.
Or you don't know if it's both are contributing blood DNA.
Correct. I don't know that.
In that W12 that we just talked about was the swab from Ms. McCandless's skin on her leg, according to the information that you were provided in this commonly called SANE kit. Is that right?
That's a common term for the kit, yes. The information provided on this sample was that it was collected from the right upper thigh, and that's all I know.
And you've also talked to us about testing that you've done of the genes that were presented to you. Is that right?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And now you did notes for all of these tests to show in particular where you tested, is that right?
That's correct.
So let's just talk about the genes to begin with, since we're on that.
I don't have, I'm fine with, Your Honor, probably have him just look at it as long as he identifies it, which I'm sure he will. I don't have a problem with it just being admitted and published.
Okay, and do we have an exhibit number yet?
Working on it, Judge.
Okay.
Counsel, what page again was that from there? Just so I know. Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 656A, which corresponds with Crime Lab page 70, is that right?
I believe the 70 would be annotation made by one of you guys, but I would refer to this as page 18 of 312.
But the page that's printed here says Crime Lab page 70, agreed?
Yes, that is on the sheet of paper.
And then on 656B, it says Crime Lab 71, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Which is 19 of 312 on your annotation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You've seen these before?
Yes, it is a copy of my case notes.
You made these notes, is that right?
That's correct.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 656A and B.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 656A and B are received.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as 656A, that is, these are your notes, is that right, sir?
Yes, these are notes that I put together. I should note that these are not photographs that I took, though.
Mr. Mattson from your office took these photos?
I believe so,
And
yes.
then you worked with him to mark in particular where you took the samples, is that right?
Yes, I just got a copy of his photos and I put my own annotations on it.
And we see here in the middle of the page, it says M1 stain. Am I pointing to that correctly?
That's correct.
And that points to an arrow which represents the area on the genes where you took the sample to test, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's on the left side of the jeans as the person is wearing it, correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere, if not exactly, on the seam, very near the seam on the side of the pants, agreed?
Yes, that's correct.
At about hand length down if somebody's wearing that, agreed?
I don't know how long the individual in question's hands are, but it's about a third to half the way down the jeans.
Sure. About middle of the thigh there, correct? As far as vertical.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
All right. And that result, I believe you previously testified, came back presumptive for blood and identified as Ms. McCandless. Is that right? I believe that was M1, which you'd said was a mixture of at least one low-level contributor with a female major being Ezra, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Ezra McCandless was the source of the major female contributor DNA.
And then you did if you turn it over and we look at 656B, do you see that on the screen?
Yes,
And that is, again, we see what you've indicated is M2 stain, is that right?
that's correct.
And that points to the area, again, where you tested the M2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that came back presumptive blood for Alex, is that right?
That's correct.
And then we have M3, which you previously identified, and I'm marking that here on the screen, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, that came back presumptive blood, both Alex and Ezra, is that right?
Yes, that was a mixture of DNA in which Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture.
I believe your testimony was multiple areas, you simply chose a representative sampling of the genes in general, correct?
Correct, yes.
It was your choice whether you wanted to test other areas of that gene or whether you didn't, is that right?
That's correct.
So the fact that there is not a test near any of the frayed defects, and when I say near, I mean like on the actual defect of the genes, that was your choice. Agreed?
Well, Judge, I guess I'm going to object.
I'll rephrase.
This characterizes the testimony, seeing as how the M2 stain is right next to a defect, so.
I'll rephrase. You chose to take the samples where you did, correct?
That's correct.
You saw that there were at least 3 defects to the genes, correct?
That's correct.
Which we could call holes, agreed?
That's correct.
And the holes have edges, agreed?
Yes.
And you would have been able to test the actual edge of any of those holes, agreed?
That's possible, yes.
And you chose not to do so, agreed?
Correct. That was not a form of analysis that I performed.
Okay. And on there was some leggings, did you ever see some leggings in this case?
I don't believe so.
Showing you what's been previously marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 569. Have you ever seen this article of clothing before?
No, I don't believe I examined that.
Nobody ever gave that to you?
It was not requested for DNA analysis, as far as I'm aware.
So you've never seen it, never had the opportunity to test it, agreed?
That's correct.
And that's based upon what the prosecution, you do your testing based upon what the prosecution team provides to you, agreed?
That's correct.
You testified about, well, let me ask you about some other items. Showing you it's been previously marked as Exhibit 639 and admitted into evidence. That appears to be a T-shirt, agreed?
That's correct.
Is that ever presented to you by the prosecution team for your testing?
No, I did not examine the shirt.
So you don't even know if there's any reddish-brown stains on there that would be possible to be tested?
I did not examine the shirt.
Showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 640. You seen that shirt before?
No, I did not.
You were not presented by the prosecution team with this blue button-up shirt with white spots on it?
No, I did not examine that.
So you didn't have the opportunity to test any of the reddish-brown stains anywhere if there are on that shirt, agreed?
Correct, I did not examine the shirt.
So without your examination, it'd be hard to know whether A, that's blood, and B, whose blood it is, right?
I did not examine the shirt, correct.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 619, that appeared to be a gold sweater, at least a sweater, regardless of the color.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of sweater.
It appears to be a defect where it's cut, torn, ripped in half.
That's correct.
Have you ever seen that sweater?
No, I have not.
Did the prosecution team present that to you in any way or talk to you about that in any way?
No, I'm not aware of that sweater. I did not examine it.
Okay, so you don't know if there's any reddish-brown stains on that sweater that would even be possible to test?
No, I did not examine that.
Okay. You did examine this blue flannel shirt you talked about, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the shirt that you'd taken 4 different samples of, is that right?
That's correct. This is crime lab item L.
I don't have any objection to any of those. In fact, if you just want to move them, I will stipulate to them.
Move for the admission of 657, 658, 659, and 660, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right. Permission to
Exhibits 657, 658, 659, and 660 are received into evidence, and you may publish.
showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 660. You see the sticker number on there?
Yes.
And does that appear to be page 15 of 312 of your notes?
Yes, it does.
And this is the same blue flannel that I just had shown up there previously, correct?
Yes,
And on here, you've got your notes where you label exactly where it is that you did the swabbings, is that correct?
that's correct.
On the top portion of it, we see L1 stain, is that right?
That's correct.
And that points to the arrow where you took the L1 stain, agreed?
That's correct.
And then on the, just to take it in order, and then showing you what's been marked as 659, that's page 16 of 312 of your notes, is that right?
That's correct.
That's the same blue shirt, is that right?
That's correct, with the front opened up.
And that has marked on there where you've got the L2 swabbing, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's to indicate that it's on the inside of the flannel shirt, is that right?
That's correct.
Similar to like if I pulled my suit coat open, it'd be on the inside of my suit coat, correct?
That's correct.
And that's where you did sample L2?
Yes, that's correct.
And then back to exhibit 660, in the bottom left-hand corner, we see stain L3, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, on the right sleeve.
And then that's on the outside of the right sleeve, did you say?
Yes, the stain that I targeted when I swabbed was on the right sleeve.
Okay. And then L4 is in the bottom right-hand corner as we're looking at this exhibit 660, is that right?
That's correct, on the cuff of the left sleeve.
That's where stain L4 was, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the results on all L1, 2, 3, and 4 were presumptive for blood, right?
That's correct.
And that they were for Ezra, McCandless, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the exact swabbings here that you had, I want to show you exhibit 657, which is, that appear to be a picture of the boots that you tested for item D.
That's correct.
It says up on the top there, item D, you see that?
Yes, this appears to be a photo of the left boot, crime lab item D.
And the part where you swabbed was this, what appears to be this reddish-brown discoloration that is in a roughly vertical up and down stain?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's where you swabbed for what's been called D2, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that came back presumptive for blood, being Alex's blood, agreed?
To clarify, that was a confirmed blood, so blood was identified on that swab.
Okay.
Sorry, I confirmed the presence of blood, so blood was identified on that swab. And yes, it was, I did conclude that Alexander Woodworth was the source of that DNA.
And then showing you what's been marked as 658. That's item E, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's the other boot, the right boot?
That's correct.
And that shows here on the top the D2 swabbing that you did as well, correct?
The E2 swabbing, yes.
Yes, thank you for the E2 swabbing. And again, that was confirmed blood, correct?
That's correct.
And confirmed, and that it was Alex Woodworth's.
Correct. I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of that DNA.
Now, you are not able to tell timing of when the DNA was, for lack of a better term, placed there or landed there or got there, agreed?
That's correct. I can only analyze the evidence as I receive it. I have no way of knowing how long the DNA had been present on that item before I received it.
Okay. And I want to go through with you.
If you want, Counsel, I can put them up on, they're going to be better quality if we do it from the computer.
I appreciate it, but I'll just make do, thank you. So I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 72. Do you see some evidence markers there?
Yes.
And you would, previously testified about item F from trying to find the right report here. June 15, 2018, report number 9, you tested item F, is that right?
That's correct.
And item F was marker 9, is that right?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Do you need to check your notes?
That would be helpful.
Sure, go ahead. Do you have a copy of the reports there, or do you need to?
I did not put the marker number into my report for items D through O.
Okay.
But I did record in my notes what the packaging had stated.
Sure, hold on a second.
Your Honor, to speed things up, I would agree that item F was marker 9. That's fine.
I'll get you it. Do you have exhibit 556, Madam Clerk? Can I just show them my copy of exhibit 556 to speed it along? Sure, that's fine. Okay. Showing you my copy of exhibit 556. That might refresh your memory. According to exhibit 556 is again marker 9, item F, is that right?
Yes, so marker 9 is described as a reddish-brown stain on grass at marker 9 on this sheet.
According to your results, that turned up presumptive positive for blood and that it was Alex, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then 10 and 11 that we see on this photo, those were each the cigarettes, is that right? If you look at exhibit 556 to refresh your memory.
Yes, 10 and 11 were the cigarette butts.
And the cigarette butts were not presumptive for blood, agreed?
Correct, I did not test those for the possible presence of blood.
You tested the ends of those cigarettes, correct?
That's correct.
And they came back to be Alex Woodworth's DNA at 10 and 11, agreed?
Yes, one was a single source sample, and I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of that DNA. The other was a mixture in which I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of the major contributor DNA.
And then in this photo, can you see exhibit 12 up there, or excuse me, marker 12 where I'm pointing?
Yes, I see a marker 12.
And you can also see it in exhibit 83, you see marker 12?
Yes,
That's the same marker 12 that I'm pointing to here with my pointer, is that right?
it would appear to be so.
And according to exhibit 556, marker 12 is item 5, is that right?
Yes, that looks to be so.
And that, again, was a presumptive positive for blood, correct?
That's correct.
And that it was Alex Woodworth's blood, is that correct?
I concluded that Alexander Woodworth was the source of the DNA that I detected from that.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 88. You see marker 15 there?
Yes, I do.
And that appears to be in a position near the front tire, agreed?
That appears to be so. I should clarify that I was never at the scene and probably haven't seen these photographs before either.
And marker, or item V in your report was a reddish-brown stain on a leaf at marker 15, is that right?
Yes, that appears to be so.
And again, that was tested positive, presumptive for blood, correct?
That's correct.
And that was Alexander Woodworth's, was the source of that DNA, agreed?
That's correct.
So So according to your results, the source of the DNA at 9, 10, 11, 12, and 15 were all Alexander Woodworth, agreed?
I believe so, yes.
And then you asked many questions about the inside of the vehicle, is that right?
About swabs I had received from the inside, yes?
Correct. And including B11, which was at marker 8 on the inside rear door of the vehicle.
Which
Is that-
exhibit are we at here, Council?
Sure, I apologize. Exhibit 107.
7, thank you. And that's fine.
I don't think you can see it because of the glare.
Do you want it here, Council?
Thank you.
See it better?
That's marker number 8 shown you in exhibit 107, agreed?
That's correct.
And marker number 8 was, again, is that B11?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was tested presumptive for blood, correct?
That's correct.
And that was Ezra McCandless is the source of that blood, correct?
No, for item B11, we had a mixture of DNA, and Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless are both included as possible contributors to that mixture.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you pictures, just, we have item 9 we can see in there, correct?
That's correct.
And then if you look at this photo, we can see maybe a...
What exhibit number are we?
Sure, exhibit 106. I'm going to show it to you here. You can see exhibit, or marker 12, 13, 18, and 15 in that photo, is that right?
I believe so. It's a little hard to pick the numbers out.
Now that you saw it, I want to post it on here, exhibit 106. Again, markers 12, 13, 18, and 15. Those are the 4 markers I asked you about, correct?
I believe so.
And those 4 markers, again, showed the presumptive presence of blood, and your testing indicated that the source of that DNA was Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Well, we're going to have to take those one by one.
Sure. So I believe so I asked you about marker 12, that's B15,
That's correct.
and that was Alexander Woodworth is the source of that.
That's correct.
And I asked you about marker 13, that's B16 from report 13. And that's Alexander Woodworth is the source of that.
Sorry, what's the marker again?
Marker 13, item B16 from report 13, exhibit 554.
Yes, that's correct.
And then marker 18 on report number 14, item B20, that was Alexander Woodworth is the source of that DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then marker 15 on report number 13, exhibit 554, item B17, that was Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So just again, we went a little quickly, but I want to, 12 is where on the back of the seat, 13's on the back of the seat, 18's on the back of the seat, and 15's on the rear passenger seat. That's what we just went through. Agreed?
I believe so. It's
Okay.
a little hard to keep the markers in the crime lab item numbers straight.
And then there's some other markers throughout the back seat of the vehicle that we can just see here along the back seat as well as on the other door. Is that right?
That looks to be so, yes.
Okay. B21 is marker 21. Is that from the middle of the seat according to your notes?
I had the passenger side rear seat bottom.
Okay. Where my marker is pointing to now, in that vicinity,
I was not present when they collected the swabs.
but that's consistent with what you have written in your report, correct? In this area.
Yes, the passenger side rear seat bottom.
And again, that's, the source of that DNA was Alexander Woodworth.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And then you testified about a bunch of testing around the entryway to that rear driver's seat, kind of the frame around on the top of it as well as on the inside, is that right?
I believe so.
And on those, so again, I can pull out some other pictures, but as you see here, the frame of this area, both on the bottom, on the side, and then if we extend it over across the top, correct?
I wouldn't know, I was not present when the samples were collected.
Okay. But those, the source of those, the DNA at those places was again Alexander Woodworth?
I mean, we would have to take it one by one again.
Okay. Marker 16, item B18, the upper interior rear side driver door, the source of that is Alexander Woodworth.
Yes, that's correct.
And then we have scale B1, B7, B8, and B9, which are swabs in that same area for items B30, 33, 34, and 35. I know I'm chunking these, if that's okay. Those are all along, again, that door frame, top to bottom and side, agreed? In that vicinity?
I believe so.
And those all come back as a source of that DNA is Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Well, B34 did not have enough DNA to warrant further testing. 30, 33, and 35, I concluded that Alexander Woodworth is the source of those three.
So based upon your testing, we know that Alexander Woodworth's DNA is outside the vehicle as at the markers previously indicated in Exhibit 72, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 15. Is that right? We just went through that.
I believe so, yes.
And that Alexander Woodworth is the source of much of the DNA at the, around the frame going into the vehicle, correct?
I believe so.
And that Alexander Woodworth is the source of the DNA inside in the back seat of the vehicle as well, correct?
Out of many of the samples I tested, yes.
In fact, I believe of the samples that you tested regarding the car, there was marker 1, which was on the outside rear of the vehicle. Item B1, that's the outside of the rear driver's side door. And that tested presumptive positive for blood, and that was Ezra McCandless, correct?
That's correct.
And then item inside the car, item 8, which we previously saw the picture of, that was, the source of that DNA was both Ezra McCandless and Alexander Woodworth, correct?
Yes, they're both included as possible contributors to that mixture.
And then you had, and I don't think I have a picture of it up here, but you had item 3, which was on, sorry, marker 3, which is item B3, the swab of the brown stain on the trunk. That came back to be a presumptive blood, the source of that DNA being Ezra McCandless, correct?
That's correct.
So aside from those 3 that I just mentioned, the items that you tested inside or on the vehicle came back to be Alexander Woodworth as the source of the DNA when you were able to determine a source, correct?
For the swabs that I received, I believe so.
Okay. You talked a little bit about DNA trace evidence. You know what that is, correct? You know what DNA trace evidence is?
Yep, so, well,
Do you know what it is, sir?
to clarify, we do have a trace unit within the lab, and this trace unit deals with non-DNA related things. So could you clarify what you mean by trace?
I believe I asked you before, you can determine the source of DNA from fluids from a person, correct?
That's correct.
From touch DNA, which would be skin cells that are transferred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, were you provided any swabs taken, that were asking you to search for touch DNA?
I don't recall if I received any swabs looking for touch DNA. I did receive a number of items in which I swabbed for touch DNA.
Which items did you swab for touch DNA?
Well, the knives I swabbed. And then the item B4 jacket, or the coat that was recovered from the vehicle. Swabbed the interior cuff area looking for touch DNA.
Were you provided any swabs regarding touch DNA in the front of the vehicle, on the steering wheel, dash, center console, anything in the front area of the vehicle regarding touch DNA?
Regarding touch, I don't believe so. There were swabs of reddish-brown staining from that area, if I remember correctly.
Okay, and there was the swab of the reddish-brown staining from the front of the steering wheel, correct?
That's correct.
And then from if someone were sitting in that position behind the right shoulder in the driver's front seat, correct?
Could you clarify which item?
I believe it's item 33, or marker 33, B27, the upper portion of the driver's seat at marker 33.
Yes, item B27 was a swab from the upper portion of the driver's seat at marker 33.
Those are the items, and then you had the painting, which I believe was from marker 25, B24, that was in the front seat as well, correct?
That's correct.
That was the limit of the things that the items that you tested, whether they be swabs or actual material from the front seat, agreed?
If you could give me a second to read through all these. I believe that's correct.
Okay. And just to follow up on the touch DNA, I believe your testimony was touch DNA is DNA left behind on an object from skin cells after handled by a subject, agreed?
That's what we commonly refer to touch DNA as, correct?
And sometimes you're able to obtain a swab that collects that touch DNA, and sometimes you're not, correct?
Could you clarify?
Sure. Like if I touch this microphone and you came and swabbed it, it may or it may not come back with my DNA, correct?
Correct.
It depends on different factors, agreed?
That's correct.
And I believe you said the three factors would be the length of the contact, agreed?
There's probably more than three factors, but yes, the three that I referred to.
You referred to three, correct?
That's correct.
And the three that you referred to was one, the length of the contact, correct?
Correct.
Environmental conditions, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, if something is on the inside where they're not in contact with rain, snow, or weather, that's probably less of a concern, agreed?
I would agree.
And then it depends upon the person who's doing the touching or the leaving of the DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Some people just leave more DNA than others, agreed?
That's true.
And on this case, you were able to obtain DNA from the markers 10 and 11, which were the cigarettes that were found at the scene, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was not tested for blood, agreed?
Correct.
So you don't know whether that DNA was from touch DNA or from some other source, agreed?
Correct. It didn't look like reddish-brown staining that would be consistent with blood, so it wasn't an item that I tested for blood. But I agree that I don't know what the source of the DNA is on those items.
But it was Alexander Woodward's DNA, correct?
Correct.
And it would certainly be consistent with somebody who has a cigarette and smokes that cigarette and puts their fingers and hands on that cigarette, correct?
Correct.
Could also, obviously, if they put that cigarette in their mouth, come from fluids from their mouth.
That's correct.
Could be either of those, correct?
Yeah, it could be from any source of DNA. That's correct.
All right. The tests that you talked about here in your reports, you had Exhibit 339, which is Report 9. That's from June 15th of 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
And then you had Exhibit 555, which was Report number 4, excuse me, I'm going to go before that. Exhibit 554, which is Report number 13, dated November 14th of 2018, is that right?
That's correct.
And then you have the third report is Exhibit 555, Report 14 from December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Those are the three reports that you did, correct?
That's correct.
Based upon the three submissions that were given to you, correct?
That's correct.
All in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
No additional submissions have been given to your lab that you're aware of in 2019 at all, correct?
Not for DNA analysis. There might have been another submission for a different unit, but that's correct for DNA analysis.
If there were going to be some requests for more DNA submissions, it would go through you, right?
I would hope so.
You're the one that's been working on it already, correct?
That's correct.
That would certainly be the policy of your office is, hey, Mr. Scott's already working on it, let's push these through to him, correct?
That's typically what we do, yes.
All right. You've used the term consistent with in some of your reports, is that right?
That's correct.
There's different terms that sometimes you use in your work. It's sometimes you use the term consistent with, agreed?
That's correct.
Sometimes you can exclude somebody, correct?
That's correct.
And sometimes you can match, I think, is that the term that you would use? Is there something more positive than consistent with?
Well, we would generally refer to like a complete match, like you phrased it, as we would refer to it as a source statement. So when I've been saying that so-and-so is the source of any in particular DNA profile, I guess that would be the like the match that you termed.
Okay, and so source statement, match mean the same thing, at least for today, between the two of us, you would agree?
Yes, that's correct.
And those are the three standards as far as opinions that you give, agreed?
Occasionally we can give an inconclusive opinion, but yes, those are the three typical ones that we run into.
Okay. And there's a reason that sometimes you don't do the match, then you just say something is consistent with, correct?
That's correct.
Because it is, as the phrase speaks for itself, consistent with could mean lots of things might be consistent with it, agreed? We'll get into the math for yours, but just in general, the phrase consistent with means more than one might be consistent with it.
I guess I'm going to object, Your Honor. It calls for speculation, and, whether it means the same thing for him as it means for somebody else is pure speculation.
I didn't say it. I'm asking him questions. I'm not asking him to apply it to anybody
Well,
else.
if he wants to know what consistent with means for him, that's fine, but not to generalize it to other people, what they mean by consistent with.
All right, why don't you just rephrase the question?
Sure.
Mr. Nielsen?
You use the term consistent with in your profession, agreed?
I do, yes.
And you consider yourself a scientist, agreed?
I am.
And it's the term that you use when you use the term consistent with is what you hope is within that scientific community, correct?
I guess I'm going to object. I'd ask that it be more clarified. Is he talking about DNA scientists, or is he talking about scientists in general? And if this witness even knows what scientists in general means, I'd like it to be more clarified.
All right, well, I'll sustain that. I guess you have to, it's what this witness, what he believes consistent means.
You use the term consistent, correct?
That's correct.
What do you use it? Why do you use it? What does it mean?
So anytime I make a comparison between a standard profile from a known individual and an item of evidence, if we find that we have a single source comparison and that the evidentiary profile, I guess as you would say, matches the standard that we're comparing to, if the standard and the evidence matches, we would, that means that each of the locations that we're testing for have the same numbers, essentially, the same number of repeats that we're testing for in our DNA analysis. So if each of those are the same, we would say that these two profiles are consistent. And then to go a step further, if we perform that statistical analysis and it's more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, we would just say that that person is the source of that profile. Whereas if we don't have that particular level of strength, or if it doesn't meet 1 in 7 trillion, instead of saying that they're the source, we'll say that this profile is consistent with the standard.
So when you lack the, for lack of a better term, the confidence to say something is a match, you use the term consistent with. Is that fair? And I know it's not just confidence in you're just winging it. I just meant when you lack the scientific confidence to match something, then you use the term consistent with in your practice. Agreed?
I would say that's fair, yes.
Okay. But there's also times when you, on the other side of it, you can exclude certain options. Agreed?
That's correct.
All right. You also did some swabbings of the knife in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
So, okay, thank you.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 661. Can you tell us what that is?
Your Honor, we'd agree to its admission and publication.
All right, you offering 661?
Yes, please.
All right, Exhibit 661 will be received and you may publish.
What is that?
So Exhibit 661 is a copy of my case notes for item O, the knife.
Yeah, let me see. You previously testified about your taking different swabbings of item O, the knife. Agreed?
That's correct.
I believe you said you took 4 swabbings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you labeled those 4 swabbings where they were in particular here on Exhibit 661, is that right?
The 03 and 04 swabbings are labeled on this, yes.
And the 03 swabbing is written in this area here that I'm highlighting, agreed?
That's correct.
And that's on the left picture of the knife, on the upper portion of the knife, on the, I don't know, on the thicker side rather than the blade or the edge side, agreed?
That's correct.
So on the 03 swabbing on the side of the knife, that came back as Alex Woodworth is the source of that DNA, agreed?
That's correct.
And then this photo also shows 04, you said, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is this area that I'm pointing to here, is that correct?
In that general area, yes.
Okay.
There was some staining right around that little knob.
And that is, again, was the source of that DNA was Alexander Woodward, correct?
That's correct.
And then you'd taken a sample on the edge of the blade, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take a photo like you did of this one? I wasn't able to find it. Is there a photo of where you took the swabbing of 01?
No, I don't believe I made a label for that one. That was just along the sharp edge of the blade.
Can you just show us where that is here with the pointer, what you mean by the sharp edge of the blade? I think it's the red dot there.
Yeah, so the sharp edge of the blade, like all along here,
Okay, so on the,
both sides probably.
sure. On the left picture, you took a swabbing of the farthest to the left of that, and on the right picture, to the farthest to the right of the edge of the blade is what you're saying, correct?
That's correct.
From tip down to the handle.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And on that, on 01, the edge of the blade, the source of that is Alexander Woodworth, correct?
That's correct.
And then you also took a sample of the handle, agreed?
That's correct.
And do you know, was it just in general on the handle? Was there any place in particular that you recalled?
Yeah, so when I swab smooth surfaces like that handle of like the handle of this knife, I typically want to try and preserve that item for any future fingerprint analysis. So in the event that somebody would want this knife analyzed for fingerprints, I avoided swabbing any smooth surfaces. So when I took the swabbing, it was mostly along the edge.
Why don't you show us again?
Sure. So it's mostly along like the edge of the knife. It's like along here, and then probably like the edge of this clip thing, and any place that fingerprints would not show up on.
Okay, do you know if there was, let me back up for a second, do you know if there was a fingerprint analysis of that done?
I'm not aware of one, if there was.
Okay. And the swabbing of the handle came back with two different sources, is that correct?
Correct, I had a mixture of DNA from two individuals.
And the mixture of those two individuals was from Alexander Woodworth and Ezra McCandless, is that right?
That's correct.
And I think as you previously stated, because it came back presumptive for blood, is that right?
This one was a confirmed blood.
Confirmed blood. But the fact that there's two sources of that DNA, you're not able to say whether Alexander Woodworth was the source of the blood, or Ezra McCandless was the source of the blood, or both of them were the source of the blood. Agreed?
Correct, that's not something that I can determine.
So that finding would be consistent with Ezra McCandless's being the source of the blood and Alexander Woodworth's DNA being from touch DNA. Agreed?
That is not something that I can determine.
Okay, that's consistent with that based upon your findings, right? One, you can't determine it, but it's consistent with that. Agreed? Because
I mean, it could be any situation. One could be blood, one could be skin, both could be blood. It's not something that I could make any sort of statement on.
Sure. And so what you're saying is it's consistent with one of
Your
the
Honor,
people.
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. He said he can't answer it, and
He didn't say that.
he's given his best answer that he can give. It's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Fair to say, based upon the tests that you've done, you can't rule out that Alexander Woodworth handled that knife. Agreed?
That isn't something I can make a statement on.
Those are the only questions I have.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I want to start out talking about item W12, which is in Exhibit 554, your November report. So I understand it correctly, you did both autosomal DNA analysis on that and YSTR analysis. Is that right?
To clarify, you said W12?
Yes, W12.
Yes, that's correct. I
right.
performed both forms of analysis.
All right. And the autosomal DNA, in other words, the full DNA profile, was the defendant, correct?
Yes, I concluded that Ezra McCandless was the source of that DNA.
All right. And then there was some YSTR that you were able to separate out, correct?
That's correct. I did develop a YSTR profile.
All right. And if I understand it correctly, YSTR is just the DNA that's found on the Y chromosome, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so that it's clear and so we understand each other, W12 was the swab of the right thigh of the defendant, correct?
That's correct. It was the right upper thigh from Ezra McCandless.
All right. And with YSTR, for example, you would expect that I would have the exact same YSTR as my two brothers, my father, my paternal grandfather, and on up the line, correct?
Barring some sort of mutational event, yes, I would expect that.
All right, and if I had had a son, it would be the same as a son of mine would have, again, barring any mutational changes.
That's correct.
All right. And you, similar to the analysis of the autosomal DNA, you come up with a statistical calculation for YSTR, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What is the statistical calculation for YSTR with the profile that you developed for males in the United States?
We would not expect to observe this profile more frequently than approximately 1 in every 1,773 individuals in the U.S. population.
All right. And that compares to, I think, the lowest of the autosomal DNA ones that you had was 1 in 9 point some million?
It was somewhere around there. Yeah.
All right. And as far as Caucasian males, what would be the statistical calculation for that YSTR profile for Caucasian males?
Yep. So to clarify this a little bit, when we perform this statistical analysis on the YSTR profile, we break it down into different racial groups. And these statistics are heavily dependent on how many profiles are in this database that we're using to calculate this. So essentially what we're doing is we take this evidentiary YSTR profile that we have and search it against 5,305 profiles that are in this database. And we found that this profile occurred 0 times. So we did not observe this particular profile in the database that we use. So using the U.S. population, we would not expect to observe this profile more frequently than 1 in every 1,773. Since there are fewer Caucasians in the database, this number is going to be lower. We would not expect to observe this profile more frequently than 1 in every 499 individuals in the Caucasian population.
For DNA results, those are not very conclusive results, are they?
Objection as to the form of it.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Can you tell us how I guess, discriminating those results are compared to your typical DNA results?
Objection, form of the question, vague as to the use of the word discriminatory.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, I couldn't hear the full.
Objection as to form, also vague as to the use of the word discriminatory.
I'm going to overrule. You can answer. If you can.
Yes, so typically the goal is to develop an autosomal profile, because autosomal profiles, which are the DNA profiles from both males or females, are much more discriminating in the sense that most people have a unique profile with the exception of identical twins. With YSTR profiles, these are not as discriminating. because different unrelated male individuals can share the same Y profile. And as we discussed, paternally related male individuals should share the same Y profile as well.
And, Mr. Scott, are you aware if, does the crime lab only test items that are submitted by law enforcement or prosecutors?
That is typically the most common form of evidence submission. However, there is a like a defense by court order type situation in which a court can order the lab to test items, and that does occur every so often.
And those would be items submitted by the defense?
Objection to approach.
Objection is sustained.
Right. You were asked some questions about cigarette butts, and which part of the cigarette butt do you typically test when you receive a cigarette butt for testing?
Yeah, so typically when we receive a cigarette butt, the question is who was smoking it. We test the area around the very end of the cigarette butt, the filter paper that covers that area, or the area that would most likely be in somebody's mouth.
All right. And I think you talked about buccal swabs. Essentially, a buccal swab is taking, what is it taking? What are you getting with a buccal swab?
We're intending to get like cells from the inside of your cheek.
All right. And is that typically from something like saliva?
Objection beyond the scope of my cross.
I don't believe it is, Your Honor.
Overruled. Good answer, if you can.
Yes, I would expect there to be saliva in a buccal swab.
And is that the same type of thing you would expect to see on a cigarette butt?
I'd imagine anything in your mouth could have saliva on it.
I do not have any other questions for Mr. Scott.
Right, any recross?
Yes. Mr. Scott, I want to follow up on some questions you were asked about the item W12. Do you remember that?
Yes, the right upper thigh swabs.
That's the right upper thigh swabs from the same kit exam, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's where you talked about a YSTR profile, agreed?
That's correct.
And a YSTR profile is a valid DNA profile, correct?
Yes, it is.
You rely upon those profiles in your work all the time, correct?
That's correct.
It's just like all of your other opinions, it's scientifically reliable, and that's why you offered it, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, that profile on the W12 was consistent with Alexander Woodward, correct?
That's correct.
You were provided with 3 male standard samples, correct?
That's correct.
And the other 2 male standards you excluded, correct?
That's correct.
But Alexander Woodward was not excluded, was he?
That's correct.
His profile was a profile consistent with Alex Woodward, correct?
Yes, the YSTR profile from the right upper swabs was consistent with the profile from Alexander Woodward.
Now, the questions that the state asked you about this YSTR, that was all regarding W12, correct?
That's correct.
The source of the DNA on the knife handle at 03, that wasn't YSTR, was it?
No.
I didn't ask about that. So I did not ask about the knife in my redirect. However, if court wants to allow him to go beyond the scope, as long as I have the ability to do some additional redirect afterwards, I don't have an objection. Otherwise, I would have an objection.
All right, I'll tell you what, hold on, just hang on. Sure. All right, I'm going to let you go with this, Mr. Nelson, and then I'm going to give Mr. Dufour an additional second redirect on that issue, because it is beyond the scope of redirect.
That's fine, then I'll just leave it as is. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Okay, it's, well, I guess first of all, Mr. Scott, I think you're free to go. I'm assuming you're free to go. So have a safe trip back to Madison. You can step down and have a good day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take an afternoon break here. We're gonna break for 15 minutes. It may get a little longer. There are a few things that we have to address. but we'll try and be as quick as we can. So, all rise. Okay, by the way, did we ever locate the missing exhibits? Okay, and what are those numbers?
I think the clerk has them, I don't know them off the top of my head, but I will continue to look.
All right, well, just a housekeeping matter, we need to either replace those exhibits, and again, Mr. Nelson, if you could, please put your microphone on. I just want to go back to this, I think there was just this one sidebar that I can recall during Mr. Scott's testimony. Well, actually, there are a couple that we have to address, but the first that I would like to address is the one that took place here at about 2:56 p.m. and redirect. Mr. Dufour was asking about the opportunity for defense counsel to request that certain things be tested, which there's an objection made. Certainly that may be the case, but the objection, the sidebar, was Mr. Nelson essentially arguing that crosses the line on burden shifting, and that the defendant has no burden of proof in this case, and the burden of proof is entirely upon the state. Mr. Nelson asked for an instruction to the jury. I didn't give that instruction to the jury at this point in time. It's been made, I think, abundantly clear to them during voir dire and opening statements that the state has the burden of proving every element of the offense, including, if self-defense is put in issue, that it was not in self-defense. And the jury certainly will be instructed at the close of the case. It's one of those borderline issues, but the court sustained the objection just, frankly, to be on the safe side with respect to that issue, because the defendant does not have the burden of proof, even though the defense certainly can offer evidence. It doesn't mean they have to. So anything, either party, I guess the counsel handling that witness, Mr. Dufour or Mr. Nelson, would like to put on the record with respect to that argument.
Nothing else, Your Honor, no.
Okay, Mr. Nelson.
No, that accurately reflects what we did on the sidebar.
All right, now, as I understand it, we may have to go through some issues related to Ms. McCandless' journals or her writings before we have the testimony of Investigator Stalker. Does the state anticipate calling Investigator Stalker yet today?
I'm not, I'm not sure if we will actually get to him today. The defense did provide the redactions on the journals. I believe the state agrees. So I don't know if there's any issue on that.
I didn't know that they agreed, but we did provide them with our proposed redactions, so.
All right, so
So if we do get to Stalker, though, I do think that there's a few items regarding confidentiality that we might want to take a short recess before introducing those. But I anticipate that he won't go till tomorrow.
all right, who do you anticipate as your next witness?
So Aaron Mattson regarding the photographs of the clothing, and then Joshane Carlin. I would like to ask the court if Mr. Carlin could come into the courtroom shortly before him testifying. My office has not had the ability to meet with him. I know the defense has, but I understand there's some concerns regarding confidentiality in court TV that he has, and I would like those to be addressed before he testifies.
And we have no objection. I know that Your Honor had issued some rulings limiting what he could say, and so since he's not on our witness list, we haven't informed him. I think we've told him of what Your Honor's rulings were, but it'd probably be good to go over those beforehand here in court, just to make sure it's clear, since he's the state's witness, that he knows what has been, just knows to follow the court's rulings.
Is there more than his lay opinion that the court had?
Don't have the provisional ruling.
Well, let me ask you this, so I can look at the actual motion, but it related to the defense motion, eliminate as it relates to lay opinions?
That, as well as some information relating to her car and driving, and then he has some confidentiality concerns.
All right. And just, again, give council a heads up. My understanding is I was incorrect. It's not a 20-minute delay, it's a 2-minute delay. So if you anticipate certain items, phone numbers, addresses, personal identifying information, we frankly need to give them a heads up so that that can be anticipated.
If I could, Your Honor, I think I understand. Mr. Carlin is an employee in, all right, can we, it's something, he has concerns about based on his job being identified and shown. So we're asking that he be blurred out.
All right. Is there,
The only, I wasn't aware that. I need some time to think before I can respond on that, Judge. I think as an officer of court, I should tell Your Honor that he informed me this afternoon over the lunch break that he had watched. He's not our witness, so we didn't instruct him one way or the other, but he had informed me that he had watched, I think what he told me is 5 minutes of court TV. And while he was in the process of watching court TV, he received a call from the district attorney's office indicating that he shouldn't be doing that, and then he turned it off. But I'm just passing that on.
all right. Well, any suggestions on how to handle those issues?
Judge, I guess my concern is I think the jury has a right to know some background information on him. So if, the first, 5, 10 questions of mine, I think Mr. Carlin would not like to be out in the public, but I would like to still ask so the jury hears that information. And then as far as blurring out his face, I'll defer to the court.
Well, it is a public trial. And even though there's, more than one media representative, this, very well could be on local television. So unless, again, if I look at section 906.11, subsection 1C, if there are concerns about harassment or undue embarrassment, maybe we can address that. But, otherwise, again, it is a public trial. I certainly don't think that everything has to be, stated while he's on the stand necessarily as it relates to personal information. I don't know what, again, counsel anticipates asking him, but I don't believe that you need to have any phone numbers or addresses or where he works for that matter. Is that something that counsel believes is important?
To be honest, the defense might bring it up if the state doesn't, so.
All right, well, let's take a recess, and would you anticipate him to be soon?
Yes, after Mr. Mattson.
Okay.
Counsel, I think we should just approach the bench for a minute. I think we should approach the bench.
Okay, well, I tell you what, one counsel from each side, I guess, to address the issue, we'll do a sidebar.
Is Aaron Mattson, Aaron Mattson.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the Wisconsin Department of Justice, the State Crime Lab.
And in what capacity? What do you do at the State Crime Lab?
I work in the Forensic Imaging Unit. I've been there for about 18 years. My duties include forensic video and image analysis, as well as documenting evidence that comes into the lab for outside requests, as well as working with the internal disciplines.
Working with what?
The internal disciplines, the other units.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Mattson, I am showing you as marked for identification as exhibit number 340. Can you tell me what that item is?
This is my statement of qualifications.
All right, and basically it's, what are your statement of qualifications? What is this?
It's a list of my training that I've received, my educational background, any publications that someone may produce will put on their statement of qualifications.
Right. And what is your educational background as it relates to imaging?
I received my associate's degree in photography from MATC. And then after that, it's been on-the-job training through the state as well as external entities such as the FBI.
Right. And have you received training in the area of crime scene photography and imaging of items for evidence preservation?
Yes, I have.
All right. Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 340 at this point in time.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 340 will be received.
And in this case, were you asked to create images of some of the evidence in this, that was involved in this matter?
Yes, I was.
All right. And specifically, were you provided with a knife that was purported to have been used in this matter?
I'm unaware of the background, but I was asked to image a knife for this case, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Mattson, I'm showing you what have been marked for identifications as Exhibit 147 and Exhibit 148. Let's start with Exhibit 147. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a photograph I took of a knife, item O, at the lab.
And what about 148?
This is the same knife taken from what appears to be the bottom of the knife with the blade in the open position.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibits 147 and 148.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then Exhibit 147 and 148 will be received.
And I ask to be able to publish, Your Honor, and we have them on my computer, if we can.
You may publish.
All right. So looking at what you see on the screen, is that the same as what you're seeing, what you have in front of you as Exhibit 147?
Yes, it is.
All right. What are we seeing here?
This appears to be the electronic version of the image of the knife, item O.
And it appears to be, do you know if that knife was one that was a folding blade or was it a fixed blade knife?
I'm not aware of the mechanism on it. I mean, it appears to be a folding blade knife, but I photographed it in the position it was received.
Okay. And it appears that there is a straight edge and then a serrated edge on that knife?
Appears that way, yes.
All right. Thank you. Let's move to Exhibit 148. Again, what are we seeing here?
I'd have to refer to my notes and my photo log. I'm not 100% sure if this is the top or the bottom, but this is the top or the bottom of the knife.
All right. And again, would make it appear that this is how it appeared to you when you received it in the crime lab?
It's outside of the packaging I received it in, but yes, it is in the condition and position I received it in.
All right, thank you. We can turn off the screen now. Now, did you also receive a number of clothing items that were purportedly worn by the defendant and asked to take some photographs of those?
I was.
And were you specifically asked to document any potential defects that there may have been in those clothing, in that clothing?
I was.
Can you explain how you did this?
We have some pretty high-resolution camera systems, and we utilize those in these larger items. Pretty much allows you to zoom in and see almost detail down to the fiber level. So it was pretty much well-lit, high-resolution images with the items laid out so you could see anything that was or was not on it.
And then did you, as part of your imaging, take photos and then document those photos in some way to indicate defects that you were able to observe?
Yes.
All right. And how did you document the defects in those clothing items?
I took the images, brought them into a program, and then basically created a layer on top of that and created like basically circles. It did not affect the image itself. It could be turned on or off.
Okay. And then did you create from that transparencies that we can put onto the projector here, the Elmo, and then we can see how those various defects line up?
I did.
All right. Yeah, Portrait.
You may.
I'm handing you, Mr. Mattson, an envelope which is labeled transparencies without markups. Did you label that envelope?
I did.
And what do you mean by that?
These are the images printed on a transparency material that allows you to basically shine light through them, and they are without the circles that I mentioned earlier.
All right. And are these all of the various clothing items that you had to photograph?
This is not all of them. There were numerous items. I believe I'd have to look at my notes. But photographed in total 17 items. I'm not sure out of how much of this.
All right. These are all the ones, at least, that we've understood were identified as coming from the defendant as far as clothing. Is that what you would understand them to be?
Yes.
All right. So why don't we start at, I believe, Exhibit 667, and we go through to, actually, I'm sorry, we start at 662, and we go to 667. So starting at Exhibit 662, can you tell us what that is?
Exhibit 662 is crime laboratory item, let me zoom in here, item AN, which is appears to be a brown sweater.
Okay.
Want me to go on to the next one?
Yes.
Okay.
Continue on.
Exhibit 663 is crime laboratory item L. It is a long sleeve blue button-up shirt. Exhibit 664, crime laboratory item AL, is another long sleeve blue button-up shirt. Exhibit 665 is crime laboratory item AM, and that is a short sleeve yellow t-shirt. Exhibit 666 is crime laboratory item M. It is a pair of blue jeans. And the last item, or exhibit 667, is crime laboratory item AK, and that is a pair of leggings.
All right. So if we can switch to the projector, Your Honor, I move the admission of these items and ask for permission to publish them.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, Exhibit 662 through 667 will be received.
So this would, I can put these on and we start with 665, which is the t-shirt. And then if I overlay another one, I would be able to basically tell how things line up from there. Is that so what we're able to see is we're actually able to see through the items as you line them up. Is that, Mr. Mattson, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this allows us to see through and kind of see how things line up. Correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then with 666 and 667, we'd be able to do essentially the same thing, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Yeah, approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
Now I'm showing you another envelope. It appears to have on there, it says transparencies with markups. Can you tell us what that envelope contains?
These are the same photographs as the previous envelope, however, they contain areas circled of cuts or tears that I observed.
All right, it seems we start at, looks like Exhibit 668 and go through 673. Can you tell us what we see there? Each one of those.
State's Exhibit 668, again, is Crime Lab item AN. It is that brown sweater, now with a circle, or several circles on it. 669, Crime Lab item L, the long sleeve blue button-up shirt. Exhibit 670, Crime Lab item AL, long sleeve blue shirt, button-up, now with the markups.
Apologies, is there a distinction between 669 and 670? I can't see from here.
Yeah, I may have misspoke. 669 is Crime Lab item L, long sleeve, kind of a plaid pattern button-up shirt. Well, you can see a transparency
I have no
version here.
objection to the admission nor the publication, so I just want to thank you. That's 669, sir?
Correct. 671, Crime Lab item AM, yellow t-shirt, now with the markup on it. 672, Crime Lab item M, blue jeans with markups. And Exhibit 673, Crime Lab item AK, the leggings with markups.
All right. And the markups are the areas where you observed defects in those items, is that accurate?
Correct.
All right. So let's try to put these on and see what we can see with the markups. If we start out,
Are you offering all of these?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd move the admission, and counsel had already indicated
He
he
did.
didn't have any objection, so.
So Exhibit 668 through 673 then will be received?
All right, I'm going to start with Exhibit 671. This was the yellow shirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then if we go from there to 670, which would be the long sleeve button-up shirt, and place that over the top. Now, are we able to then see the markup from the yellow shirt through to the, in relation to where the markups are on the blue shirt?
I am able to see it.
Okay. And can you, if I can have the laser pointer. Is that still-
I see one over here.
That would be it. There we go. Can you show us that on there?
From the yellow shirt,
Yes.
see a smaller circle in the center here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, if we go next, let's just, let's do it. I'm going to do it a couple ways. Let's start with, let's put the gold or brown sweater, I think it's been referred to as both, over the top. What do we see now?
So what exhibit number is that?
This would be 668, thank you.
Thank you.
A little hard to see from where I'm sitting, but there is a larger circle here over this bigger opening tear, and then as well on the sleeve.
Gets the lights a little bit different. That helped a little. And then if we take the last one over the top, which was 669.
From where I'm sitting, I can see the two on the sleeve here. It's getting a little muddy in the middle.
All right. Now what if let's switch around 668 and 669. So if we let's put 668 first here. So over the top of the other two. What can you see here?
I can see all the layers of the markups.
And if we add 668 over the top,
Again, I can see the center being circled as well as on the sleeve area, the left sleeve.
okay, thank you. And now let's take a look at the markups on, it'd be 673 first. This would be the leggings.
Correct.
All right, and you've marked up the areas that you observed defects?
Yes.
All right, and if we put the blue jeans over those leggings, what are we seeing now?
I see the three additional areas I had circled.
Okay, great.
Sorry, what was the blue jeans number?
What's that? That's 672.
Thank you.
All right. I'll leave it there. I don't have any other questions for Mr. Mattson. Thank you.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mattson, you prepared a report on March 19th of 2019, did you not?
Without referring to my notes, I'm not 100% sure, but
Give me a second.
I'll have a look at it and agree.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 674. Does this appear to be your report from March 19th,
Yes, it is.
2019?
Yes.
And your agency has it report number 16, is that right?
Yes,
And then that's your title and signature on it, correct?
correct.
And you're familiar with this report?
I am.
Do you have your own copy, you want to follow along?
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Well, to refresh your recollection, but if Mr. Nelson, you have no objection, the state has no objection, you may.
No, I don't.
Okay, then you can do that.
Thank you.
That's the March 19th, 2019 report, Council. Just again, so that I'm clear.
Sir, number 16.
Okay, yeah, that's what I had. Just wanted to be sure.
Do you have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
Again, you prepared this report back in March of this year, right?
Correct.
In that report, you'd done some similar work to what we just seen here, in which you were labeling the 6 items of clothing that you just discussed, the t-shirt, blue button-up, flannel, sweater, jeans, and leggings, right?
Correct.
And you were, in that assignment, asked to again put these circles on them and put them in a certain order, is that right?
That is correct.
And initially, in deciding that order, you had consulted with, as you put in here, District Attorney Richard DeFore, is that right? On page 7 of 11 of your report.
Sorry, what page are you referring to?
Sure, on page 3964 of mine, which indicates page 7 of 11.
Oh, those are my notes.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
You'd made some reference to, in preparing these exhibits of the layering of clothing, you were to send to Mr. DeFore for feedback and information on the preferred layered order of the clothing, is that right?
That is correct.
And when you prepared that back in March, the information that you were provided, you put the layers down, correct?
Correct.
The transparencies that you brought today, those are new, those are fresh, right?
Fresh, shit, they're new, yes.
You just did those in the past week?
Correct.
Prior to preparing these, so it was after the trial started where you did these transparencies, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, you had it in a particular order in a PDF format, is that right?
That is correct.
And in that particular order, you had the first layer being the t-shirt, is that right?
Yes.
I think I'm just gonna use some of these other exhibits rather than transparencies, but the first order that you had showing you Exhibit 639 was this t-shirt, is that right?
That's correct.
And then the second layer that you had prepared was Exhibit 640, this blue button-up shirt, correct?
Yes.
And then the third layer that you had back in March of 2019, you had as the item, was it L, the blue, what I'm calling the blue and white plaid flannel shirt?
Yes.
And then you had, back in your report, the order that you'd put down was the sweater as the outer layer, is that right?
That is correct.
And now, since that report, you've prepared these transparencies, right?
The transparencies are, yes, the material themselves were freshly printed, the files and all that are nothing new. It's these exact same images printed out in a tangible form.
Correct. You didn't prepare them in a transparency manner prior to that, correct?
That is correct.
Prior to preparing these, the order that you always had them in was the order that I just presented them in, correct?
Correct.
And now it's just recently where you prepared it so that they could be presented in multiple different orders, correct?
Correct.
And that was after the trial had started, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
All right, then, Mr. Mattson, you may step down. And Mr. Carlin has been sworn. There were some concerns raised by the state. The court had a sidebar with Ms. Nodal and Ms. Fishley. And I'm not going to get into detail. Again, I'm just cite section 906.11 subsection 1C. In any event, I just have to advise you, Mr. Carlin, that this is a public trial. I don't have authority to close this hearing or to hide your identity. However, there is certain personal information. I think what counsel asks you, who your employer is, the actual employer, and what you do, but not where your actual location where you work. And neither party is going to go into that specifically.
I understand.
We're also, there's no need at this point to put your actual address on the record, and we're not, I don't believe anyone's going to be asking you what your phone number is. There also were some pretrial rulings that the court had made, and there are certain opinions that you are not allowed to give. And I don't know whether the state has spoken with you about that. In witness prep, have you had an opportunity to do that? Ms. Orr?
No, we did not have witness prep at all with Mr. Carlin.
Okay, and who is responsible? Who is going to be conducting the examination?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, so you may testify to observations that you make, but in particular with respect to certain opinions that you may have shared with law enforcement with respect to Ms. McCandless. The court has ordered that you're not to give those opinions. You can share your observations, and I believe the state will be careful about asking you about those things. And I'm not entirely sure of why you are called as a witness. I have some idea, but again, I do not believe you are called to give opinions about Ms. McCandless. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, there also is a motion in limine the state had offered certain evidence as other acts evidence as to show intent in this particular case, which the court, I don't remember if it was granting the defense motion to exclude that or denying the state's motion to be able to use that other acts evidence. This is with respect to the driving. Now, it may come out that Ms. McCandless was not to drive and that she hid the keys, but you are not to say the specific reason for that. Understood? And you know what I'm talking about? Okay.
I understand, sir.
Just about status. So, is there anything else that the state would like to talk to Mr. Carlin about before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor, I believe defense is okay with me leading Mr. Carlin a little bit, and so I may do that in my
All
question.
right. And again, I think when it's necessary to develop testimony and make sure we avoid certain things. Now, also was brought to my attention that you happen to see some of the TV coverage in this case. Now, frankly, exclusion order, the primary purpose of that is to ensure that witnesses do not see the testimony of other witnesses to the same events or facts that you may testify to. I don't know what you saw, and again, I'm not sure whether, I have an idea what you may be called to testify about, but I'm not exactly sure whether you have seen a testimony of any other witnesses that may involve testimony that you would be asked to give today.
I have not.
Okay. So, anything further, Ms. Snowdall?
No.
Okay, and you understand from this, well, after you're done testifying, if you're excused, then you would be free to watch coverage after that point, but you could not come back as a witness.
Yes, sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
Would he be free to sit in the courtroom, Your Honor?
He would be free to sit in the courtroom if he wishes, as long as nobody's going to recall him as a witness.
There's certainly a good potential he may be recalled as a rebuttal witness.
Okay, well then, in that event, as long as it's, possibly, then, I don't know that you should be watching coverage if you may be recalled as a witness. And again, understand it's a very difficult situation that you are in, but it is it's difficult for many people involved in this case. So, anything further either counsel would like to say before we bring the jury back in? Okay, then Mr. Carlin, if you would please just step down. If you can stand in the gallery, we'll call you as a witness, just like you haven't been on the witness stand already, okay? All right, so bring the jury in.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jolee Carlin, Joshane Karlen.
And Mr. Carlin, do you work as a side job with a tree cutting business?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do for that job?
Owner operator.
And what, can you explain? for
Tree
the
removal, tree service.
Tree removal. And do you know the defendant, Ezra McCandless?
I do.
How do you know her?
She's my daughter.
And did you adopt her at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old was the defendant when you adopted her?
Around 4.5 to 5.
And were you married to the defendant's mother?
Yes.
And how long were you married to her?
6 or 7 years.
And do you know how old the defendant was when you and her mom got divorced?
Around 12.
And what was the defendant's name when she was growing up?
Monica J.
And was her last name Carlin?
Yes.
And has the defendant ever helped you with that tree cutting business?
Several times, yes.
And what would be her job when she helped you?
Dragging brush, cleaning up, raking.
And where do you live, sir?
Stanley.
And approximately 1 week before the death of the victim in this case, do you recall the defendant showing up at your house in Stanley asking for a place to stay?
Yes.
Do you recall what the defendant said to you?
She just asked if she could stay there for a while with me while she had to get some things figured out.
And how did you respond?
Of course.
And after that night, when was the next time that you saw her?
I believe I've seen her several times in the next few days.
Do you recall her being gone for a couple of days after she said she was going to crash at your house?
She left a couple times, but she came back.
And when she left for a couple days, did you know where she was at?
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence. He didn't say she left for a couple of days.
Sustained.
Mr. Carlin, do you recall speaking to some officers on March 24th of 2018 in Stanley?
I believe so, if that was when they all came to meet with us.
Yes. And if you reviewed a transcript of that recording, would that refresh your recollection of potentially what you said that day?
Objection, he didn't say his memory needed to be refreshed.
Sustained.
Okay, so let me ask you, was the defendant gone overnight when she first came to your house? She asked if she could stay there, and then was she gone overnight for a period of time?
I believe one of the nights she was gone overnight, yes.
And did you know where she was?
I did not.
Did she leave you a note indicating where she was going to be?
No, she's an adult.
Shortly before the incident in this case, do you recall contacting a Jason Mingle over text message?
I spoke with him periodically, yes.
And do you recall sending him a message regarding a change?
Objection, hearsay, irrelevant. His text messages to a third person are not relevant to this trial.
Well, I don't know that without knowing what they are, Mr. Nelson. And the fact that I'm going to overrule as far as him sending the messages, but as far as content of any messages he received from somebody else, that would be hearsay, unless there's some exception that applies.
Do you remember observing a change in demeanor in the defendant when she was staying with you?
Yeah, I felt as if she was improving on the way she was feeling and we were going in the right direction.
Do you recall indicating that she seemed very different and strange?
Objection, can we approach?
Sidebar.
Objection sustained, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Thank you.
Microphone not on. Okay, go ahead. Sustained.
Sir, on March 23rd of 2018, do you recall visiting with the defendant at the hospital?
I do.
And did you try to talk to the defendant to determine what was going on?
Of course.
And did you ask the defendant why she decided to drive?
Yes.
And prior to that date, did you hide the defendant's keys in your house?
Yes, I set him on top of a shelf.
And do you know where her car was at the time?
It was right in front of my home.
So you're on March 22nd, the car was parked in front of your house?
If you're asking when she took the car from my house, then yes, it was parked out in front of my house.
And you hid her keys because you didn't want her to drive?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you asked her why she drove?
She said she had some things she needed to take somewhere and deal with a couple of things.
And you specifically told the defendant not to drive, is that right?
Objection asked and answered.
That specifically wasn't. You can answer that question.
So did you specifically tell the defendant not to drive?
Yes, but she's an adult and she can drive.
And I'm sorry, you were stating, did she tell you what items she needed to return?
No.
Did she tell you that she was going to see Alex?
No.
Sir, do you recall when you spoke with officers on March 24th of 2018?
I don't recall meeting with anyone.
Do you recall
Yes, sir.
an investigator Stalker and investigator Dykes, as well as investigator Kowalczyk speaking with you on March
Yes.
24th?
Yeah.
And if you reviewed a transcript of their recording from your conversation, would that refresh your memory?
Same objection, he didn't say he didn't remember the conversation.
He said he didn't recall meeting with anyone. I think that he can refresh his recollection, so overrule that objection.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll try it a different way, Your Honor. Do you recall telling the officers that the defendant told you she had Alex's heating pad?
She said she had a heating pad, but she never made mention of whose it was.
And do you recall her saying that she just wanted to give it back to Alex?
I recall her saying she needed to return it to someone.
And do you recall her telling you that she just wouldn't have anything of his anymore? That she didn't want to have anything of Alex's anymore?
She never said Alex at all. I never knew Alex.
And do you recall the defendant telling you that she wanted to give him the heating pad so she could be free of having to deal with him at all?
She stated that she needed to return some things to her friend so that she didn't have to go back there any longer.
And when you met with the defendant at the hospital on March 23rd of 2018, did she tell you that she was assaulted?
No.
Do you recall telling the officers that the defendant told you that she went to Owen Park?
I don't recall.
And do you recall the defendant telling you, and that's where the assault happened?
I don't recall that either, ma'am.
It's all right, it's been a while. And on March 22nd of 2018, did you ask the defendant to do something with respect to your other child?
I really don't remember. It's been quite a while.
Sure. Do you remember asking the defendant to make sure she was there to get your son off the bus from school?
It's likely that could have happened. It was a pretty common thing when I worked late, yes.
And do you recall the defendant deleted her Facebook account shortly before the date in question?
Objection, no foundation, irrelevant.
Just hold on, okay. I'm going to sustain a lack of foundation. You can ask it a different way.
And sir, I asked you some questions about the information that you got from the defendant that you don't recall about Owen Park. If you reviewed a transcript, would that refresh your recollection?
It very well may.
And then if you reviewed the same transcript regarding the heating pad, would that possibly refresh your recollection?
I'm sure.
So this is the transcript.
Judge, I just asked if she's going to consult with the witness, she'd do it in public out loud and
Sure.
tell him what.
And I'm just showing him the transcript that it starts with his name on page 27, line 1203. I'm directing him to page 28 of the transcript, lines 1225 through 1226, as well as pages or lines 1244 to 1245. So if you reviewed those sentences, you can let me know if that would refresh your recollection.
It seems pretty accurate.
Objection, move that be stricken. I think the question is whether that refreshes his memory.
All right, the portion of the witness indicated seems pretty accurate to be stricken. Jury will disregard that answer. And Ms. Nodoff, you can ask him if that refreshes his recollection, and then what is his recollection?
Mr. Carlin, after reading those lines in the transcript, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And do you recall what the defendant told you about why she returned or wanted to return Alex's heating pad?
Yeah, she just stated she wanted to return it so that she didn't have to go back there or deal with it anymore.
And did she also tell you that she was assaulted?
No.
Did she tell you that an assault occurred at Owen Park?
I don't believe that she told me anything about Owen Park from what I remember.
Sir, when the defendant came to stay with you, do you recall that she brought some belongings to your house?
Yes.
Do you recall what she brought?
She brought her clothes. She brought her laptop.
And when you met with the officers on March 24th of 2018, did they execute a search warrant at your house?
Yes.
And when they executed that search warrant, do you remember directing the officers to the location in your living room where the defendant's belongings were?
Yes.
And did the officers ask you about any knives in the house?
They asked me if there were any weapons in the home.
And did they also ask you if there were any knives in the home?
I believe that what they asked me was, were there weapons? I don't specifically recall if it was directly related to knives.
Do you recall Investigator Kowalczyk asking you if any pocket knives, any kind of knives or anything that you know of?
Yes.
And how did you respond?
Well, I have knives that I use for work that I have at home.
And what did you use those knives for?
Well, they're EMT knives, and I have them for cutting ropes when working, doing tree work, and I also keep them in a vehicle with me.
And did you show the officers where the knives were located in your house?
Where I knew I had one, for sure I did.
And where did you take the officer?
I call it my junk drawer in my kitchen.
Do you first recall taking the officer to like a nightstand in your living room area?
No.
Do you recall the officers locating a knife in your house that day?
The one in the kitchen that I showed them, yes.
The officers didn't find a knife in your living room?
Not from what I recall. They photographed the one from my kitchen in my living room.
And did you direct the officers to a second knife that you believed was in your house?
I did not find a second one at all in my house.
And did you take the officers to a knife in your kitchen, or, excuse me, did you take the officers to a basket in your kitchen where the second knife was supposed to be located?
I looked in there because it was possible that it could be.
And that was after they found the first EMT knife?
Yes.
Okay, and you couldn't find that second knife in the kitchen where you thought it would be, is that right?
Right.
And so then did you take the officers to your work truck?
Yeah.
And did they search in that work truck to try to locate the second EMT knife?
I went through the whole truck, yes.
And did you locate that second EMT knife?
No, ma'am.
And when the defendant was staying with you shortly before this incident in question, do you recall the defendant receiving phone calls at odd hours of the night?
Up to like 9 or 10 o'clock. I didn't consider them odd.
Did you tell the officers that you woke up for work at 5 a.m. and the defendant was still on a phone call?
I recall that she was, yes. I don't know if I discussed that with your detectives.
And let's go back to this EMT knife. You had two of those, is that right?
At least two.
And do you recall telling the officers that you had just purchased two EMT knives on Amazon for your work?
Yeah,
And while you found the one in the house, you were still missing the other, is that right?
right. Not uncommon. We lose tools and stuff all the time.
And you said the defendant started to stay with you approximately 1 week before this incident in question, is that right?
Yes.
And when was the last time you had seen her before that?
Seen her periodically every couple weeks up until then.
And on March 24th of 2018, you recall the officers, did you see the officers seize one of those EMT knives from your house?
Yes.
And then when they left on March 24th of 2018, you were unable to locate the other knife, is that right?
I didn't even look anymore.
But you looked in the kitchen, is that right? And you looked in your work truck?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Mr. Carlin, this is your daughter here?
Yes, sir.
She came and stayed with you when she was 19 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
In the spring of 2018, correct?
That's right.
She'd lived with you throughout her childhood, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say nothing unusual about your daughter coming and staying with you at some point during her early adulthood, right?
Nothing strange about it at all.
You talked about you were telling her that you didn't want her to drive. You remember talking about that?
Yeah.
You had your own reasons for doing that, correct?
Yes, sir.
It didn't have to do with her driving or her ability to drive in any way, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't a safety matter for her or for anybody else, agreed?
Agreed.
All right. This is just a father, as sometimes us fathers do, for lack of a better term, imposing our will sometimes on our children.
I would agree.
Okay. You spoke with the police, it sounds like, after Ezra was found at the farmer's house, muddy and bloody and hyperventilating, right?
Yes.
And when you spoke with the police, that was on a day that you had been off at a tournament, is that right?
That is right.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You pretty straight-laced for the most part,
Very much so.
but every now and then, probably like who amongst us doesn't, there's an event that you might go and partake of some beverages, right?
Yes.
And on that day, the 24th, had you gone to was it a softball tournament?
It was a dart tournament.
A dart tournament. And a dart tournament was where? In a bar?
It was.
When you were in that dart tournament in a bar, were you there all day?
I got there at probably around 11 a.m.
And you left there?
Shortly before the deputies would have met with us. That's the only reason I left, is because I was told I needed to come home.
Okay. And again, not trying to characterize you, but during that time, you're in a bar drinking beer, right?
Yes.
Probably had a lot of beer, right?
Several, yes.
And fair to say that's not typical for you. You don't normally consume alcohol, agreed?
Maybe 1 or 2 beers a month.
So you agree that that was an unusual day for you, for whatever reason, you were kind of letting your hair out and drinking some, right?
I was,
There was some stress that you had obviously been under, correct?
yes.
And so when you met with the officers on that day, fair to say you were under the influence
Heavily,
of alcohol, correct?
yes.
When you initially spoke with the police, you didn't know all of the circumstances of why your daughter was in the hospital, did you?
Not a clue.
And you were angry at her, right?
I was a little upset she drove and took the car, yes.
She'd not followed what her father had asked her to do, correct?
Correct.
And that made you angry.
I would agree with that, yes.
And so when you first spoke with the police, it sounds like you were angry and drunk?
Not something I'm proud of, but yes.
Might have exaggerated some of your thoughts about your daughter at that point?
I'm sure, yes.
Okay. Again, not something, I'm not trying to get anything, not something, it sounds like you regret that, right?
I do very much.
You were the police executed a search warrant at your house, is that right?
They did,
And as you said, they asked you about weapons, is that right?
yes.
You're a gun owner?
Yes.
You have lots of guns in your house, correct?
There are several, yes.
And I didn't mean to say lots, like, how many guns do you have in your house?
In the proximity of a dozen.
Okay. And did you tell the police about the guns that were in your house?
I did.
Were some of the guns in a safe?
None of them are in a safe.
Where are the guns?
There's a gun cabinet upstairs.
Is the gun cabinet locked?
The gun cabinet itself is not locked, but the guns do have locks.
Okay. Are all of the guns in the gun cabinet with locks?
No,
Are there some other guns placed, for lack of a better term, strategically around the house or in vehicles?
there are.
Like where?
Is this relevant, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, it is.
What is the relevance of this?
I believe the state's portraying that she took a knife from the house when there's a boatload of guns in the house. And so I just want to portray that she wanted to take a weapon, there was guns available.
Well, okay, I think you've made your point. I don't think we need to go any further on that.
Can I just ask one follow-up question to sum that up?
Yeah, but I don't think we need to broadcast for the world the answers to those questions. Okay? I think you've
I'm
made...
not trying to broadcast it for the world, I'm trying to establish facts for my client.
I think you've established that fact. So do your follow-up question and move on.
There were guns that were accessible to Ezra McCandless in your house on March 22nd, 2018. Agreed?
Readily
Objection calls for
available.
speculation.
Overrule the objection. You may answer that question and then we're going to move on.
Were the guns accessible to Ezra McCandless in your house on March 22nd, 2018?
They're readily available, yes.
They asked you also about knives, is that right?
Yes.
Ezra, you said, had worked with you in the tree cutting service?
Yes.
And as part of that work, did you see her use a knife?
Yeah.
Is that part of the regular duties within your employment, or when she's employed by you?
Well, if they're not good at tying knots that come out very easily, they unfortunately have to cut my ropes, yes.
And sometimes they're using the knife on trees or branches or twigs or other things, correct?
As a tool or for cutting ropes, yes.
Okay. Have you loaned, given knives for those purposes to your daughter, Ms. McCandless?
Yes.
Have you told her, given her knives for other reasons?
I had.
What other reasons had you given her a knife?
I gave her a knife similar to this one to keep in her vehicle with her. As I told her, it had a seatbelt cutter on it. It also has a punch on the end for breaking a window in the event that you would need it in an accident you were in yourself, or if you came upon a car accident that you could be of help.
Okay. And in addition to that, have you talked to her about self-defense?
Just basic father-daughter, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you feel as if you need to protect yourself or others, just take care of yourself.
I want to ask you some questions about March 21st, 2018, okay?
Sure.
Ezra and you had a conversation that day, right?
Yes, sir.
That evening, correct?
Right.
I think as you'd said before, her demeanor was improving, right?
Yes.
And when she came to you on that day, what did you see about her improvement in her demeanor on the 21st in that evening?
She was positive and upbeat. She was looking forward to gaining new employment and getting a new start back home by us. And we had talked about how we were going to, get back on track, helping her budget and get some money put away for obtaining a residence of her own.
Without getting into the content, I don't want to get the content, but did she share some thoughts and feelings with you that night that she'd had about life and everything in general?
Yes.
And did you, in turn, as her father, give her some fatherly advice back?
I did.
What did you say?
I told her that everything that's happened in the past, and no matter what you're going through, that's fine, but life starts tomorrow. You can leave all that behind.
Wasn't the expression that you'd said was life starts now? Is that what you'd said?
Now or tomorrow, I believe.
Somewhere along those lines?
Absolutely.
And you'd meant that as, let's move forward, correct?
Right.
And that's what you'd passed on to your daughter on March 21st, correct?
Yes, whatever we needed to do to get to where we needed to get.
And that was in a positive mode that you had told her that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that positivity was reciprocated back to you from Ms. McCandless in her demeanor and mood and appearance. Agreed?
Very much, yes.
She seemed to be accepting of that, correct?
Yep.
Some way relieved, perhaps.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar on that, please?
That's my last question on it.
All right, well then just let it sit. I don't think we need a sidebar.
Somewhat relieved?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Can you redirect, Ms. Nodal?
Yes. Mr. Carlin, did you tell the officers that you gave the defendant a knife?
A knife?
Yes.
I don't recall if I ever told them that I gave her a knife.
And do you remember when the officers asked you if you had any knives in the house? You told them, I have a couple knives. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And did you tell them they're not work knives, they're just flip ones that I'm doing for my tree service? Did you say that?
It was a long time ago. I'm not going to remember every single thing I said with them.
And did you tell them, as far as any that she would have, no, referring to knives?
I don't recall if I said that or not, ma'am.
If you reviewed the transcript from your conversation with the officers, would that refresh your recollection?
It very well may.
I may approach.
Sorry, one more time, I apologize. It's the picture.
Sir, I'm showing you page 34 of a transcript. I'm directing you to lines 1515 through 1517, if you can review that to see if it refreshes your recollection. Does that refresh your recollection?
It really doesn't.
Okay. And, sir, would you recall that your recollection would have been better back on March 24th of 2018 than it is today?
Well, I would think the sooner it was to the incident, obviously, I would be remembering it a lot easier, yes.
And were you lying to the police that day?
No.
And did you tell them, I just have a couple knives in my home, they're just like work knives, just flip open ones for when I'm doing my tree service if I've got to cut a rope. As far as any that she would have, no. Did you say that?
I remember telling them that I have knives.
Okay, but just yes or no, do you remember stating that?
I don't remember saying it how you are.
And you were asked on cross about some self-defense conversation you had with the defendant. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Do you remember telling the defendant about when she was a kid in the lunchroom and if a kid were to pick on you, you knee them in the nuts? Do you remember saying that?
That wasn't the words I would have used, no.
Did you say, I told you the first thing you do is knee them in the nuts?
I don't recall that statement at all.
I have nothing else.
Okay, any recross related to that redirect?
Just about this knife. Do you recall giving the knife that you talked about and described at some point in the past to Ezra McCandless?
I do.
That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carlin. You may step down. You may be recalled, so you would still be under the an exclusion order where you may not discuss the case with any other witnesses and or watch any coverage of any witness's testimony, okay?
I'll obey your wishes.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all. Mr. Carlin's free to go today. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached that point where we're going to let you go. Now, I just want to ask you, has anybody made plans based on my saying I was going to do drug court tomorrow? And, okay, anybody? So, is there anybody who could not start at 8:30 with testimony? Okay, very well. Judge Meltzer's...
Can we approach on the side?
Okay, sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so then Judge Smeltzer's calendar opened up. He's able to cover that for me tomorrow. And so we're going to have you come in at 9 a.m. tomorrow, okay, for the beginning of testimony. We're going to try and get a number of things that we have to get sorted out either tonight or tomorrow morning before you come back. But I think you've had enough for one day, so we're going to let you go. And again, before you do, hold on. And I also just want to remind you, and it's very important, that you not begin your deliberations and discussions about this case until all of the evidence has been presented. That includes amongst yourselves, as well as anybody else, and until you've been instructed on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio or television, internet, social media, any source whatsoever about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, websites, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. And again, I remind you that any information that you receive outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, incomplete, and frankly, downright inadmissible as evidence. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on the jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, etc., 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 on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you, and if anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home to discuss this with your family or loved ones. Again, friends, neighbors, there are probably all sorts of people that would love to talk to you about this case. Do not let anyone communicate with you about this case. Again, this case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom, as I talked to you earlier today about what evidence actually is and what you must make your decision based upon. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone you want to, but you have to wait until the trial is over before you can discuss or talk about your experience as a juror. Again, these rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should also report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. So, again, you are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial, as I discussed earlier today. And I'm confident you will all follow that and remember to keep your duty as jurors steadfastly in mind. All right, with that, we're going to excuse you for the day. All rise. Okay, thank you. Please be seated if you wish. All right. Wait till the door closes. Okay, council, do you want to take a break, or do we need to take up anything else tonight?
Just the list of witnesses for tomorrow, and then my preference would be to take it up tomorrow between 8:30 and 9 o'clock.
All right, well, I do want to just go back to the motion, sidebar, 4:07 p.m., and it was related to the motion in limine. Mr. Nelson objected to the examination of Mr. Carlin and getting into areas of arguably opinions. Objection was sustained. Ms. Nodoff moved on after that. Anything further that either Ms. Nodoff or Mr. Nelson wish to put on the record with respect to that sidebar?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And I think that covers it. Any other sidebars? Again, I mentioned the sidebar. We had, the last one I think was just about what time we're going to start tomorrow. I don't think we need to go into that.
Agreed.
All right. Any other matters that from this afternoon that either council would like to put on the record?
Judge, just that tomorrow morning, I know we're going to try to meet to hash out some items. If we can go over evidence for Jason Stalker as well as exhibits for Jason Mingle. Because I believe we'll get to Mr. Mingle tomorrow.
All right, well, there was the motion filed by the defense with respect to electronic communications. And we haven't addressed that entirely yet. Again, we do have a pretrial ruling, and frankly, again, the court, as long as information is relevant and falls within the panorama decision the court had made, court is likely to admit that evidence. Again, assuming it's relevant, not unfairly prejudicial. And I'm not aware of what else may be out there other than what, the court has received in terms of motions and so on. So, is there anything in particular the court should look at? Any authority you would like the court to read tonight? Or particular motions the court should review before tomorrow?
I have Mr. Nagel, and I have a rough idea of what the state is going to elicit, but I haven't actually seen it. I don't know, Mr. Hahn was going to see if he could get me copies of that today. I'm not sure he's had an opportunity to do so, however.
Judge, and there was a request yesterday to provide, it was a request from Attorney Vishny to provide some additional detail about what information specifically as it relates to Instagram would come in through Mr. Mengel. And this morning, prior to getting started, probably prior to anybody being at the courthouse, I did email Attorney Vishny a much pared down version of what was provided as discovery. I don't have, the printouts are in our prep room, so I can certainly meet with Attorney Vishny after court today if she's available to look at some of those documents, but she does have specific page numbers that I've at least indicated I may introduce. I'm pretty confident we can work around any issues within those. The court referenced the messages as it relates to electronic messages between the defendant and John Hanson. I don't think we need to address those in their entirety, but there are some messages that were pulled from Jason Mengel's cell phone extraction because he learned of the relationship between the defendant and John Hanson by viewing those messages on the defendant's cell phone and then taking a screenshot of those messages. It's not the more, I guess, inflammatory or racy photos that I think were probably the biggest reason for the objection, which contained nude photographs of the defendant and some language outside of what's used in the messages contained on Mr. Mengel's cell phone extraction. So I don't know if Attorney Vishny has had a chance to look at which photos those are. I'm guessing there may not be an objection to those specific ones, but the purpose they'd be introduced would be to show those are the messages Jason Mengel saw, and that's how he was made aware of the relationship, which the court has already found to be relevant, the nature of the relationship between John Hanson, the defendant, the way that Jason Mengel found out, and then the report to law enforcement and the circumstances of that. So I think maybe it makes sense for Attorney Vishny and I to sit down and just pull certain ones that there are objections to, if there are any, and bring those to the court rather than addressing them in a more blanket way, because I think a lot of them will be agreed to.
All right.
I agree, it makes sense
Okay.
for us to look at the specifics. Is that okay for us to go do that? Yeah, all right. It's good, 'cause it's been-
Just depends on what the other list of witnesses are. So I know right now Stalker and Mengel, is there?
I think Investigator Stalker would be the first witness tomorrow, probably Officer Mark Vang, followed by, this is the likely order, Julia Post, then Jason Mengel. Assuming we get further, Matthew Schreiner, possibly Alex Zink. That might be near the end of the day. If we get further than that, it would probably be Jenna Van de Zand. Detective Prock will not testify tomorrow.
And as it relates to Jason Stalker, is there any information, electronic media that you intend to introduce from Mr. Stalker related to Ms. McCandless's numerous accounts?
Just the journals.
And I believe we have a working agreement regarding the journals.
We'll have a redacted copy of the journals that I believe is almost finalized, and the parties both agreed to them, so that shouldn't be an issue before Investigator Stalker.
One other. Nothing else, Judge?
Okay, very well then. 2018 CF 125 appearances, please.
State appears by District Attorney Andrea Nodolf and Assistant Attorney General Peter Hahn and Richard DeFore.
Ezra McCandless appears in person with her attorneys Aaron Nelson and Deja Vishny.
Okay, well, good morning. Are there some things we need to address then before we bring the jury in this morning?
There are a few, Judge. Do you want to address Stalker first?
Judge, my understanding is the state's calling Jason Stalker to begin with. They were kind enough to show me several exhibits that they intended to introduce through him. I have objections to those exhibits, so that is certainly one of the items that the defense wants to take up this morning.
And do you have an objection to all of the exhibits?
I have not to all of their exhibits, I have listed the exhibits that I have objections to, and I can go through them one by one.
Well, why don't we take them up one at a time unless they can be grouped for the same reasons?
Yeah, I think there's probably three groupings. One is Exhibit 677, which is the original of Jenna Van de Zan's letter that was found in Ms. McCandless's car when it was out stuck in the mud. My understanding of that letter is the letter that Jenna Van de Zan sent to Jason Mengel. I believe Your Honor has previously seen a photo of that same letter. The defense position is that it is irrelevant as it's written by Jenna to Jason, and it has nothing to do with panorama evidence, doesn't have anything certainly to do with any of the elements. It's irrelevant, so.
Okay, Ms. Nodolf?
Your Honor, the state intends to introduce that exhibit, not publish it for the jury with this witness, simply that it was located in the defendant's vehicle. I believe that there would be testimony regarding that letter, both through Jason Mengel and Jenna Van de Zan, which sets out sort of a argument that occurred between, or a discussion that occurred between Jenna Van de Zan and Jason Mengel, which then led to a conversation between the defendant and Jenna Van de Zan, where she decided then to write a letter. My understanding is Mr. Mengel provided that letter to the defendant. I believe it's like within March 20th to March 21st, very close in time to the date of the incident in question. I believe it's certainly relevant. I'm not publishing it at this point. I think the relevance will come out after Mr. Mengel and Ms. Van de Zan testify.
We'll be objecting eventually to either Mr. Mengel testifying about it and or Ms. Van de Zan testifying about it. It's also, I don't know that just because their explanation doesn't say how it's relevant. What is it probative to? They have not said in any way what it's probative to of anything. It's two other people talking and discussing, Jason and Jenna. It's not relevant, as well as it's hearsay.
All right, well, until I hear what their evidence is from Mr. Mengel and Ms. Van de Zan, I can't really make a ruling on that. If it relates to, again, the relationship issues, as I was thinking about this on the video from the Eau Claire City Police vehicles on the afternoon of March 22nd, Jason Mengel refers to it, we kind of have a situation, refers to a situation. So if this letter is in some way, about that situation and the overall circumstances involving the relationship between Ms. McCandless and Mr. Mengel, and these issues, in the relationship that involved Mr. Hanson and Mr. Woodworth and so on and so forth, I can see where there could be some relevance, but I don't know until I've heard what those witnesses say about that. And so,
Regarding this witness then, Judge, Your Honor, we're not going to be objection on foundation grounds. We agree where it was, that it was found there. And so the defense preference is let's deal with it then on Mr. Mengel. I don't think there needs to be any, I don't want evidence, something marked and put in if it's not going to get tied up later. Let's just see if it comes in with Jason or doesn't come in, but there's no reason to have this witness refer to it in any way, shape, or form.
well, at some point, I assume that the state would want to have the evidence that it was found in Ms. McCandless' possession on that day.
Yeah, and if Your Honor rules that it's relevant, we will agree to that fact of where it was found.
So you're saying you would enter into a stipulation,
Yes.
and what is the state's position on that?
Your Honor, I believe the state has, the right to present its case the way we believe is appropriate. I think it was found in her vehicle. I'm not displaying it. I won't be asking about the contents other than, is this a letter that was located in the defendant's vehicle? Is this an accurate copy? I believe I think there's a sufficient basis regarding, intent and state of mind and, context of her relationships that will come out after these individuals testify. But I would like to be able to at least lay the foundation for that.
All right, well, I'm going to allow the state to lay that foundation. Obviously, it's not going to be published to the jury, nor will there be, really any reference to what it is other than this was found and it's marked as an exhibit, but it won't be received unless and until it is, again, found to be relevant. And
Yes, it not be offered then. I understand they can go
yeah,
to the step.
it won't be offering it, you just, you can identify it, again, then it can go to the clerk, and we won't have any further reference to it today.
The next 4 items deal with personal information regarding Ms. McCandless. I think there are 2 different matters. One is, I believe the state intends to introduce Ms. McCandless's plastic driver's license, as well as a W-2 form that Ms. McCandless, that was at some point found. These are, again, irrelevant. Her plastic driver's license, there's no issue of identity in this case. There's no need for her driver's license, the piece of plastic, to be entered into evidence in this case. It's just not relevant. If they want to testify, did you find her plastic driver's license in the car? Yes. I get it. That's fine. But the actual piece of plastic with all of her personal data on there doesn't need to be entered into evidence.
Okay, Ms. Nordoff?
Judge, it's not, I understand that the relevance is small in this case, but it does have her height and weight, which I think is relevant when we're coming to a claim of self-defense. It was located in her vehicle on the recording. She states it's in here somewhere, she can't find it. It was found in the vehicle. I think we have a right to, introduce that to show, identity and height and weight as well as it was in the vehicle.
Just briefly, if they want to ask him, did you find her driver's license? Yes. Does the driver's license say she's 5'6"? Yes. Does it say she weighs this much? Yes. They got the information in. They don't need the piece of plastic.
What about that, Ms. Nordoff?
Well, I still think the piece of plastic is relevant because it's, her license, and she was asked about it from the officer earlier in the day.
Doesn't make it relevant.
I disagree. I don't understand how it's prejudicial to be, as well. So I think there's a little bit of relevance to it, and I don't see how it prejudices the offense.
It's not a matter of prejudice. It is not probative of any material fact. It doesn't make anything more or less likely that's contested in this case. The piece of plastic is not probative of anything.
Well, it sounds like the only relevant aspect to the driver's license is the height and weight. So I'm going to grant the defense request there, as long as you can ask you can have the officer testify that he found the driver's license, and this was the height and the weight of Ms. McCandless. But the actual driver's license itself is not relevant. I think we're getting close to that area too then, where the court has excluded some information regarding that driver's license. So if that's why it's relevant, that it was there and that it has her height and weight, the officer can testify to that without actually having that exhibit in evidence.
Then also they intend to introduce a W-2 form. Again, it's not probative of anything. What her previous employment was and what she got paid is not probative of anything in this manner. And so in addition to the personal information, this case isn't about where she worked or when she worked or if she worked. There's nothing to do with it.
Okay, well, what's the, Ms. Notoff, what's the purpose for W-2?
Excuse me, it was located in her belongings at Mr. Carlin's residence. I think it shows ownership of the belongings within the bags found at the residence. It also is relevant in, to sort of some panorama evidence to show, very limited income at this point, reliance on Jason Mingle, and it goes to motive and intent.
It wasn't a part of the panorama motions. We've litigated this to the nth degree. It wasn't part of anything that they'd said before. If they want to, again, elicit information, did you find a bag? Yes. Did it have personal identifying information of Ms. McCandless in the bag? They can say yes. The W-2 form and what her income is irrelevant. That's not probative of her intent. Just because they throw out the word intent doesn't mean her W-2 form shows her mindset or intent. Not admissible.
All right, well, I tend to agree again with the defense that the W-2 form itself, there can be testimony about it that it was found to show that the belongings it was found in, circumstantial evidence that those were her belongings. But the W-2 form itself, if it is going to be introduced, it should be redacted to eliminate her social security number. And again, I don't see where what her income was is relevant. I don't know, I guess unless the state wants to argue more about that, I can't see where that would be probative to motive or intent to commit a homicide.
Your Honor, I'll simply ask him what her income was and was it located in I won't offer the physical exhibit. I do think that some testimony regarding it, though, is relevant as to, why she was trying to recapture the relationship with Jason Mingle.
Yeah, we'd argue it's hearsay and it's a W-2 form from one place does not mean that's her income. Income is something different. We all know that. And if it is the W-2 form, it's from 2018. This isn't a paycheck from March. This is a W-2 form from 2017. So the year before, it doesn't have anything to do with her income in January or February or March. It's hearsay. It's irrelevant.
Well, again, I'm going to allow it for purposes of showing that the items it was found with belong to her. Her income, again, if the state testifies to what it shows her income, or if they won't have testimony about that, I guess it goes to their theory. I don't necessarily get it, but I don't see any unfair prejudice to the defense. So if it has some probative value as part of the state's theory, I will allow it. But again, any personal identifying information should be redacted from that exhibit. And it's issue as to whether that's going to go, that exhibit, to the jury. So we'll hold off on that. Worry about that down the road.
And Judge, I just won't introduce it. I'll just ask him what her income was and was it located.
All right. Again, I'll let the state do that. However, but the document it's a document. It is what it is. So it's not, it's not, I think there's a hearsay exception, certain documents. And so,
It's also inaccurate to say it's her income. They could say it's her income from that job during that year, but that's not.
well, but that could be handled by cross-examination easily.
Why don't they just ask an accurate question rather than me have to clean it up on cross-examination? I mean, if they don't have a good faith basis to ask that question, it's wrong.
Well,
Why not just ask an accurate question?
I'm not sure what you mean by just ask an accurate question.
Well, did you find her W-2 form? Does the W-2 form indicate her income in 2017 from Joanne Fabrics? That's an accurate question. For them to say,
Okay.
does this show her income of 2017? No, it doesn't.
All right, fair enough. Then that is accurate. The W-2 is not if that's the only place she worked, but that does show income from one place. You know, people have other things, odd jobs, there's all sorts of different things people could do to earn income. And,
Moving on, I believe under, the state intends to introduce what we've called a white journal and a blue journal of Ms. McCandless. It's my understanding that the state intends to introduce them, but not talk about any of the contents in any way, shape, or form, which to me then says, what's the relevance? Are they they found a blue t-shirt at Mr. Carlin's house, they found purple sneakers, they found a white journal. If the contents aren't discussed and relevant, what is the fact that there is a leather or some sort of object in which there's words in front? How is that in any way relevant?
Ms. Snodoff, what is the state's position on that?
You're on they can become relevant on cross-examination of the defendant and/or rebuttal. And so it's just saving the witness having, to come testify. He, sees them, where the journals located in her belongings and putting them into evidence. I mean, I don't think I need to provide the state's theory of the case as far as rebuttal and cross-examination, but they may become relevant if and when the court or the state would intend to introduce them. We would take that up with Your Honor before doing so.
All right, we'll treat those the same as the letters then. You can offer them, they're found, we're not going to go any further with them at this point in time.
The defense would also have a discovery objection. You've never been provided with the contents of those journals, so I don't know that anyone's ever made have you? I mean,
They're in the photographs. All the pages are in for eyes. Jason Stalker's photos. He photographs every page in those journals.
All right, again, they won't be offered today, they'll just be marked, and Deputy Stalker found them, seized them, without anything further to it, or until the relevance is shown.
the state also intends to introduce a form, what I'm calling the name change information, court document regarding when Ms. McCandless legally changed her name. Again, that's not probative of anything here. She legally changed her name. The fact of when it happened is not probative of anything here.
And is there any prejudicial concern there as far as that evidence?
Well, before we even get to 90403, 90402 needs to be addressed, and 90402 says irrelevant evidence is inadmissible, regardless of whether it's prejudicial or not. There's no probative value. We certainly have some concerns under 90403 as well, but the first issue is, how is it probative? Is the state's, and I believe Your Honor has already ruled, certainly regarding state's previous attempts to introduce evidence regarding opinions about gender identity, that those could not be admissible. I don't know if this goes along that same theory, but people change their names, especially women change their names. When they get married, their name gets changed often. Unfortunately, not as many men do that as perhaps should.
I understand,
not all
Mr.
women.
Nelson, I've done many name changes sitting
But
here.
it's not probative of anything in this case.
Okay, there's been testimony first of all, there's testimony, the contact with her initially at Sipples, where she gives the name Monica, and the fireman thought it was a false name, and so on and so forth, a little confusion there. Frankly, I would think that would be something that would be helpful to the defense. I'm not sure why the state would be offering it. We did have Mr. Carlin testify yesterday that her name was Monica J. Carlin, and now it's Ezra McCandless. What would be the reason again for the introduction of that? What would be the relevance?
Apology, just beforehand, we would agree if they just want to ask, did you do investigation to determine if Ms. McCandless previously was known as Monica Carlin? Yes. Was that her legal name, and was it changed from Monica Carlin to Ezra McCandless? Yes. That information can be elicited from the stand. We agree to that. It's
All right.
the form itself that we're...
Okay, Ms. Noto?
Your Honor, it goes again to show ownership of the items there. I believe it's relevant given, indicating the previous name at Sipple's residence. That's it.
All right, well, I think that, I don't see, is there anything on the form other than just that it's a name change? Or, sometimes the petitions for a name change, it has the reason the person's asking for the change, or is this simply the order that her name was changed?
Simply it's a photograph of the birth certificate, and I would have a form as well to make sure it's confidential, kept in the record.
Well, I think, again, I believe that the probative value is not great, maybe not necessary, but I don't see any unfair prejudice to the defendant, so I'm going to allow the state to introduce that evidence.
Can I see the form again? Can I see number 501? The birth certificate or the name? Updated birth certificate.
Yeah.
Updated birth certificate that has the name change.
Okay. What's the next?
Hold on, Judge, I just want to make sure I know what Actually, I apologize, I misspoke. It is not the name change form. It is the original certificate of birth that is Exhibit 501 that the state is intending to introduce, and that is our objection. So it's not the name change form, it's the birth certificate, on the bottom of which it says there is an amendment, and the date of the amendment as to the name. But again, it's a birth certificate. So, I just want to make sure I was clear on the record what I was.
Well, I think really the same analysis. I don't see any unfair prejudice. It's been talked about in this case. It's really not an issue. Probative value, I think, is certainly not great to any significant proposition, but they do have to prove identity, but I think they've already done that sufficiently. So, but again, the court does not see anything unfairly prejudicial about that. However, if there is certain confidential information that should be redacted or sealed in the court record, again, I don't know how the state intends to use that.
We'd ask that if it is introduced and offered and accepted, that it be sealed.
No objection to that.
Okay, well, yeah, you're talking about sealed from public view, or you're talking about sealed from the jury? Obviously.
Talking both, I guess. I don't know that the jury needs, I don't think it's going to be published.
It won't be published. If the jury asks about it, we'll take that up if that comes in.
All right. Well, birth certificates generally are considered to be, somewhat confidential. Only certain people can get them. So I think that there's a basis to seal that particular exhibit. So
And then lastly, Your Honor, my understanding is Mr. Stalker is going to be used in some manner to impeach Joshane Carlin's previous testimony. There is the state intends to introduce Exhibit 260, which is the full audio recording of the interview of Joshane Carlin, Rose Carlin, and Deborah Carlin, as well as Terry Carlin, who is now deceased. So they also intend to introduce a full transcript of that entire interview, as well as a partial transcript from page 34, which has 3 lines. I know Your Honor doesn't have the 3 lines in front of Your Honor, that's something perhaps we can give to Your Honor. It's the, I believe it's DOJ 4443, lines 1515 through 1517. Can I have a copy of that? Which, if Your Honor recalls, was used in the redirect of Joshane Carlin, and he agreed that he had said that. So when on redirect, they asked him, did you say that? He said, yes, except for, I believe he denied the last part of it, as far as any that she would have no. So again, I'm going on my memory. I understand everybody speaks about memory, so I don't want to go down that too much, but they object to the audio recording. They didn't introduce that or play that for Joshane, and it also includes all kinds of other information. They don't have a timestamp on that as to what this clip is. I object to the full transcript because there's all kinds of other hearsay from all kinds of other people. And I object to the partial transcript because the tape's not played. The tape's never played. If they want to ask, that's just not how you use a different witness to impeach a witness. If they want to get Mr. Stalker up there and ask, did Joshane Carlin
I was working for FedEx.
First and last name for the court reporter, please.
Jason, Leemengel.
It's Jason Lee Mengel.
Yes, Roger.
Where do you work?
At the moment, I was working for FedEx, but I'm going on a deployment to the Ukraine, so I guess the Army owns me.
Currently taking a leave?
I took the month off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you're going on a deployment to Ukraine. What's your military status?
I'm on Title 10 right now, I believe.
Are you a medic in the military?
Roger, yeah.
And just because I don't use Roger in my normal
yes,
course of
Yes.
work, that's a yes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. How long have you been in the military as a medic?
It's going on like 10, 12 years-ish.
Does that require some travel, both in the United States as well as outside of the country?
Just travel. It's mostly like stateside lately, relief efforts and things like that.
How old are you?
I am 35? April 6, 84. We'll say that.
April 6, 84. And what city or municipality are you initially from?
Initially from?
Yes.
I guess you could say initially we could do Medford, Wisconsin?
Medford,
the Taylor
Wisconsin.
County area.
And just generally, what city do you live in currently?
Currently, Eau Claire County.
And in the time period from the summer of 2017 through March of 2018, were you living in the city of Eau Claire?
In what time frame?
September 2017 through March 2018?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a place, Lacy's Coffee Shop?
Yes.
Is that a place that you have frequented as a customer?
Oh, yeah, I go there quite frequently.
Okay. Is that a place that you frequented as a customer from that same time period, summer 2017 to March 2018?
Yeah, about pretty much every day.
And if you could describe for the jury a little bit about
the clientele at Lacy's, and I'll ask you some specific questions. Is it more of an artsy place, or is it more of a sports bar? What's the typical clientele?
It's kind of like an intersection of like all people. So we have, veterans, we have motorcycle guys, we have liberals, we have Democrats, Republicans, like everybody. It's kind of like a melting pot where everyone just goes and sits on the benches and they have conversations in an open forum. And it's a very understanding place where people are free thinkers and there's no recourse like for your thought.
Is it, by the name Lacy's Coffee Shop, is coffee the main product sold there?
I mean, yeah, they have coffee, but there's also the nucleus, which serves food, but.
So is that connected to?
They're connected inside, yeah.
Would it be common or uncommon for me to walk into Lacy's and see somebody with a philosophy book or a journal?
No. Students go there a lot to study, so.
So that would be common?
Yeah, very common.
Is it a place that you would go to just grab a cup of coffee and head out, like maybe at Starbucks, or is it a place you'd go and, like you said, sit on the bench?
It's a place for procrastination, I think. A lot of people go there with intentions of like studying but it's like a unified procrastination. It's kind of like, it makes it okay, so we can indulge in our vices, like people intentions of like studying but it's like a unified procrastination. It's kind of like, it makes it okay, so we can indulge in our vices, like people go there to smoke, and they really shouldn't be just, because it's communal, so like you all,
Is it a lot of the same regular customers and regular employees when you go there?
I mean, there's like monthly people that come like once or twice a month, but there's definitely daily, like they call themselves, or we call like Lacy's rats, pretty much, just like.
The Lacy's rats?
Pretty much, just like hanging out at the coffee shop.
And you said smoke cigarettes, does that happen out on the bench?
Yeah, the benches are kind of like, that's where people like wax poetic and stuff like that. And
What?
the what?
What did I hear you said? If you repeat what you said.
For which part?
You said, yeah, the benches that's for people, and then I don't know what you said.
Like wax poetic, like just like people will go on rants about Trump, or they'll go on rants about anything, just about anything. Like I talk a lot about bikes out there because I'm very pro biking.
I talk about what?
Bicycling. I talk a lot about bicycling out there because I'm very pro. I don't know. I'm an enthusiast for cycling, so.
So it's a place where if you're gonna have a smoke, you step outside, sit on the bench and have a conversation?
Yeah, and everyone gives each other their fair, order for the conversation.
Would you describe, speaking more of the regulars, the dailies, is it a close-knit group of people, or are there cliques?
Sorry. Yeah, exceptionally close. Like, there's been a lot in people's lives at that place that people have experienced through each other. So, losses of friends, family members, people that move away, marriages, things like that. Like, yeah, it's always sad to see someone go somewhere else, like someone move to Portland or someone move,
Is it like the coffee cheers kind of place?
You could equivalent it to that, yeah.
Now, did you know Alexander Woodworth?
Yeah, he was a nighttime barista mostly, sometimes daytime shifts, but.
So you would see him at Lacy's?
Yeah, I would get off work pretty late, so a lot of times if I was coming back into town, he would be running the night shift, so.
And John Hanson, was he somebody that you would see at Lacy's as well during that time period?
Yeah, we were very close.
Now, Ezra McCandless, are you familiar with her?
Yes.
Is the person you know as Ezra McCandless in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you identify where she's located by just describing a general area and then an item of clothing, please?
Pink blazer to my left.
At the table to my right?
Yep.
I'd ask the record reflect identification of the defendant by this witness.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Ms. McCandless.
Now, was the defendant part of the Lacy's crowd?
Yeah, like I met her there, and she was sort of inducted into it through, like, she was away from her family, so it was kind of like a close-knit family, so I think she just needed a strong center for a little while.
And what was your speaking of the summer 2017 to into early 2018, what was your relationship with the defendant?
I can't recall exactly when we started.
Were you dating during that general time period?
It was like right after Eau Claire's festival, kind of, I ran into her there.
In 2017?
I believe so.
And I'm not familiar with the Eau Claire's festival. Was that during the summer?
Yeah, I think it was during maybe August, July, somewhere around there.
And when does it sound accurate that early February 2018 would have been the end of your relationship with the defendant?
It sounds good. I mean, I wrote out a timeline at one point when I've repressed a lot of this stuff, so the times are like not very kosher with me anymore.
That sounds generally accurate, though?
Sounds generally accurate.
Now, is there an age difference between you and the defendant?
Yes. I did not know as large when I started, but...
And when you say you didn't know it was that large when you started, did you think she was older than she actually is?
I thought she was older, and there were like strange, like, I noticed on a random, I noticed a tassel, like a high school tassel from like your hat hanging in the car the first time we had met. And then I was going to look and see what year that said, and it was gone, like the next time I met her. So I was like, But like, yeah, like I think it was like she never mentioned her age, but like I had heard like her life stories. So like I was assuming at that age.
And if you're 35-ish now,
Yeah.
would she be about 13 to 15 years younger?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Now, what city or municipality is the defendant from, if she ever told you?
I think she she was in Stanley, I believe, living with her mother and father, but she was supposed to be, I'm not sure if she was residing in Marionette, I'm not sure how to pronounce.
But originally her family's from
The Stanley area. Yeah, I think she was going to college up there, but she was back.
And looking at the time period when you first met, so after the Eau Claire days in 2017, can you describe, or where did you first meet the defendant?
Where did I first meet her?
Yes.
I got a flat coming into town after work, right by Just Local Foods. So I walked my bike back to Lacy's. Alex Woodworth was there. He was working the night shift, and pounded on the door because he would lock up. But a lot of times, if like you made an effort, he would just give you. I mean, they toss most of the coffee out. So he opened the door, said we're closed, gave me a coffee in a to-go cup, and then.
And where did you go once he gave you the coffee?
I sat down on the bench and kind of let out a huff, like a sigh, and she popped up. She was laying down so like I was on like the furthest to the left bench. She was on like the right bench, laying down.
And when you say she, you're talking about the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was she using the Wi-Fi there, if you know?
Yeah, she was using the Wi-Fi.
And what do you know about, did the defendant have a cell phone that had service, or did she need to be connected to Wi-Fi?
She didn't have service on her phone, and those like I am saying she, but at that moment when I met Ezra, I did not know whether she was binary, non-binary, male, female, but I recognized a female, and I think we actually maybe had a conversation about it at that time, but
Okay, so
I don't know if there's a way that they would like me to refer to pronouns.
we'll refer to Mr. McCandless as the defendant. And,
Okay, that works.
And that's how I'll refer to her. So you grabbed a coffee from Alex shut the door, you sat down, and the defendant popped up off a different bench, is that right?
Yes.
And did you start talking?
Yeah, we talked. I'm not entirely sure what we talked about, but we talked for quite a while.
So you drank some coffee, smoked some cigarettes, I assume?
I mean, I was drinking coffee. I don't think she had any with her, but
Okay.
smoked smokes, and I think she didn't actually smoke back then, but she might have bummed one.
And then you just kind of hung out? Was it into the early morning, or do you not remember?
The sun wasn't coming up yet, but I eventually went home, and I didn't think we were gonna ever see. Like we talked a little bit about art and stuff. So she had followed me on Instagram, or we had like exchanged Instagram information, and I thought that was kind of it because, under my impression, she was just there for the Eau Claire festival, and I didn't expect to see her again.
And when was it in relation to that first meeting that you started dating the defendant?
I would say within 2 weeks, maybe. I'm not.
That's an approximation?
I have a date written down at some point, but I think it was like in July at some point, when we actually made it like we're going to be dating. July 6th kind of makes sense to me for some reason.
And that would be 2017?
Roger, or yes, yeah.
And did the defendant eventually move in with you?
She moved in.
Approximately how long after you started dating did she move in?
Relatively quickly. I mean, I asked my roommate if it would be okay. Things weren't so good on her home front. It seemed like she was having trouble getting back into school. And I was like, well, if you want to work, if you want to pick up a job, work here, split went through ways, that works for me, you know?
Do you think it was a couple weeks, a month, approximately, after you first started dating?
It was fairly soon. I mean, Alex seemed very, my roommate, Alex Zink, seemed very surprised that it happened so fast, but we all seemed to like her and she seemed to be part of the group, so.
And that brings me, so there's Alexander Woodworth and then there's Alex Zink, right?
Yes, my roommate at the time was Alexander Zink.
And
Alexander Woodworth.
Two different people?
Two different people, yes.
Alex Zink, is the last name Z-I-N-K?
Yes.
Okay. And did he, or during that time period, did he have a girlfriend who also lived there?
Jenna, I don't think was living there at the time. Jenna was still, I believe, living with Elon and Dieter McCallum, I believe. Elon and Dieter McCallum, I believe.
And Jenna is that Jenna Van de Zand?
Van de Zand, yep.
If she wasn't living there, did she eventually move in?
She eventually moved in, yes.
That's Jenna?
Yep.
Okay. So for a time, it sounds like it was for sure you, Alex, and the defendant, and then Jenna at some point moved in?
I think we were all four residing there at one time. I believe so.
Were there certain arrangements made for rent?
It was like a verbal contract, and, I mean, it's not like I don't know how you would put it. It was more of a verbal, like, me and Alex had the rent, and then the idea was that she would find an occupation of some sort. I think she started working at Joanne Fabrics, and just like kick in what she could, but we were all trying to help her get back into school or do something with her art because she was really involved in the art community. And I mean, it's not like we were gonna like put her on the street.
So there was a loose understanding the defendant would kick in, whether it was utilities or rent?
Yeah.
Did she ever kick in for those?
I think she did at one point for a little bit, but I think times were kind of tough and she had to take part of it back.
You said she worked at Joanne Fabrics. Do you know, was that a full-time job or less than full-time?
I don't know if she was full, it was quite a few hours because it was during the seasonal time, so I'm not sure if she was hired on as seasonal help or if she was hired on as part-time, but was working like full-time hours, but she was gone pretty often for like, I'd say about a month or so. I mean, she was like very optimistic like during that period.
Did you get a feel, or did she ever tell you if she had lots of money or if she was struggling?
I kind of knew she was not doing the greatest, but like, she was always fairly charitable. Like around the holiday season, she spent a lot more on us than I thought she probably should have, which, I mean, was appreciated because it is the holidays, but at the same time, I was hoping she would look out for herself.
Did the defendant have a car?
She had a silver Impala.
In that silver Impala, did it have some drawings on it?
Yeah, she painted it. The top had a bird. I think it's a shrike on a bike.
So I want to focus on the time period of when the defendant moved in with you and Alex, and then Jenna was there as well. Was your relationship roommates, or, and I'm specifically talking about you and the defendant, was it roommates or were you intimate? What was the general nature of the relationship?
It was intimate.
Okay. Were you exclusive, at least as far as you knew?
Yeah, I was exclusive.
So you weren't seeing anyone else?
No.
Did you think she was seeing anyone else?
What time period are we talking about?
Let's say up until, from the time she moved in until the end of 2017.
I'd say pretty confident.
Okay. Okay. Confident that she wasn't seeing anyone?
That she wasn't seeing anyone. Yes.
Did you see each other daily?
Yeah, I mean, we live together, in passing sometimes, usually at the coffee shop, usually, at home, depending on what day it was. I mean, I was working weird hours, but
How would you communicate if you weren't just crossing paths or at the house together? Would you call, text, Instagram?
yeah, I don't know if she had a texting app at that point. She had used a Text Now app or something at one point, but it was mostly just Facebook Messenger and Instagram for the most part.
Without getting into your personal finances or anything like that, did you provide certain things for the defendant, meaning food, money for gas, anything like that?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this is really getting far afield, their financial affairs. I don't think money is an issue in this case.
I'm going to overrule. You may answer. Go ahead.
I mean, we provided, so like, I would say that it was becoming a little financially straining because me and Alex, I didn't want it to ruin our friendship financially because he felt like with the situation.
Object to him testifying as to what his roommate Alex felt.
I'll ask a follow-up question to clarify. Were you paying rent and not getting contributions from the defendant?
Yes, I was paying rent but not getting contributions.
Okay. Were you emotionally invested in each other?
Yes, very much.
Did you say I love you back and forth?
Often.
Did you have a certain tagline for Instagram messages or?
A tagline? Like a thing that we would say often?
When you'd say goodbye, was there anything specific you'd say?
Yes.
So you are loved and you are valued?
Yes, yep, sorry.
And would that go back and forth?
Very often.
You would say it to her, she'd say it to you?
Yes.
Did you ever meet the defendant's family?
Oh, yeah. I met them on a very auspicious occasion, but yes.
Did that include her mother, her father, grandparents?
Yes, she had a very large family. I only realized that once I started meeting them all that there was, a lot of personalities in the house.
And did she introduce you to them?
I met her mother initially at the clinic after her car accident, and then I kind of, through that, met everybody else. I didn't know how to meet them with the age gap. I didn't know if it would be awkward or weird, so I wasn't opposed to it, but it kind of came at a strange time. And she seemed to trust me quite a bit because she stayed at the hospital, finished up stuff, and then I drove Ezra back to their place.
Was it a relationship where you would go to family functions, whether it was a holiday or a picnic?
Yeah, from time to time. I wasn't always privy to that kind of stuff because I'm not much of a holiday person, but she would ask me, and I was always welcomed, whether it was Christmas, Thanksgiving, anything.
Were you close enough that you had at least some of her family members' phone numbers in your phone?
Yes, I had a few of them.
What were some of and we'll just briefly touch on this, what were some of the things that you and the defendant would do in your free time? You mentioned biking. Is that something that you shared?
Yeah, I bike a lot.
Did you and the defendant bike together?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I built her up a bike.
Did you go hiking, get coffee, things like that?
Go hiking, get coffee. Photo walks once in a while. I wasn't really into photography, but she was very into photography.
And I assume, were there some ups and downs in your relationship?
There always is, yeah.
But there were times when you certainly were happy?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
What's the number going to be?
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 684.
All right.
Do you recognize the people in these photographs?
Yeah, that's me.
Is that you and the defendant?
Yes, me and Ezra.
Okay, and is that a series of photographs taken during your relationship?
Yes.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 684 into evidence and ask for permission to publish briefly.
Any objection?
No.
All right, Exhibit 284 will be received.
684, if I said 284, I apologize.
684?
Now, Mr. Mengel, those are obviously photographs of one of the happy times, right?
Yeah, we're just on the couch goofing around.
Okay. During your relationship with the defendant, was there ever talk about a future between the two of you?
Yeah, we meshed very well. Like, I thought that there was probably some type of future, and yeah, like it was, initially it was very good.
Was there ever talk about potential marriage at some point?
I think we joked about it quite a bit. Like, it was kind of like a running trend. I don't think we took it super, super seriously, but we had, I would like call her my wife once in a while just for fun, and she'd call me her husband.
In a flirtatious kind of way?
Yeah.
Did you ever talk about having children together?
No.
At some point early on in your relationship, did the defendant get pregnant?
Yes.
And that was pregnant by you?
I do not know, like, who's.
As far as you know, there's no reason.
At the time I was assuming that.
You were in a sexual relationship with her in that time period, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, it was at that point it was a.
As far as I know, it was exclusive at that point.
Okay.
Yes.
And was that in the September-October time period in 2017?
I believe so. I think it was right before her birthday.
When is her birthday, if you remember?
October 6th.
Okay.
I believe.
And it would have been 2017 because that's the time period that you were dating, right?
Yes, we were dating.
How did you find out that the defendant was pregnant?
Well, I kept trying to talk her into going into the clinic because she was she was vomiting a lot. She seemed really sick, lethargic. She wasn't putting on any weight. And I thought she had mono or something. So she was like, well, I don't have insurance. I don't have the money for this. I don't want to go in. And I was like, you need to go in because, this is just like medic Jason talking. Like, I'm worried for you. You shouldn't be puking this much. And we went in and she got one of the baseline tests they do is a pregnancy test.
And she was told she was pregnant?
Yes.
Did the defendant shortly thereafter have an abortion?
Yes.
Did you and the defendant ever discuss whether or not she would have an abortion?
Not really verbally. It was kind of at the, when they told her that she was pregnant, I didn't say anything, and she's asked for paperwork, and I'm
Judge,
operating.
I'd like to approach the bench.
So, Mr. Mengel, I'll ask a different question, same area. So, is it fair that you didn't have much of a verbal conversation about whether or not the defendant would have an abortion?
I'm under the understanding that it's the woman's choice, so like, when the actions were started, I just stepped back and let what happened happen, because.
So there wasn't a real conversation about.
No, I wasn't gonna tell her what to do.
You certainly didn't pressure her to have one, correct?
No.
And the abortion, that eventually happened in Minnesota, is that right?
Yes.
And you drove her to the clinic, or you went with her at least?
I went with her, yes.
And you paid for the abortion?
Yes.
And you didn't pressure her to have one, correct?
No.
And the abortion, that eventually happened in Minnesota, is that right?
Yes.
And you drove her to the clinic, or you went with her at least?
I went with her, yes.
And you paid for the abortion?
Yes.
And when you got to the clinic, she told you that she didn't want you at the clinic, correct?
Yeah, it was very strange because I didn't know, it was a very surreal situation for me in general, but I thought that she would want me there for support, but then she told me that she just wanted, she didn't want me to see her like this or any of that. So I was understanding, and I kind of just hopped on a bus and bummed around town.
So you just kind of rode the buses
Rode the buses, bummed around, yeah.
and eventually went back to the clinic?
Yeah, after I got a message from her.
Prior to the abortion, you mentioned that your relationship was intimate. Was that, did intimacy change after the abortion?
Yeah, it was very, very minimal.
Would you, and I should have asked this earlier, the sleeping arrangements up to that point, when she first moved into the apartment, did you share a room?
Yep, we shared a room.
And shared a bed?
Yes.
After the abortion, did you end up sleeping on the couch or on the floor?
I slept on the couch quite a bit. It was just hard on me.
And would the defendant sleep in the bed?
Yeah, she would try to coax me upstairs, and I just wasn't emotionally ready for it.
So the couch was in a different room altogether?
Downstairs, yeah.
Now, shortly after, or sometime within the months after the abortion, did you take a trip to California?
Yeah, I went with my friend Josh. And
Where in California did you go?
well, we flew into Detroit first, then we went to San Francisco, took the Redwood Coastal Transit up to Arcata. It's like where the redwoods are.
What was or how long were you gone approximately?
About a week.
And what was the purpose of the trip?
He had some stressful things in his life at that moment, and I had a lot of stress, and I think, but we had talked about it at the coffee shop, and Ezra was supportive. She's like, we've all been through a lot, and the redwoods is like a place of like growth, and there's all this beauty and plants and stuff, so maybe going there would help me recenter myself and being out in an environment besides Eau Claire, because Eau Claire is a great town to miss. It's a good place to come home to sometimes, It can get a little too much sometimes.
Now, was that November, December time period, or?
It sounds about right.
Okay.
I have dates written down somewhere, but I've repressed a lot of this stuff. It's been
And
hard.
at some point, you actually created a little bit of a timeline. Well, I'll come back to that. I want to go ahead a little bit we'll talk about January into February of 2018. Are you familiar with the game Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh yeah, D&D.
And you said D&D?
Yeah, D&D.
Okay. If you could explain for the jury what just generally that is.
You roll dice. It's kind of like a game of chance, but like you get to, I'm saying like a lot. It's improv with your friends. So you create a character, you go to a place, and someone runs the whole session, and the rest of the players, create like whatever, a bard or a cleric or something, and like the whole idea is to like get you involved, and like Josh, who ran the campaigns, he would create these environments for your personality, your character to like go through.
So is it just a social, like people getting together to play a board game kind of thing?
There's nothing like digital about it. It's just, a board, or not really even a board. It's just like they'll do like a map so we can draw out where we're doing things or what's going on. And sometimes tokens. It's mostly just a chance to like play a make-believe with your friends again. So it's kind of fun.
Was that a kind of a getaway for you?
Yeah, we did it on Monday nights.
Is that a regular Monday night thing?
For quite a while, yes, yeah.
Did the defendant ever get in the way of you going to those Monday night events?
There were times. I mean, I thought it would help her, so I kind of inducted her into the group to like, kind of push Josh to like let her play too, because I thought maybe a little fantasy and like something would get her out of character and like her life for a little while. But she didn't like the numbers so much in the game, and she always kind of felt like she wasn't doing as good, or she couldn't pretend as good as people. So she stopped coming, and then there were a few times where I don't know if she just didn't want me to go because she was worried I was going to talk bad about her or something, but like she would find a reason to try to make me stay.
And was there a regular reason that she would give you to try to make you stay?
she would get manic at some times and threaten, like, self-harm.
So she would threaten self-harm, you said?
At times, yes.
And would she tell you if she wanted you to come home, or she wanted you to stay, or what?
She wanted me to stay, and I felt really bad a lot of these times because it was like it always seemed to be the one
Judge,
day.
I'd like to approach the bench.
Very short recess. I'm sorry, we're gonna have you just step out for a few minutes. All rise. All right, as long as we're on this, we just had a sidebar, so we'll clear this up right now. The defense objection is basically related to the court's pretrial ruling about lay opinions. And Mr. Mango's probably not aware of that necessarily. And just in his testimony here, he gave an opinion about Ms. McCandless being, quote, manic, quote, and then threatening self-harm. So that's the nature of the objection. So there was a suggestion that we do take a short recess with the jury so the court could give some instruction to Mr. Mango. So, Mr. Mango, you can testify to your observations, but not to your opinions, okay?
Okay, roger.
So, you just have to be very careful about that, because sometimes witnesses tend to want to give an explanation before they give an answer. So if you would do your best to just focus on the question that is asked of you and answer that question without giving a preface or an opinion, about someone else. There is a ruling, the court is not allowing any laypersons to give opinions about mental health or diagnoses, that sort of thing, unless they have the credentials and they've been called as an expert. So, however, you are allowed to give your observations about things that happen, things you see, things you hear, if you're asked about those things, okay?
Okay. But
Just keep in mind that a witness can only testify about things of their own personal knowledge with some exception. But anything else the council would ask that Mr. Mango be instructed on?
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, is the defense satisfied with that instruction to Mr. Mango?
1 minute, I'm just. Okay, yeah, I'd ask for his comment about her being manic to be stricken from the record. And the court to instruct the jury to.
Well, frankly, that's water over the dam at this point. So that's going to stand, as the defense had indicated in the sidebar. They've waived it up until now. I don't believe the state was trying to elicit that opinion. And so I think saying something more to the jury is just going to draw more attention to it. So I'm not going to say anything further. But again, I understand you're a medic, but you're not called to give professional opinions. And so, again, stick to observations and, just focus on what is asked and try and limit your answer to what the attorney asks, okay?
Roger.
Okay, so let's bring the jury back in. All rise. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, and Mr. Hahn, you may continue your direct examination.
Thank you. Mr. Mango, I'm going to shift gears a little bit. You mentioned before that you know an individual, John Hanson, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known John Hanson?
Probably about 4 or 5 years.
Do you remember how you first met him?
I believe it was actually at D&D. Josh was running a campaign, and I met him and his wife at the time.
Would you consider yourselves, and we'll focus really on the summer 2017 through March of 2018, so the same kind of time frame we've been talking about already. Were you friends at that time?
Yeah, exceptionally close.
Did you ever hang out with John Hanson as well as the defendant at the same time?
Yeah, on multiple occasions.
As far as you could tell, were the defendant and John Hanson friends, or were they acquaintances?
They were friends. They had interests and hobbies.
Now, was there a time period that was there a date when you saw from the outside of your apartment, John Hanson and the defendant inside of your apartment?
There were multiple times, I guess, but yeah, there was one specific one at the.
Was there I guess we'll call it an incident that you observed?
It seemed like an incident, but at the time I wasn't sure, because.
So let me just kind of walk through that one by one. What did you observe from the outside of the apartment?
Well, he kind of was like doing a choking style maneuver, and she was trying to like break out of it.
And that was, John was doing that to the defendant?
Yes.
Had you seen John do that to people before?
Yeah, it was kind of a thing, like, it was, he has a military background as well, and it was more like I'm going to teach you how to do this in case an assailant tries to hurt you or something. I didn't think any of that, but I finished my cigarette. It wasn't of any warrant to me to rush in there.
It wasn't shocking to you?
No, it wasn't shocking.
You didn't have the impression that the defendant was in any real danger?
Duress, no.
So you finished your cigarette, and then you walked in. Do you remember what John did?
He seemed kind of shocked, and then he left.
Now I want to talk about February. Do you remember, so this is February 2018, do you remember being away on military assignment during that time period?
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you remember approximately how long you were gone?
It was probably about 2 or 3 weeks.
Was the defendant still living at your apartment in the beginning of February 2018?
Yes.
And did that change?
While I was gone, yes.
And you've talked to a number of officers in preparation for, or during this investigation, is that correct?
Oh, yes, very many.
And and you've also had an opportunity to review some of the transcripts of those recorded interviews?
Yes.
And if I was able to show you a portion of a transcript, would that help refresh your memory as to what dates you were actually gone in February 2018?
I believe it would.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Counsel, it's DOJ 4320. Should I show you?
Yes, please.
All right, you can read as much of this as you need to, but I'll have you at some point focus in on the highlighted portion, and don't tell me anything out loud, just tell me when you've had a chance to review that.
Yeah, I reviewed it.
Does that refresh your recollection as to when you were gone?
Yes, it says.
And then I'll take this away from you, and if you could just tell me, based on your refreshed recollection, what dates approximately you were gone in February 2018?
It said 4th to the 14th, I believe. Or I didn't know I was going to have to read it out. Sorry. I was reading my own words. I wasn't sure I was going to have to speak them again. 05 to 13. Okay.
And what were the dates that you were gone, if you recall?
05 to 14.
So February 5th to February 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Do you remember you said that the defendant living with you at the apartment changed while you were gone. How did you become aware that that changed?
We had a conversation one night. She seemed kind of distant, but I didn't think anything was too amiss. And the next morning she had messaged me that she needed to move out.
Did that catch you off guard?
Yeah, very.
Do you remember if that was at the beginning or the end of that time you were gone?
It was kind of like in the middle of it, I believe.
Did the defendant actually move out of the apartment?
When I returned home, her stuff was gone, so yes.
So from the time period that the defendant moved out, and I'll ask you some follow-up questions, so I'm just looking for whether or not you're aware. Are you aware of so between the time period she moved out and then March 22nd, which is the date we're really here for today, are you aware where she lived? Different locations?
She had multiple residences.
Okay. Are you aware that she lived with her mother for a time?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Yeah, she had told me.
And did she tell you that she lived with her her dad, Joe Shane, or Joe Carlin, for a while as well.
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you that she was looking for an apartment in the Eau Claire area?
Yeah, I believe her and Alex and I can't remember, Sarah, I believe, were possibly going to get an apartment together.
So you said that the defendant and Alex, are you talking about Alex Woodworth?
Alex Woodworth, yes.
And Sarah, Samantha, does that sound right?
Samantha, yes, she's a teacher.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about wanting to stay in Eau Claire?
I think she wanted to stay in Eau Claire. I don't think she wanted to move back to Stanley.
Okay. Were there times during the time period that, when she moved out, up into that March 22nd date, that she stayed in a hotel?
Yes,
How do you know that?
I was there as well.
Did you get the hotel for her?
She didn't have any money, so yes.
She didn't have money, so yes, you did?
It was kind of a safe haven. She was not having a good, her home situation wasn't always optimal, so.
So is it she?
Judge, I'm going to object to that.
Okay, again, just a reminder, Mr. Mangle, just,
Yes.
you don't have to explain, just answer the questions.
So, can I go ahead, Judge?
Yes, go ahead.
So she needed a place to stay and you were helping her out?
She just needs somewhere to stay.
Was she welcome at your apartment anymore?
Alex and Jenna had kind of voiced their opinion on it.
Now, I'm going to object to anything Alex and John told him is here.
Okay, I'll sustain on hearsay grounds for any content.
So you, staying at your apartment wasn't an option, is that right?
Yes, it wasn't an option.
And I think you said this, did you stay at the hotel with her on the nights that there was a hotel for her to stay at?
Yes.
During one of the times that you were at the hotel, or a hotel, did you observe some messages on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And who were those messages, if you know, who were the messages between?
Between her and John.
John Hanson?
John Hanson, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 473 first, 474, 475, and 476. So first of all, if you could look at 473, do you recognize what that, just a yes or no, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, I recall this.
Is that a snapshot of some of the messages you saw on the defendant's?
Yeah, I screenshotted them and sent them to my phone.
So when you say screenshotted, do you mean you used her device?
You used multiple buttons, and I think I did that, or maybe I took a photo. I can't recall for sure at this moment, but.
Is that an accurate copy of the messages you remember seeing on the defendant's phone?
Of just this first one or the entire?
Just the first one first.
Yes.
And then if I could have you look at Exhibit 474, please.
Okay.
And the same question, do you recognize those messages?
Yes.
Are those again messages between the defendant and John Hanson?
They are.
And are those messages that you snapshotted on her device and sent to you or took a picture with your device?
Either of the, I can't recall for sure which, but I sent them to myself.
And again, is that an accurate copy of the messages that you remember seeing?
They are.
And the next exhibit, I believe, should be 475, is that correct?
Yes.
Same question, do you recognize those as being messages that you observed on the defendant's device between the defendant and John Hanson?
Yes.
And again, you either captured them somehow and
I captured them somehow, yes.
and sent them to your phone, or kept them on your phone?
Yes.
And those are accurate as you remember them?
Yeah, they haven't been altered or anything. They're accurate.
And then the final one, I believe, is Exhibit 476. Are those again accurate messages between the defendant and John Hanson as you saw them on her device while at the hotel in the time period we talked about?
Yes.
And are those accurate as you recall them?
Yeah, as accurate as I can recall.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibits 473 through 476 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury by putting on the Elmo.
All right, previous objection noted, preserved for the record. Court will receive exhibits 473 through 476 and may be published to the jury.
First is exhibit 473. And Mr. Mengel, those are dated February 11th, 2018, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's the sent date.
And from your recollection of these messages, are you able to say which, either the blue bubbles or the white bubbles are the defendant or John Hansen?
It's stressful looking for places, so that would be Ezra McAnalys.
Okay, so the blue would be the defendant
Yes,
and the white would be John Hansen?
yes.
Okay, and if you could just read the first message from the defendant, from John Hansen at the top says, "Nice," correct?
Correct.
And how does the defendant respond?
It's stressful looking for places, so that would be nice to relieve.
And it actually says relive, correct?
I think she meant relieve, but yeah, relive.
And then the next message down is again from the defendant. What does that say?
Judge, I'm going to object to Mr.
I've sustained, again, Mr. Mengel, just what you see, not what you think or interpret or think she meant, but just what you observe, okay?
Roger.
Just keep going.
If I could have you read the next message, starting with working out.
Working out, again, does really make you want to fuck everything that's moved.
And then the next message again from the defendant says what?
Might also be a predator.
And then the last message there, which is from John Hansen, is cut off. Is that right?
Yeah, a body in motion wants to stay in motion.
Okay, and I'll show you exhibit 474. Does the top message pick up where that message left off?
Yes, it does.
If you could read the first blue message from the defendant.
Are you going to pound this anytime soon?
And the message below that is what?
Sorry, I'm rude.
Again from the defendant?
Yes.
And the response from John Hansen?
Not this week. I have more on, it's all right to be blunt, just gotta be all right with it coming back your way.
How familiar, you're good friends with John Hansen?
Yes,
Are you familiar with whether he has a child?
he does.
And what is that child's name?
Warren?
And the message below that from the defendant, the final one on this screenshot, is what?
Just let me know when I get my next in and out. Also hanging and doing art again would be nice because you're more than a good dick.
Move on to exhibit 475. If you could read, starting with the top message from, in the blue, from the defendant,
That should be nice. He's such a cool kid.
and the response from John Hansen,
Why, thank you. He's a good kid. I'm looking forward to spending some dad time with him.
and the next message from the defendant,
That melts my heart. I'd love to paint with him sometime.
and then it looks like there's a date that says February 12th, 2018 at 7:40 PM, correct?
Correct.
And the next message from the defendant says what?
Feeling like a snake today. What's wriggling in your mind?
And there's another bubble with a date and time, February 12th, 2018 at 8:11 PM, correct?
Correct.
And what is the response from from John Hansen?
I've been with Warren all day. My mind is pretty preoccupied.
I'll show you exhibit 476. Starting at the top, that's the message you just read, correct?
Correct.
And then there's another bubble that says February 12th, 2018 at 8:58 PM, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And what is the message underneath that from the defendant?
That's understandable. Dad time.
And then there's a bubble that says February 14th, 2018 at 6:45 PM, is that correct?
Correct.
And the message below that from the defendant says what?
See something, say nothing, and drink to forget. Happy Valentine's.
And there's another bubble, February 14th, 2018 at 8:27 PM, correct?
Yes.
And there's a message from John Hansen below that, what does that say?
That's beautiful as Happy Valentine's. Or Ezra.
Ezra. And there's another bubble that says February 15th, 2018 at 12:14 PM, correct?
Yes.
And the last message from the defendant to John Hanson says what?
I have a way with words, John.
It's AHAH, correct?
Yeah.
Done with that for now, thank you. Was there a conversation that followed your discovery of those messages?
Yeah, we had a conversation
And that was a conversation between you and the defendant?
between me and the defendant and between me and John via telephone.
Now, let's start with your conversation between you and the defendant. What did the defendant tell you about those messages?
She insisted that it was of a malicious manner, like that it wasn't what I thought.
Did she tell you, and I don't want you to assume, I just want you to tell me what she told you if she did. Did she tell you anything that explains what you mean when you say it was in a malicious manner?
Not until we had actually left the hotel because we went on a drive, but that's when she inferred to it being it's like an assault.
Said that John Hanson assaulted her?
Yes.
Did she say whether that was before or after those messages that you saw?
Did you say that before or after?
I should rephrase that. So the messages aren't from the date that you saw them, are they?
No, I think I screenshotted them to for my own levity to.
And
I didn't get that. Can you repeat that?
I screenshotted them for my own levity to save because I was thinking I was losing my mind in all these conversations with people.
So the messages say February 11th through 14th as the dates. You didn't see them till a couple weeks later, is that right?
Yes, until later on.
So did the defendant tell you that as she described it, the assault by John Hanson occurred before or after the dates on the messages?
I cannot recall. I know that the assault happened while I was gone.
And at some point, you actually created
I created a timeline.
a bit of a timeline, correct?
Yeah.
And that was based on information that you knew at the time you created the timeline?
I was trying to make sense of it all.
Did that have a date that you're aware of that you believe the assaults to have happened on?
Yeah, I don't think I put it in. I put it on the paperwork, yes.
And if I showed you that timeline that you created, would that help refresh your recollection as to when you believe the assaults to have occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Counsel, it's actually marked as Exhibit 455.
I'm not finding it right this second. No, I found it. Here you go.
Mr. Mengo, does this look like the timeline that you created?
Yes, this is the one I gave to the police officers.
And I'm going to ask you just to review it, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions once you've had a chance to take a look and see if it refreshes your memory.
Yeah, it's the second hash mark on here.
Okay, so you've had a chance to review that document. Does that refresh your recollection as to
Yes.
when you believe the assaults occurred?
4 or 5.
As February 4th or 5th?
Yes, the hash mark, second hash mark on there.
And again, we're talking about the 2018 time period, right?
Yes.
So that would have been before the dates on the messages we looked at on the screen, correct?
Yeah, the 4 and 5 is because the assault was, there were 2 assaults apparent. One at night and one in the morning prior, like afterwards. So I was under the impression it was she had been at his house and then the next day was also.
And we'll walk through that in a second here. You said that the conversation initially was between you and the defendant, and then there was a phone call to John Hanson. Did you confront him about what the defendant was telling you?
Yes.
And about what the messages showed?
Yes.
And did John Hanson tell you that initially there wasn't a sexual assault, there wasn't a sexual encounter?
There was nothing at all, he said at first, and once I produced things, the stories changed, and I just didn't know who to trust.
Okay. And we'll just walk through this step by step here. So you said that there were really 2 incidents, and we based on your timeline, we're looking at February 4th and February 5th. What specifically did the defendant tell you happened during the February 4th incident?
The nighttime one?
Yes.
They had all been drinking together. They were kind of giving her a hard time for not keeping up, so she was trying to like drink with the boys, I guess, and
let me just stop you there. Who is they? They were drinking together.
John and Ryan.
Is that John's roommate at the time?
John's roommate, yes.
So John, Ryan, and the defendant were drinking, right?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you happened next?
She stated that she was being taken upstairs. Well, she had puked in the toilet quite a bit. Ryan went to bed. And she was taken upstairs and laid in bed. And she just assumed, she assumed that she was being taken care of, like she could just use the bed then.
Did the defendant tell you what she said John did next?
She said that she felt her tights being pulled down at some point.
Did the defendant say that John had sex with her?
She says when she woke up, she said that something felt off. She says in the moment of it, she was blacked out drunk pretty much, so
that's what she said.
Vaguely.
And I didn't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was information that she told you?
Yeah, that there was, that a woman will know some things if something has happened in the morning.
Did the defendant tell you if John told her to go into another room?
I think I believe he asked her to go into a different room, yes. I can't recall though for sure.
Okay. Now, it sounds like a nighttime incident, and then did the defendant tell you that if she stayed over at John's house that night?
She stayed over and he dropped her off in the morning, I believe.
So on February 5th, 2018, you referenced the second assault. What specifically did the defendant tell you happened on February 5th?
She said that he dropped her off. She said that he played kind of coy to it, that nothing had happened. So he dropped her off. To use the bathroom.
Was that dropped her off at the apartment that
at our apartment, yes.
Okay. You said John came in to use the bathroom?
That's what I believe she had stated.
And what did the defendant tell you happened next?
That there was a second assault at the apartment.
Did the defendant tell you where that happened in the apartment?
On my bed. Our bed.
Were you still in a dating relationship with the defendant at the time of that assault on February 4th?
Yes.
As well as February 5th?
Yes.
Did you have any artwork in your room at the apartment?
There's lots of pieces of art in the apartment, yeah.
Was there a specific piece hanging over the bed?
Yes, there was.
Do you remember if that painting over the bed was there when the defendant and John Hansen were in there on February 5th, 2018?
I believe it would have been. I was still there when I returned.
Okay, so it was there when you left and it was there when you returned? Do you know what eventually happened to that painting?
I know I gave it back because I felt weird. It had sentimental value and I didn't want it looming over my head. But I think I believe she traded it with Maxwell.
Is that Max Martinson?
Yes. They did like an art swap.
Now, did you eventually learn of another sexual relationship the defendant was involved in while you were in a dating relationship with her?
Yes.
Who did that involve?
With Alexander Woodworth.
Do you remember approximately when you learned about that relationship?
I don't know, I kind of knew something was up at points, but I didn't really finitely know until the night that I had the conversation with him and John Hansen at Racy's.
So did you confront both of them at the same time?
Yes, I had a conversation with them.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use the word confront, I should let you speak. How did you confirm that there was a sexual relationship between the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
Just like the list I made, I kept compiling things and it just fit. So I kind of figured it out myself. Plus other parties had elaborated to it on me.
Did you ask the defendant about the relationship?
Not immediately.
Did you ask or tell Alex that you knew?
I went out for a smoke with Alex and we had a semi-stern conversation about how, I really loved and respected him and I couldn't understand why this was happening. And then I did not know about the other stuff yet, but I mean. Did
the defendant eventually tell you about the sexual relationship she had with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Did she tell you, initially, what did she tell you about the first time that she was engaged in a sexual encounter with Alex Woodworth?
The first time, like the date, or the first time the encounter?
The first encounter, what did she tell you initially that was?
I believe while I was in the Redwoods, there was a date when they went on a walk together and some things transpired.
When you say things transpired, I don't want you to speculate, but did the defendant tell you more about what that means?
Well, she had spent the night, I believe, at his apartment.
Did the defendant tell you if she went to Alex Woodworth after the incident with John?
Yes, she went to him for like a counsel or for help because she trusted him.
Did the defendant tell you what happened then?
That there was another situation. She put it as if he had taken like advantage of her weakened state almost.
Again, I don't want you to make an inference or assume, but did the defendant say whether or not there was a sexual encounter between her and Alex Woodworth that time?
I believe there was something coerced or some relations that were had.
Is that how she described it?
I'm going to object and ask that you move to strike. I believe something was coerced. His belief is not relevant.
I can follow up with a clarifying question, Judge.
All right, well, the objection's noted. Again, counsel, when you make your objection, please use the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's shut off. I mean, I can hear you, but
No, I apologize,
I don't
Judge,
know
I forgot.
public can hear you.
Okay, sure.
All right, well, again, Mr. Mengel, again, just stick to, again, what's asked and what was said to you. I think in this line of questioning, you pretty much have to stick with what Ms. McCandless said to you rather than how you interpreted it, okay?
Roger.
Okay.
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you that Alex took advantage of her?
That's how she stated it.
Now, you eventually, at some point you found out that the defendant and Alex Woodworth were involved in a relationship longer than just the February time period, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I wrote the dates down once again. I wrote the dates down once again on my.
And was there do you know what The Little Prince is?
It's a book. I think it's a French book.
And does that Little Prince mean anything to you in terms of figuring out a time period that you believe the relationship between the defendant and Alex Woodworth existed?
I believe that was the first night she spent at his house. They watched the movie and Donnie Darko.
And do you remember, as you sit there today, what the date that was?
Negative. I just looked at it, but I can't recall.
And if I showed you that same timeline that you mentioned, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Is this the same timeline that you previously looked at to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And by looking at that again, would that help refresh your recollection as to the Little Prince incident? And I'm going to take that away from you. If that refreshes your recollection, what was the date of the Little Prince movie viewing with the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
November 7th.
And that's 2017, correct?
Yes.
And you just, did the defendant tell you eventually what had happened that night between the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
That the intercourse had happened.
All right, if I may approach again?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 685. Do you recognize what that is?
That's me.
And what is it a picture of a message?
Yeah, this is me in California.
And that message, does it reference the Little Prince?
Yes, it says, "Was a great night."
I just want to...
Yeah, it references.
It references the Little Prince. And is that a conversation between you and the defendant?
Yes.
Does it have a date on it?
November 7 at 1:23 p.m.
Okay. Your Honor, so is that an accurate copy of a conversation you and the defendant had on November 7th, 2017?
Yes.
I'd move that exhibit into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, Exhibit 6, is it 685?
It is.
And by the way, you were correct, the last one. I had it wrong. Exhibit 685 is received, you may publish.
So Exhibit 685, and Mr. Mengel, if you could read, so the top bubble, is that a message from the defendant to you?
Yes.
And what does that say?
She's also suicidal, so I've been really working hard to stay with her, but hanging with Sailor and her BF was great. I got to watch The Little Prince with Alex, so that's refreshing. Work tomorrow.
Thank you. Do you recall where you were at the time that that conversation occurred?
I believe I was in San Francisco, but I might have been already in Arcata.
Somewhere out west?
In California at that time, yeah.
Did the defendant give you an explanation of how the relationship between her and Alex Woodworth progressed?
Like an explanation on how it happened?
Yeah, did she say that, did she say if she was, yes, how did it happen?
They were both going through some things in life, and she had been through something traumatic, he had been through traumatic things, so they kind of bonded over, like, misery loves company kind of thing.
Did the defendant ever, and right now I'll follow up with some questions, but I just want a yes or no. First of all, did the defendant ever tell you about the sexual encounters between the two?
Negative. At that time?
At any point?
Not until I confronted.
So that was after you learned?
After I learned, yeah.
And what did the defendant tell you about the sexual encounters she had with Alex Woodworth?
Are we talking after I
Yes.
found out or before?
After you found out, I'm sorry.
Okay. She said that, we didn't talk much until after all this stuff had transpired, so it was different, I guess. I'm not sure what a tender term to use.
Did the information that she provided to you, was that after she moved out of your apartment?
The information provided, yes, after she was gone.
And did the defendant tell you that things went too fast with Alex?
Yeah, they went pretty fast, she said.
Did she tell you that Alex would do certain things to her during sexual acts?
She mentioned things, yes.
What did the defendant say?
I'm not entirely sure on the verbiage, but it was like choking or boarding or something, I believe it was called. I can't really recall. Boarding? I'm not sure if I recall what it was called, but...
Now, that information that she told you, that was after she had moved out of your apartment?
Yes, this was way out. This is very far after, yes.
And was it also after you found out about her relationship with John Hanson?
Yes.
And it was obviously after you had found out about her relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
Now, up until that point that you found out about those relationships, had she ever mentioned anything to you about that?
Up until she mentioned,
Had she, actually, that was a terrible question, I'll rephrase that.
right.
Up until you found out about the defendant's relationship with both Alex as well as John Hanson, had she told you about the different sexual things Alex Woodworth did with her?
She didn't really elaborate. I knew that something had happened, but she didn't elaborate.
At some point, did you clean up a bandage, or clean up Alex Woodworth's arm and put a bandage on?
I did.
How did that, was that because the defendant contacted you and said he needed to help Alex?
Yeah.
And where did you go to help Alex?
His and Matt's house.
What did you observe on Alex that needed to be bandaged?
He hadn't dug very deep, but he had slit his wrist.
Did you clean out the wound?
Yeah, I cleaned it out, and I think I used some type of Dermabond to seal it.
Do you remember approximately, and I know this is a long time ago, do you remember a month, a general time frame when that happened?
I can't be sure.
Do you remember telling officers that you thought it was around the time of like seasonal depression?
It was in the holiday season because I can't recall the exact date, but the knife that he said he had slipped using, he was drinking that night, he said he slipped and cut himself, was a gift from a coworker at work.
Did you see the knife that he said he used?
I didn't see the knife that he said he used.
Did the defendant tell you what Alex told her about why he cut his wrist?
He had told her if she didn't leave him, he was going to kill himself.
And when you say him, is that you?
Me, yes.
Did the defendant, when she described her sexual relationship with Alex Woodworth, did she describe it as consensual?
She said it was somewhat, I don't know how to speculate on consent.
And I won't ask you to speculate. Let me ask a different question. Did she ever tell you that did the defendant ever tell you that Alex took advantage of her?
There were times she said that he was aggressive and would kind of throw a tantrum almost.
Did she ever tell you that he raped her?
She never made it sound like rape with Alex.
But she did with John?
Yes.
And now I'm going to object to leading. Ask that be stricken.
Sustained and leading. Did the defendant ever tell you how Alex described his feelings for the defendant?
He loved her very much.
That's what she said?
Yeah, I think at one point they planned to maybe move out to Portland or something.
Do you remember what time period generally that was?
I mean, it would have been initially after I found out about all the stuff. Because I confronted him and we had a slight conversation. I mean, I didn't like him, but I still loved him. I was angry.
And you're talking about Alex?
Woodworth, yes.
So you mentioned that you talked to both John as well as Alex once you found out about the relationships, right?
Yes, I talked to John.
Where did that conversation happen?
Me and John's?
When you were in person, not on the phone. We talked about the phone.
Oh, yeah, at Lacy's.
At Lacy's? Was Alex there as well?
Yes. The conversation between John Hanson and me and Alex was before the John days, though. I didn't know about John's situation. And I believe I did not know about John's situation until after the fact.
Okay.
Because I talked to John Hanson outside about, did you know this? Like, how come nobody told me? Like, why is everyone just lying to me?
About Alex?
Yes, I don't think I had any information on Hanson's transgression yet.
And then, do you remember, was there an event that was going on the day that the not confrontation, but the discussion with Alex occurred at Racy's?
Yeah, there was an art exhibit, like at Shift, the bike coffee shop.
Now, at some point, you talked with law enforcement about the John Hanson relationship with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember going over to Josh Trankler's house?
Yeah, I was pretty irate.
Was that before or after you found out about John?
Before, after I found out about John.
Yeah, did you go to Josh's house, was that after?
I already knew about it when I went to Josh's.
And when you said you were pretty irate, was that because you learned about John?
I learned about what had happened, and I just wanted Josh to help me find like a center and like, what do we do? Like, what do we do for her?
Was Josh a good friend of yours?
He's very good.
Did he call the police?
Yeah, he called the police, and someone came over to take statements.
And did the defendant go to the police department, if you know?
At some later date, yes, I was with her.
Do you remember if she went that night? If you recall.
She might have went in for a kit, but it was a couple days that, like, it had been so many days that I think they said it wouldn't have been plausible to find.
So that's just based on your recollection?
That's based on my recollection.
Okay. Did you ever tell the defendant that she had to go tell the police?
I didn't want to force her, but the way I prefaced it was, you can't, if this assault happened, just because there's a chance that they won't find evidence on you, it'll put someone on the radar for future, and it's not about an assault that happened to you, it's for the next girl. So I kind of tried to, I wouldn't say I tried to coach her, but I just tried to like show her the humanity in it, be like, if this happened, you need to report this.
Did you tell her what to say?
No, I didn't coach her at all.
Did you ever tell her to lie?
No.
So after you found out about Alex and the defendant and John and the defendant, I assume you said Racy's is a pretty tight-knit group?
Yeah.
Did people at Racy's find out?
Yeah, everyone knew.
Did they talk about it?
It was kind of hush. Like, I mean, it was like Snickers and stuff like that, People would, sidebar comments and whatnot.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about whether or not she cared that people knew?
About the relationships?
Or about, let me rephrase that. Did she ever talk to you about people talking about her at Racy's?
She didn't like it.
So she knew it was happening?
Yeah, people were she knew it was happening.
At some point, were you alerted that there was a message in the bathroom at Racy's?
Yes.
What was that message?
It was like black ink and then her number.
Did you see it yourself?
I saw it myself at one point and took a photo. I wrote over it.
What did you write over it?
A conversation that, we had a conversation, and her father, Joe, had told her like life starts now. And like she was in the process of getting another job. She was going in on, I think it was a Friday, for a TB test to be read. She was gonna pick up scrubs.
So things were
Things were going good. And like, it was just like, you don't have to live in the past just because these bad things happen. My life starts now.
You took a picture of the message?
Yeah,
Did you send it to the defendant?
I sent it to her.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Mengele, is that the photograph of the message on the board?
Yeah,
Is that an accurate picture,
I mean, it's a picture of it.
as you recall it?
As I recall it, yes.
I'd move Exhibit 479 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
All right, Exhibit 479 will be received.
And without putting it on the screen, it said the words, "fuck me," and then the number you knew to be associated with the defendant, correct?
With her calling app.
Okay, so that was a number that maybe it wasn't her phone, but it was an app that she had?
She had an app on her iPhone, yes, her iPod.
I'm sorry, that exhibit number is 479,
Yes.
so it's not part of 465?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may approach again?
You may. And how long are you going to go yet with direct?
It's going to be a while still.
Okay, I think this is a good time to take a restroom break. So we'll recess for, how much time is, we'll give you 10 minutes, all right? And, I was just asked the bailiff, how much time do you think the jury would need?
10 minutes is
10 enough time? Okay, so 10 minutes, we'll be in recess until 3:42 on that clock.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 677. And without talking about the contents, I'll just have you look and see if you recognize what is on the front.
Yes.
And then if you could look and see if you recognize what is on the back.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about Exhibit 677. Without talking about the content, I'll just ask you straight out, is that a letter that you received?
Yes, that is the letter I received.
And who gave you that letter?
So that was written by Jenna?
Jenna Van de Zand?
Yes.
So Alex's roommate, and when she gave the letter to you...
Alex's girlfriend.
I'm sorry, your roommate, Alex's girlfriend.
And that would be
Alexander
Zink?
Correct.
Okay.
And when you received this letter, did you jot some things down on the back?
That was like my rough outline of the timeline.
So you've already refreshed your recollection with a timeline of events as it relates to different time periods related to this case, correct?
This was before the previous one I viewed, but yeah, this was like my rough understanding because I was asking questions about it.
Now, if you recall, what were you doing when this letter was given to you?
I was asleep.
And what caused you to be asleep?
I was drunk.
You were drunk?
Yes.
And do you remember what general time frame this was?
Probably pretty late at night. We had come home from the bar, me and Jenna.
Okay. And what date or part of month, if you recall?
I can't really speculate. I can't remember exactly when. It was very close to
Alex's death?
Alex's death, yes.
So if Alex died on the 22nd of March 2018, would it have been a couple days before that?
Whenever the phone call between me and...
Okay, so there was a phone call that led to this letter?
Yeah, I hung up. I didn't want to talk anymore. And
Who was the phone call between you and who?
it was between me and Ezra, and then after I hung up, she called Jenna and talked with Jenna.
Okay. And so late at night, you were drunk. I'm sorry, did you say the defendant called you or you called her?
I can't recall who called whom, but yeah.
You ended up hanging up?
I ended up hanging up because I was just sick of it.
When you say sick of it, what do you, just briefly, what are you referring to as it?
Well, I found out more information at the bar. Me and Jenna had,
Without knowing, I'm sorry, without going into the content of what you were told at the bar, you found out some new information. Was that about Alex Woodworth and the defendant?
I found out more, yes.
Okay. Was it information that was about their relationship?
I believe so.
And was it recent in time to the time you received the letter?
The time I received the letter was in the morning. I think Jenna had written it because Ezra had asked her to wake me, but she said I wasn't going to wake him.
Okay.
It's sustained and personal knowledge, I assume, is.
So, did you end up talking to the defendant about this letter?
To Ms. McCandless? Yes.
And do you remember, did you give this letter to her or just talk to her about it?
I think I gave it to her. That was the copy that was intended for me, I believe.
The copy of the letter was intended for you?
Yeah, Ms. Van Zandt, I believe, wrote 2 copies of that letter.
Okay. And did you,
I object unless he has personal knowledge of that.
Okay, sustained and personal knowledge.
did you talk to the defendant about the letter?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to skip ahead to March 22nd, 2018, the date of Alex Woodworth's death. Do you remember where you were that morning?
Oh, I woke up and went to do laundry. So I was between the laundromat that burned down over on Water Street.
In Oak Cliff?
It wasn't burned down at the time, but the laundromat in Racy's, I was going back and forth.
Did you talk to the defendant that morning by phone or text?
Yeah, we had talked.
And did the defendant tell you whether or not she was coming to Eau Claire that day?
No, she hadn't mentioned anything.
Did she tell you that she was in Stanley?
I believe she was at Joe's, yes.
Okay. And Joe's would be Joe Carlin, who lives in Stanley?
Yes.
When you would talk to the defendant and she would be coming into town, would she typically tell you what her plan was?
I mean, usually she'd let me know, so we'd meet up and talk and make sure, just like a wellness check, make sure she's doing good.
So you were going back and forth between the dry cleaner and Racy's. Did the defendant eventually show up at Racy's?
Yeah, I thought I was off because she wasn't supposed to be driving.
And let me just, what time approximately was that, if you recall?
I honestly don't recall.
Morning time?
It was morning.
Do you remember where you were when you first saw the defendant?
I was sitting on the bench, I believe with Maxwell and a few of the other regulars.
The bench outside?
The bench outside Racy's, yes.
Did you have, without getting into the content, any conversation with the defendant?
Very brief. We might have passed a couple idle words, but not much. I was more confused than I was, like...
Did the defendant and you eventually go into Racy's? Maybe not together, but...
Not together. I mean...
And did the defendant eventually leave with Max to go somewhere?
I mean, I saw them leave together. I was preoccupied with my laundry. I was like, well, I got to bike back to the laundromat, pick up my laundry, switch it over. And she said she was going to go trade some paintings. And I was like, oh, okay.
Did you notice anything about the defendant's demeanor that caused you concern?
She was a little fired up.
Now, by this point, you had known the defendant for many months, correct?
Yeah.
Were you able to pick up on nonverbal cues
Yeah,
with her?
I'm very empathetic, so I feel things.
Did you notice anything specific about her eyes?
There was intentions in them, like I think she was angry about the way people were treating her at the coffee shop.
Now, Judge, I'm going to object to his opinion about how Ms. McCandless felt. He can relate what she said, but otherwise, this is purely speculation.
Well, I'm going to overrule on this. I think we've covered this. He can describe his observations. So let's stick to what Mr. Mengel observed.
Mr. Mengel, you said you used the term fired up. Did that impression of the defendant come from what you observed in her expression and her eyes?
Yeah, I mean, like throughout our relationship, like there were times when she just would.
It seemed like she was fired up?
Yeah, like it didn't always mean negatively though. She just like had,
Okay. Did you have a conversation recent to that date, March 22nd, 2018, about journals that the defendant was writing?
Yeah, she was talking this, she was seeking help and, for her mental health and,
Did she tell you that she was journaling?
yes.
Did she tell you what she was going to do with those journals?
She had mentioned wanting to get her voice back and giving them possibly to the two, John Hanson and Alexander Woodworth.
Do you remember having a conversation on Instagram with the defendant about journals?
Yes.
And about her going and talking to Alex?
I believe, yeah, Alex.
Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 465. Have you seen that document before?
Yeah, I'm privy to this.
And is that a conversation you had between, with the defendant?
Yes.
And is that Instagram?
This is Instagram, yes.
And having reviewed that already, is that an accurate copy of the conversation as you recall it?
It's hard to read because it's, the format of it is different, but it's the conversation we had.
Okay, so the content is...
The content is there, yeah.
I would move Exhibit 465 into evidence and ask to be published to the jury.
Any objection?
I previously noted a minor, but no.
All right, preserve for the record, and Exhibit 465 will be received and you may publish.
Counselor, are you starting with page 983 then? Where it says 983 on the top? Okay.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 465, and you mentioned that the format is off because the messages go backwards in time, is that right?
Backwards and upwards, yes.
So the beginning of this conversation would actually start at the bottom of the last page, is that your understanding?
Yeah, however it was printed, it would start at whatever page and work forward.
Okay.
This is going to be hard with my dyslexia, but
Okay.
I'll wing it.
We'll work through it. I've got pages, let me just show you, it's pages 975 to 983, would you agree?
What's that?
Pages, on the top right corner, pages 975,
Yeah.
76, 77, all the way up to 983.
Roger.
You would agree? So I'm going to start by showing you the message on page number 983 of Exhibit 465. And I'll zoom in a bit here.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what UTC means?
With what UTC?
In terms of time?
Yeah, I believe someone said it was a global time.
Okay, so
sometime.
is it your understanding that that's not Central Time?
No, I think that's different than like what we would consider standard Central Time.
And the date on these messages is March 12th, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Now I'm going to start with the first message on the bottom, which is March 12th, 2018 at 12:41:04 UTC time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And now I'm going to go down to the text, which says, or first of all, the conversations, you're familiar with your Instagram tagline as well as the defendant's, correct?
Correct.
And this one that you're viewing is, the author is the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And it says, "That sounds lovely," is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then I'm going to go up to the next message. The author is again the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And the recipients are both, it lists the defendant as well as you, correct?
Correct.
So the text is a message from the defendant to you that says, what?
Not I much to distract.
And then moving to the next message, again, it's authored by this one's by you to the defendant, correct?
That's for me, yes.
And it says, yeah, Britt ended up at the trap, correct?
Yes.
The next message, actually, I'm going to skip ahead to a few above. The author, I'm sorry, you're looking at orange. No, thank you. The author is the defendant, and you are one of the recipients, correct?
Yes.
And the message says, from the defendant to you, says, Tuesday I plan on coming to town and doing an errand before I meet up with you, correct?
Correct.
Now I'm going to move to page 982. But first of all, on the top of page 983, the recipients listed are the defendant and you, correct?
Yes.
And then the bottom of page 982 is authored by the defendant, and it says, I mean, you could honestly be in the car while I do it, correct? Off the screen again.
That was way off the screen, yeah.
There we go.
That was by that was by her, yes.
So the author is the defendant, you're the recipient. It says, I mean, you could honestly be in the car while I do it, correct?
Correct.
And she said again, the next message, wouldn't mind, correct?
I believe is that the sender or the receiver?
So the author is the defendant,
Yes, that's
correct?
her.
And she says, wouldn't mind, correct?
Correct.
The next one is authored by you to the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And it says, what errand? Is that right?
That's correct.
The next one is again by you to the defendant. Is that right?
Yes, that's from me.
And the text is the stuff from Lacy's or Robin thing, question mark, correct?
Correct.
The next message is the defendant to you. And the text says, Alex got me a Little Prince book. I want to give it back and tell him off a little, then walk away before he has a chance to talk, then grab the racy stuff, correct?
Correct.
The next message is authored by the defendant. You are one of the recipients, correct?
Correct.
And it says, and be done with that negativity, correct?
Correct.
The next message is authored by you,
Yep.
sent to the defendant, and the text is, thought you burned all that stuff, correct?
Correct.
So then the message on top here, the recipients are you as well as the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And then moving to the bottom of page 981, the author is the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And the text is, found the Little Prince last night, correct?
Correct.
The next message is authored by the defendant, sent to you, with the text being, I burned hope against hope, correct?
Correct.
And is that a book?
I believe that was a book, yes.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, says, kinda want my last word, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by you to the defendant, says, why did he give you a kid's book, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, said, he barely had the respect to talk to you. I want to give him one last word. He gave me it because I love foxes and the movie, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, is, it's one of my favorites because of animation styles, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, is, but I don't want that thing in my house, correct?
Correct.
And the top of this page, the recipients for the next message are, that's going to be,
Us both again.
both of you are listed, correct?
Correct.
And then if we look at the bottom of page 980, the author is listed as you, correct?
Correct.
And the text says, when did he do that, correct?
Yes.
The next message is authored by you, sent to the defendant, with the text, "I remember that in our room," correct?
Correct.
Are you referring to the book?
The Little Prince book, yes.
So that was in your apartment?
Yeah, it was at our apartment at some point.
And the next message, authored by you, sent to the defendant, said blue cover, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, said he gave it to me a bit after Christmas, said it was his way of being happy to have a new friend, correct?
Correct.
The next message, sent by the defendant to you, said yup, correct?
Yes.
The next message, sent by you to the defendant, says stars, correct?
Correct. They're out of order in a way where she's referring to, I said blue, she said yep, stars, yep. You know,
So
like
the conversation is overlapping a bit?
conversation is kind of overlapping, but it's talking about the book.
The next message, at least on this sheet, author, the defendant, to you, says, I want to get rid that thing, it just pisses me off, correct?
Correct.
The next message has both of you listed as recipients, and we'll move to the bottom of page 979. The author is listed as the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And it says, I bet it was his actual way of being like, "Aw, I'm Ezra's friend. I know they like this, and it will make them think I'm actually not trash," correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, said, everything is all garbage to me now, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, says, just trash, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, says, useless paper and trash, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by you to the defendant,
Yes.
says, well, I don't have to be there for all this, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by the defendant to you, says, kind of want you to be, but that's selfish, AHA, correct?
Correct.
The next message, authored by you to the defendant, says, I don't want anything to do with him, correct?
Correct.
And the last message on the top of this page is it's recipients, both you and the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And going to the bottom of the next page, 978. The author is the defendant, correct? Off the
Yes.
screen again?
Yeah, it's off the screen.
That's the author is the defendant, correct?
Correct.
And it says, I can do it alone, correct?
Correct.
The next message is the you
Yeah.
to the defendant, and it says, I cleaned him up, correct?
Correct.
The next message is the defendant to you, stating, I'm afraid I might punch him though if he gives me a look, correct?
Correct.
The next message says, it's authored by you to the defendant when he pretended to off himself, correct?
Correct.
Was that in reference to when you bandaged his arm?
Yeah.
And we're talking, all these messages are talking to Alex, as you understand, talking about Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
The next message from you to the defendant says, my kindness is not weakness, correct?
Correct.
The next message from you to the defendant says, when someone hurts me badly, I'm done, correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, to be honest, I might punch him in the face if he DOSE his sarcastic, your dumb voice, correct?
Correct.
The next message says, authored by the defendant, sent to you. We'll move to the bottom of page 977. It says, I just want to give it back, say stay out of my life, and tell him how much I regret meeting him, correct?
Correct.
And that was the defendant to you?
Yes.
The next message, authored by the defendant, sent to you, says, then walk away and never see his face again, correct?
Correct.
The next message by the defendant to you says, "I'll stay composed," correct?
Correct.
The next message authored by you to the defendant says he's going to want to talk, correct?
Correct.
The next message sent by you to the defendant says, "or laugh at you," or IDK, correct?
Correct.
The next message sent by the defendant to you says, "You know my sass when I'm real mad," correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, "how my voice gets and how fast I talk," correct?
Correct.
The next message on the top, we don't have the text yet, but the author is the defendant. You're the recipient, correct?
Correct.
We'll move to the bottom of page 976. It says, "I doubt he will get in a word," correct?
Correct, from her to him.
From her to you.
Or from her to me, yes.
The next message from the defendant to you says, "he's scared of me," correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, "he expects me to be weak right now," correct?
Correct.
The next message from you to the defendant says, "you talk like capital R-I-C-A-N, or however that's spelled," correct?
Correct.
What did you mean in that? What were you referring to with the R-I-C-A-N? Is that Rican?
Yeah, it was, she would speak super fast and when she got sassy.
And what does Rican mean?
I don't know, I think it's a derogatory term, but I mean, I didn't realize it at the time.
Okay. And above that we have, is that something that you had discussed with her in the past, used that term?
Yeah, it was like a joke.
Okay. Between the two of you?
Sort of.
And above that, we have capital A-H-A-H-H-A-H-A. That was from the defendant to you, correct?
Correct.
The next message from the defendant to you says, "yes, Hun, H-U-N," correct?
Correct.
The next message from you to the defendant says, "don't use racial words in text ever," correct?
Correct.
And is that you basically saying to yourself, "I shouldn't have put Rican in this message"?
That was her informing me that it was racist.
But it's from you to her, correct?
Oh, I guess it is. I mean,
if you recall, were you referring to your use of the word Rican?
I might have been.
Okay.
I'm confused about that.
Okay, but there's no other explanation contained?
There's no other explanation based on the data up there.
Okay. The next message from you to the defendant says, "so yeah, LOL," correct?
Correct.
We'll move to the bottom of page 975, which you'll be happy to hear is the last page. Off the screen, we've got author, you, to the defendant, and it was some sort of link, it appears, correct?
Yeah, I think it was an image or something.
Okay. And then we have author, the defendant, to you, and it says, "I just don't think he deserves the satisfaction of thinking I'm weak right now, and that I'm alone and lesser. I'm not a toy. I will not just let his shit stay at my house, and I will not let anything poison my mind anymore," correct?
Correct.
The next message seems to move on. It's a message from her to you, and it says, "I love that song," correct?
Correct.
Okay. All of these messages, are they referring to Alex Woodworth, if you know?
Yes.
Done with that for right now. Thank you. Did you have a conversation with the defendant about what you thought, how you thought she should deliver journals that she was writing to Alex and or John?
Well, email or send it through the mail. It's like the modern era.
Is that what you suggested to her?
I mean, she said that she wanted to deliver them herself, but I said, you don't, unless you have like a keep the peace or somebody there, you should just send them. Like, it's the modern era.
And without going into why, were you concerned about her delivering those in person?
I was concerned for all parties involved.
Did the defendant send you a copy of her journals?
Yes, she sent me.
Was that by electronic sending?
I believe she sent it to my Gmail.
Okay. Do you remember when that was in relation to Alex's death?
It was, they were the first or the second. There were two, I believe. Two journals.
Let's start with the first. When did she send that, if you recall?
I wouldn't know an exact date, but it was a couple days before. I'm assuming like a week maybe.
Within a week of Alex's death?
I'd have to refresh my memory on.
Is that your best recollection?
That's my best recollection.
What about the second journal? Do you remember when she sent that to you?
I believe it was like a night or so before me and Julia had both received it the same night.
Judge, I object to him saying unless Ms. McCandless told him she already sent to Julia Post, unless it's fine, but otherwise, I don't know if he has personal knowledge.
Sustained. Again, your microphone is not on, so I don't know if everybody heard that objection, but again, this is a personal knowledge objection. And so just again, what you know personally.
Did the defendant tell you if she sent the journals electronically to anyone else?
Yes,
Who did she say she sent the journals to?
to Julia.
Is that her friend Julia Post?
Yes.
Once, did you eventually, on March 22nd, 2018, go looking for the defendant?
The day of
The day that you saw her at Racy's?
yes.
Why did you go looking for the defendant?
Something did not seem right.
Where did you go initially, if you recall?
Initially, I started just biking around, trying to think like, well, maybe she went to John's house, but I realized it was pretty far out and the roads were pretty nasty, so I thought I'll go to Alex's first and then go out of town afterwards.
And when you went to Alex's, what did you see from the outside?
I saw her car idling in his driveway.
Was there anybody in the car?
Negative.
But obviously the keys were inside if it was idling?
Yeah, it was idling.
What did you do?
Well, I sat across at the, there's like a school across the way. I sat there, parked my bike, because I just was like, well, everything's probably fine. Everything's probably fine. You know, I wasn't sure for both parties involved that they should be alone.
Did you eventually go in the car and take the keys out?
I went in the car and turned the car off, yes. At that time, I noticed that note that was on the passenger seat.
I'm sorry, he dropped his voice and I couldn't hear him.
At that time, I noticed the note that he had showed me earlier on the passenger seat.
Was that the note from Jenna?
Yes.
Do you know how that note got there?
I had given it to Ezra, I believe.
Was there anybody else in or around the car, aside from you in that area?
No, I looked around, I didn't see anybody. That was about it, you know. I just felt something was not right, because it...
And did you knock on the door to the house?
Not initially. I waited for quite a while. I was like, maybe everything's fine, they'll just come out. But after about 40 minutes or so, I just had an uneasy feeling. So I approached the door and my cell phone went off and I had a very noticeable ringtone. I heard her call down, "Just let him help you." Her recognizing my phone. So I was like, oh God, he's hurting himself again. So I just ran up the stairs.
And when you heard someone say, "Just let him help you," were you referring to the defendant?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the person who said that?
Ezra, it was Ezra's voice, yes.
So you went into the house?
Yes, I was in the house.
You went upstairs?
Yes.
Did you go into a room?
Yeah, on the right-hand side, it was his bedroom.
That was Alex's room?
I believe so.
Do you remember if the door was open or closed when you went upstairs?
Slightly ajar.
Who was inside?
Ezra and Alexander.
And for these purposes, when we say Alex or Alexander, we're talking about Woodworth, right?
Woodworth, Roger. Yes.
Where was Alex located in the room, if you recall?
I believe he was closer to the window and she was closer to the door,
Were they standing or sitting, if you remember?
sitting on the bed.
Did you ask if everyone was all right?
Yeah, I was very, like, you guys scared the shit out of me, you know, I was like, I was worried, you know.
Did the defendant say she was all right?
They both, you know, there had been, when I was outside and I had heard the "just let him help you," there was bickering going on, so I was under the impression that she wasn't being allowed to leave, so I was scared for him, I was scared for her. But they seemed like oddly calm.
When you got up there, did the defendant say, he won't let me leave?
No, she didn't say anything like that.
Did she say she wanted to leave?
No,
Did she say, help me, Jason?
negative.
Did she say he's trying to hurt me?
No.
Did you suggest that they go somewhere else to talk?
Yeah, I told them I would wait outside and then that they should probably go to a venue of some sort to have such delicate conversations.
Did the police arrive?
Yes, the police arrived.
Did you speak with them?
I spoke with a couple cops at the time.
Did, when the police arrived, were you exiting the house?
I think I was just walking out because I told them if anything awry was going to happen, they could make a noise. Like, you know, he had plenty of books, throw a book against the wall, you know, whatever, and I'll come back in.
You said that to the defendant and Alex?
To both of them, both parties. But they wanted to continue the conversation.
Did the defendant and Alex eventually come outside as well?
After I spoke with law enforcement, about the time law enforcement went to enter the house, they were both exiting.
Where did the defendant go when she exited the house?
When she exited the house, I think she came over to the driver's side of her car, I believe.
And where did Alex eventually go when he came out of the house?
The passenger side.
Did law enforcement talk with them as well?
They talked with them.
Did law enforcement eventually leave?
Yes.
And did the defendant and Alex eventually leave?
Yeah, we had a conversation and they both left.
What was your impression from that conversation as to where they were going?
Well, we had all talked a little bit and said, you know, it probably makes sense to go someplace public. I mean, so they'd agreed to go to a coffee shop. It sounded like they didn't want to air their dirty laundry at like Lacy's, so they were going to go someplace else. So I understood that. So I was like, yeah, that's probably a tender place to go.
Did you see them leave?
I saw them drive away.
And Ezra's in the defendant's car? Were they leaving in the defendant's car?
Yes.
And who was driving, if you remember?
Ezra was driving at that time.
Alex was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Did you eventually return to Lacy's?
Yeah, I went back to Lacy's.
Did you eventually send some messages via Instagram to the defendant?
Yeah, I still had an uneasy feeling, so I was bumming around quite a bit.
Did the defendant respond to any of those messages?
Without Wi-Fi, she wasn't able to respond, I'm assuming, because her phone needed Wi-Fi to send messages back.
So you didn't receive any messages in response?
It didn't show like seen or anything.
Did you eventually get on your bike and go looking for Alex and the defendant?
Yeah, I started to freak out when me and Joe had talked about her. She was supposed to get the...
No, I object.
That's okay. I'll just ask you questions about what you saw and what you know not from other people. So did you then go to eventually end up at the Eau Claire Police Department?
Yes.
And talk to some officers?
Yes.
Did you eventually find out that the defendant had been located?
Eventually, yeah. I talked to an officer from Dunn County.
Had you been in the defendant's vehicle in the days prior to Alex's death?
Yes.
Do you remember ever looking for you remember ever seeing a knife?
I don't recall there being a knife in the center console. I had given her it was a National Guard one with a broken clasp at one point. I had given her, she had, I think my Alexander Zink had given her one at one point too, but.
The knife that you gave her, was it labeled somehow?
Labeled?
Yeah, did it have any markings on it that were distinguishable? You said Wisconsin National Guard, was that?
Yeah, I think on the blade it would have said Wisconsin Army National Guard or something to that.
Do you remember in the days leading up to, you said you were in the defendant's vehicle. Do you remember looking for a knife in the vehicle?
Yeah, at one point she used to always have one in the center console, and I forget what I needed to cut. What I was going to cut, I think I had a shoelace that broke or something. I was going to cut it off and retie it, and I couldn't find a knife.
I think you said that was within a few days prior to March 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
You looked, but you couldn't find a knife?
Yeah, the one that I had given her had usually resided inside that.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 233. Is that the knife that you gave her?
Negative.
Is that a knife that you have ever seen in the defendant's vehicle?
No, I've never seen that one.
And just so the jury can understand that, there's some markings that says EMT on that knife, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Madam Clerk, if I could have the screen with the computer. I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 135. It's already been received into evidence. Is that the knife, or at least consistent with the knife that you gave the defendant?
Yeah, I mean, it has the broken clasp where it would hook to your belt, so I'm assuming it's probably the same knife.
Go ahead, I'm gonna have you repeat that.
Oh, sorry. It has the same where the 3 Allen parts are. That's where the clasp they used to be, where it would hook onto my belt. I'm assuming that's where the other one was broken, so.
And there's a marking, it looks like it says Wisconsin. Is that consistent with the knife you gave her that says Wisconsin National Guard?
Yeah.
Now, between the time that the defendant moved out of your apartment in February of 2018 and up to March 22nd, 2018, the date of Alex Woodworth's death, did you continue to have regular contact with the defendant?
Yes, yeah.
How frequently would you communicate with the defendant?
Pretty often, I would say daily. We were still friends. I still worried about her.
Did you continue, before you talked about I love yous and you are valued and things like that, did you continue to say those things to each other?
Of course, yeah. She was still very important. People were important to me.
Even while broken up, did you continue to engage in a sexual relationship during that same time period with the defendant?
There were moments of weakness, yes.
Were there messages, if you recall, where the defendant expressed her feelings for you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she loved you?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she missed you?
Yes.
Did she tell you how much it hurt to be without you?
Yes.
Did she tell you how much she wanted to be with you?
Yes.
Did she ever talk about a future together with you?
Yep.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, who's going to do cross-examination? Ms. Fishney, I know you're probably all set to go. How long do you believe cross-examination would take?
I think we should start cross-examination tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, I'm thinking the same thing. I know I have some jurors that have to be somewhere, and if we started now, we wouldn't finish this witness in time.
There's no way.
So, all right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess tomorrow, and Mr. Mangle, you'll have to come back tomorrow morning. We are going to begin testimony at 8:30 a.m. So just, again, you've all been great in being on time. And I just want to remind you of the instruction that I read yesterday. I think I'll read it every other day, but I just want to remind you to not listen to anything about this case. No individuals, no media, no radio, TV, internet, social media. Do not allow yourselves to be exposed to any information about this case. And don't discuss the case with anyone, even amongst other jurors, until this case is finally given to you and you've heard all of the evidence and been instructed by the court. Do not do any research independently into the public records involving any of the parties. Do not visit any scenes. And that's a brief summary. And everybody has been instructed on that. I'll give you the formal instruction again tomorrow, but I'm not going to make you go through that at this point. So, okay, all rise. All right. Mr. Mengel, you understand that, again, you are under subpoena, as I understand it, and you've been asked questions. Have you been advised of the exclusion order, not to discuss your testimony with any other persons?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so I don't want you talking to anybody about this case or discussing it with anyone, frankly. And includes, not to watch any coverage about the case so that you might see any witnesses or what their testimony might be. Understood?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else that council would like to be addressed with Mr. Mengel before we adjourn for the day?
Judge, you said 8:30 will start up, so I just asked that he be here at 8:15 at the latest tomorrow.
Roger.
Yep. All right, that's what time we hope to then bring the jury in and begin testimonies at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, then you may step down and be excused for the day, sir. And you're good to go. Thank you. All right, is there anything that either council...
One thing I think we should probably mention, Your Honor, and yesterday afternoon, after we were done with court, I believe it was Detective Prock received a message or a call from Detective Beardsley, who was one of our witnesses earlier, who had been excused and was advised that he was excused, he wouldn't be recalled. He received a subpoena yesterday from the defense, which is certainly perfectly fine, but we just need to advise the court and counsel that after he was excused, he did watch some of the court TV coverage. I believe he thought he watched the part with Detective Conkey's testimony. So just so that the court and counsel are aware of that.
All right, anything that defense counsel would like to put on the record at this point?
About that or about anything?
About anything before we adjourn for the evening.
Just sorting out witnesses for tomorrow as well as future scheduling. The defense would just like to take that up.
All right. And Ms. Vishny, how long do you anticipate cross-examination may be?
It's really hard to say, because if he says yes to everything that I say, it'll be 45 minutes. But it could go longer. There's some things he said that, there's some prior inconsistent statements, and you never know how people react to that. And there's some other selections from Instagram I'm going to use. So I don't know if it's going to be 2 hours, 1 hour. It's really hard for me to say.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, he's a much longer witness than what I anticipated. I really thought we'd be done with him all together today.
All right. And so does the state have a rough idea after Mr. Mengel?
We are anticipating Matthew Schreiner, who will be relatively brief. Court Fox, our direct of him is going to be relatively brief. I would say probably 15 minutes for each one of those for direct. Michelle Wright will be relatively brief. It's basically identifying a few things that she created, such as the association chart, the maps that we've already seen, at least briefly with a couple of witnesses, and then Detective Prock. Oh, and Jenna Van de Zand, and she will be about how long for direct? About 20 minutes for direct. And then it'll be Detective Prock. It'll take a little while, and we intend to play the 2 interviews that he conducted of the defendant, which total up to just shy of 2 hours total.
All right.
Can I ask some follow-up questions, Judge?
Yes, go ahead.
Do you intend to play the interview?
Learn of another sexual relationship the defendant was involved in while you were in a dating relationship with her.
Yes,
Who did that involve?
with Alexander Woodworth.
Do you remember approximately when you learned about that relationship?
I don't know, I kind of knew something was up at points, but I didn't really finitely know until the night that I had the conversation with him and John Hanson at Racy's.
So did you confront both of them at the same time?
Yes, I had a conversation with them.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use the word confront. I should let you speak. How did you confirm that there was a sexual relationship between the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
I, just like the list I made, I kept compiling things and it just fit. So I kind of figured it out myself. Plus other parties had elaborated to it on me.
Did you ask the defendant about the relationship?
Not immediately.
Did you ask or tell Alex that you knew?
I went out for a smoke with Alex and we had a semi-stern conversation about how, I really loved and respected him and I couldn't understand why this was happening. And then I did not know about the other stuff yet, but I mean.
Did the defendant eventually tell you about the sexual relationship she had with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Did she tell you, initially, what did she tell you about the first time that she was engaged in a sexual encounter with Alex Woodworth?
The first time, like the date, or the first time the encounter?
The first encounter, what did she tell you initially that was?
I believe while I was in the Redwoods, there was a date when they went on a walk together and some things transpired.
When you say things transpired, I don't want you to speculate, but did the defendant tell you more about what that means?
Well, she had spent the night, I believe, at his apartment.
Did the defendant tell you if she went to Alex Woodworth after the incident with John?
Yes, she went to him for like counsel or for help because she trusted him.
Did the defendant tell you what happened then?
That there was another situation. She put it as if he had taken like advantage of her weakened state almost.
Again, I don't want you to make an inference or assume, but did the defendant say whether or not there was a sexual encounter between her and Alex Woodworth that time?
I believe there was something coerced or some relations that were had.
Is that how she described it?
I'm going to object and ask that you move to strike. I believe something was coerced. His belief is not relevant.
I can follow up with a clarifying question, Judge.
All right, well, the objection's noted. Again, counsel, when you make your objection, please use the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's shut off. I mean, I can hear you, but
No, I apologize,
I don't
Judge,
know
I forgot.
public can hear you. So,
Okay, sure.
all right, well, again, Mr. Mengel, again, just stick to, again, what's asked and what was said to you. I think in this line of questioning, you pretty much have to stick with what Ms. McCandless said to you rather than how you interpreted it, okay?
Roger.
Okay.
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you that Alex took advantage of her?
That's how she stated it.
Now, you eventually, at some point you found out that the defendant and Alex Woodworth were involved in a relationship longer than just the February time period, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I wrote the dates down once again. I wrote the dates down once again on my,
And was there do you know what The Little Prince is?
it's a book, I think it's a French book.
And does that Little Prince mean anything to you in terms of figuring out a time period that you believe the relationship between the defendant and Alex Woodworth existed?
I believe that was the first night she spent at his house. They watched the movie and Donnie Darko.
And do you remember, as you sit there today, what the date that was?
Negative. I just looked at it, but I can't recall.
And if I showed you that same timeline that you mentioned, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Is this the same timeline that you previously looked at to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And by looking at that again, would that help refresh your recollection as to the Little Prince incident? And I'm going to take that away from you. If that refreshes your recollection, what was the date of the Little Prince movie viewing with the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
November 7th.
And that's 2017, correct?
Yes.
And you just did the defendant tell you eventually what had happened that night between the defendant and Alex Woodworth?
That the intercourse had happened.
All right, if I may approach again?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 685. Do you recognize what that is?
That's me.
And what is it a picture of a message?
Yeah, this is me in California.
And that message, does it reference the Little Prince?
Yes, it says, was a great night.
I want to ask
yeah, it references.
It references the Little Prince. And is that a conversation between you and the defendant?
Yes.
Does it have a date on it?
November 7th at 1:23 p.m.
Okay. Your Honor, so is that an accurate copy of a conversation you and the defendant had on November 7th, 2017?
Yes.
I move that exhibit into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
Nope.
All right, Exhibit 6, is it 685?
It is.
And by the way, you were correct with the last one. I had it wrong. Exhibit 685 is received, you may publish.
So Exhibit 685. And Mr. Mengel, if you could read, so the top bubble, is that a message from the defendant to you?
Yes.
And what does that say?
She's also suicidal, so I've been really working hard to stay with her, but hanging with Sailor and her BF was great. I got to watch The Little Prince with Alex, so that's refreshing. Work tomorrow.
Thank you. Do you recall where you were at the time that that conversation occurred?
I believe I was in San Francisco, but I might have been already in Arcata.
Somewhere out west?
In California at that time, yeah.
Did the defendant give you an explanation of how the relationship between her and Alex Woodworth progressed?
Like an explanation on how it happened?
Yeah, did she say that, did she say if she was, yes, how did it happen?
They were both going through some things in life, and she had been through something traumatic. He had been through traumatic things, so they kind of bonded over, like, misery loves company kind of thing.
Did the defendant ever, and right now I'll follow up with some questions, but I just want a yes or no. First of all, did the defendant ever tell you about the sexual encounters between the two?
Negative. At that time?
At any point?
Not until I confronted.
So that was after you learned?
After I learned, yeah.
And what did the defendant tell you about the sexual encounters she had with Alex Woodworth?
Are we talking after I
Yes.
found out or before?
After you found out, I'm sorry.
Okay. She said that, we didn't talk much until after all this stuff had transpired, so it was different, I guess. I'm not sure what a tender term to use.
Did the information that she provided to you, was that after she moved out of your apartment?
The information provided, yes, after she was gone.
And did the defendant tell you that things went too fast with Alex?
Yeah, they went pretty fast, she said.
Did she tell you that Alex would do certain things to her during sexual acts?
She mentioned things, yes.
What did the defendant say?
I'm not entirely sure on the verbiage, but it was like choking or boarding or something, I believe it was. I can't really recall. Boarding? I'm not sure if I recall what it was called, but.
Now, that information that she told you, that was after she had moved out of your apartment?
This was way up. This is very far after, yes.
And was it also after you found out about her relationship with John Hanson?
Yes.
And it was obviously after you had found out about her relationship with Alex Woodworth, correct?
Yes.
Now, up until that point that you found out about those relationships, had she ever mentioned anything to you about that?
Up until she mentioned.
That was a terrible question. I'll rephrase that. Up until you found out about the defendant's relationship with both Alex as well as John Hanson, had she told you about the different sexual things Alex Woodworth did with her?
She didn't really elaborate. I knew that something had happened, but she didn't elaborate.
At some point, did you clean up a bandage or clean up Alex Woodworth's arm and put a bandage on?
I did.
How did that, was that because the defendant contacted you and said he needed to help Alex?
Yeah.
And where did you go to help Alex?
His and Matt's house.
What did you observe on Alex that needed to be bandaged?
He hadn't dug very deep, but he had slit his wrist.
Did you clean out the wound?
Yeah, I cleaned it out, and I think I used some type of Dermabond, I guess, to seal it.
Do you remember approximately, and I know this is a long time ago, do you remember a month, a general time frame when that happened?
I can't be sure.
Do you remember telling officers that you thought it was around the time of like seasonal depression?
It was in the holiday season because I can't recall the exact date, but the knife that he said he had slipped using, he was drinking that night, he said he slipped and cut himself, was a gift from a coworker at work.
Did you see the knife that he said he used?
I didn't see the knife that he said he used.
Did the defendant tell you what Alex told her about why he cut his wrist?
He had told her if she didn't leave him, he was going to kill himself.
And when you say him, is that you?
Me, yes.
Did the defendant, when she described her sexual relationship with Alex Woodworth, did she describe it as consensual?
She said it was somewhat, I don't know how to speculate on consent.
And I won't ask you to speculate. Let me ask a different question. Did she ever tell you that did the defendant ever tell you that Alex took advantage of her?
There were times she said that he was aggressive and would kind of throw a tantrum almost.
Did she ever tell you that he raped her?
She never made it sound like rape with Alex.
But she did with John?
Yes.
And I'm going to object to leading. Ask that be stricken.
Sustained and leading.
Did the defendant ever tell you how Alex described his feelings for the defendant?
He loved her very much.
That's what she said?
Yeah, I think at one point, they planned to maybe move out to Portland or something.
Do you remember what time period generally that was?
I mean, it would have been initially after I found out about all the stuff. Because I confronted him and we had a slight conversation. I mean, I didn't like him, but I still loved him. I was angry.
And you're talking about Alex?
Woodworth, yes.
So you mentioned that you talked to both John as well as Alex once you found out about the relationships, right?
Yes, I talked to John.
Where did that conversation happen?
Me and John's?
When you were in person, not on the phone. We talked about the phone.
Oh, yeah, at Racy's.
At Racy's? Was Alex there as well?
Yes. The conversation between John Hanson and me and Alex was before the John days, though. I didn't know about John's situation. And I believe I did not know about John's situation until after the fact.
Okay.
Because I talked to John Hanson outside about, did you know this? Like, how come nobody told me? Like, why is everyone just lying to me?
About Alex?
Yes, you know. I don't think I had any information on Hanson's transgression yet.
And then, do you remember, was there an event that was going on the day that the not confrontation, but the discussion with Alex occurred at Racy's?
Yeah, there was an art exhibit, like at Shift, the bike coffee shop.
Now, at some point, you talked with law enforcement about the John Hanson relationship with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember going over to Josh Trankler's house?
Yeah, I was pretty irate.
Was that before or after you found out about John?
Before, after I found out about John.
Yeah, did you go to Josh's house? Was that after?
I already knew about it when I went to Josh's.
And when you said you were pretty irate, was that because you learned about John?
I learned about what had happened, and I just wanted Josh to help me find like a center in like, what do we do? Like, what do we do for her?
Was Josh a good friend of yours?
He's very good.
Did he call the police?
Yeah, he called the police, and someone came over to take statements.
And did the defendant go to the police department, if you know?
At some later date, yes, I was with her.
Do you remember if she went that night? If you recall.
She might have went in for a kit, but it was a couple days that, like, it had been so many days that I think they said it wouldn't have been plausible to find.
So that's just based on your recollection?
That's based on my recollection.
Okay. Did you ever tell the defendant that she had to go tell the police?
I didn't want to force her, but the way I prefaced it was, you can't, if this assault happened, just because there's a chance that they won't find evidence on you, it'll put someone on the radar for future. And it's not about an assault that happened to you, it's for the next girl. So I kind of tried to, I wouldn't say I tried to coach her, but I just tried to like show her the humanity in it. Be like, if this happened, you need to report this.
Did you tell her what to say?
No, I didn't coach her at all.
Did you ever tell her to lie?
No.
So after you found out about Alex and the defendant and John and the defendant, I assume you said Racy's is a pretty tight-knit group?
Yeah.
Did people at Racy's find out?
Yeah, everyone knew.
Did they talk about it?
It was kind of hush. Like, I mean, it was like Snickers and stuff like that, you know. People would, sidebar comments and whatnot.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about whether or not she cared that people knew?
About the relationships?
Or about, let me rephrase that. Did she ever talk to you about people talking about her at Racy's?
She didn't like it.
So she knew it was happening?
Yeah, people were being, yeah, she knew it was happening.
At some point, were you alerted that there was a message in the bathroom at Racy's?
Yes.
What was that message?
It was like black ink and then her number.
Did you see it yourself?
I saw it myself at one point and took a photo. I wrote over it.
What did you write over it?
A conversation that, we had a conversation, and her father, Joe, had told her like life starts now. And like she was in the process of getting another job. She was going in on, I think it was a Friday, for a TB test to be read. She was gonna pick up scrubs.
So things were changing.
Things were going good. Like it was just like, you don't have to live in the past just because these bad things happen.
And
life starts now.
You took a picture of the message?
Yeah,
Did you send it to the defendant?
I sent it to her.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Mengel, is that the photograph of the message on the board?
Yeah.
Is that an accurate picture,
I mean, it's a picture of it.
as you recall it?
As I recall it, yes.
I'd move Exhibit 479 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
All right, Exhibit 479 will be received.
And without putting it on the screen, it said the words, "fuck me," and then the number you knew to be associated with the defendant, correct?
With her calling app.
Okay, so that was a number that maybe it wasn't her phone, but it was an app that she had?
She had an app on her iPhone, yes, her iPod.
I'm sorry, that exhibit number is 479,
Yes.
so it's not part of 465?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may approach again?
You may. And just, how long are you going to go yet with direct?
That's going to be a while still.
Okay, I think this is a good time to take a restroom break. So we'll recess for, how much time is, we'll give you 10 minutes, all right? And, well, I was just asked the bailiff, how much time do you think the jury would need? 10 enough time? Okay, so 10 minutes, we'll be in recess until 3:42 on that clock.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 677. And without talking about the contents, I'll just have you look and see if you recognize what is on the front.
Yes.
And then if you could look and see if you recognize what is on the back.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about Exhibit 677. Without talking about the content, I'll just ask you straight out, is that a letter that you received?
Yes, that is the letter I received.
And who gave you that letter?
So that was written by Jenna?
Jenna Van de Zand?
Yes.
So Alex's roommate, and when she gave the letter to you?
Alex's girlfriend.
I'm sorry, your roommate, Alex's girlfriend.
And that would be Alex Zink?
Correct.
Okay.
And when you received this letter, did you jot some things down on the back?
That was like my rough outline of the timeline.
So you've already refreshed your recollection with a timeline of events as it relates to different time periods related to this case, correct?
This was before the previous one I viewed, but yeah, this was like my rough understanding because I was asking questions about it.
Now, if you recall, what were you doing when this letter was given to you?
I was asleep.
And what caused you to be asleep?
I was drunk.
You were drunk?
Yes.
And do you remember what general time frame this was?
Probably pretty late at night. We had come home from the bar, me and Jenna.
Okay. And what date or part of month, if you recall?
I can't really speculate. I can't remember exactly when. It was very close to
Alex's death?
Alex's death, yes.
So if Alex died on the 22nd of March 2018, would it have been a couple days before that?
Whenever the phone call between me and,
Okay, so there was a phone call that led to this letter?
yeah, I hung up, I didn't want to talk anymore. And
Who was the phone call between you and who?
it was between me and Ezra, and then after I hung up, she called Jenna and talked with Jenna.
Okay. And so late at night, you were drunk. I'm sorry, did you say the defendant called you or you called her?
I can't recall who called whom, but yeah,
You ended up hanging up?
I ended up hanging up because I was just sick of it.
When you say sick of it, what do you, just briefly, what are you referring to as it?
Well, I found out more information